want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what
every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? No, no, no.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh, no, no, no.
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
Check. What's good? Alright. It is Friday, the 7th August, 0856. That Central European time. That makes it 0256 Eastern Standard Time in the US. What's good, everybody? I hope everybody's doing well. Apparently somebody set Trump off, and and he doesn't like it. I mean, it appears that Republicans don't like elections. They don't like elections. They only like elections when they can talk about how horrible liberals are. When they can talk about, immigrants, which is only like how many percent of the country? I mean, Republicans only like to talk about things they don't like about other people. Not that it's illegal, like a fair minimum wage. That's not illegal. Universal health care is not illegal. More access to public education, that's not illegal. Actually, fair housing is not illegal. But if you listen to Republicans and how they talk about candidates that want these things, they are always communist. Remember, don't ever forget, Kamala Harris, the centrist Democrat that was the vice president for Biden, was a communist. And you know what made her a communist? Just asking for the same things Joe Biden asked for, and her skin color happened to be different. That's what it was. And gender. And gender. They're going to go hard on women anyway being communists, because women want the right to control their body. So that's also communist, socialist. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the United States of America is whack. It's out of whack. And the president is the leader of that shit. And it's sad to watch it, but it's a stark reminder that maybe things that people say about the U.S. is not always a lie. Maybe it's not always a lie. Maybe there's some truth to it. I mean, is there some truth to us fucking over Cuba? I mean, is there some truth to it? Just curious. Is there some truth? Could Cuba live in peace with the United States and be a wonderful free place to live where poverty didn't exist? Could Haiti be a little different if the U.S. wanted it to be a nice, decent place? Could it be? Or is there some truth to us fucking it over? Is there some truth to us being unfair just because, I don't know, we just don't like them? you know, and because the reason why I say this is because listen to how they talk about goddamn Democrats. Look at how they talk about Democrats. All we want is a little bit of health care. Communist, boom. Like, damn, is that all it takes? You mean the same people that's been in the same country with you the entire time, whose ancestors go back to the colonial period, who fought in every goddamn war, that love this country, live in states that generate more federal dollars, that are constantly bailing out red states every single fucking day through hard labor. You mean we're the fucking enemy? Like, so it just makes me like, damn, if we could be your enemy, then there must be something right to what these other people have been saying. There's just got to be, I don't know what it is. You tell me. I don't need to go that far, but it's just bonkers. It's fucking bonkers. And it's just amazing to watch. I wonder when it's going to end. But actually, I'm not wondering. I think the clock is pretty much matching the midterms now. How is it going to end? We don't know. We know that the Republicans won't have power after these midterms. Obviously, that's pretty much guaranteed. We don't know how much of a difference that will be. But we don't know if that's going to be the end, because we have a raging mad lunatic that is telling people he is not going to step down. And he has constituents and people around him that are saying, ha ha ha, yeah, Trump's going to be the president in 2028. Yeah, Democrats, guess what? That election may not happen. We may cheat. We may find a technicality to not count the electoral votes like we tried to do in January 6th the last time, 2021. Ha ha ha. That was just funny. We might smash a few police officers' heads in and bash them heads in with some flagpoles and ha ha and some projectiles and hee hee hee. Trump 2028. Yeehaw. Yeah, they want to try it again. They want to try it again because they just hooping, hoppling mad and shit. You know, they just having a good old time. Yay! We do whatever we want. Ah, it's our country, and the blues don't exist, and they never did anything to contribute to this country at all. Woohoo! I mean, this is what it sounds like when you have an election these days.
The maniacs are trying to destroy it with the disaster known as not socialism, communism. It's communism. These are communists. And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul El-Sayed. Do you believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul El-Sayed, lovely gentleman.
Oh, he's got to personalize it now. Nixon had the biggest rent freeze in the nation's history. President Nixon, the Republican, nationwide rent freeze, nationwide price freeze. And he's talking about it could only happen to me. Stop personalizing it. Americans are fucking they're goddamn hurting. You goddamn deaf president. Americans are hurting, motherfucker. It's not about you. It's not your country. It's American citizens' country. A country, government for the people, by the people. God damn. And look at him. He personalizes it.
You believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul El-Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love.
He's a lovely gentleman, a man of hate. And now he's going around saying he loves everybody. This guy just said in one sentence everything that he's criticizing Saeed for. He says he's a man of, a great gentleman, but then he calls him a man of hate. That's a contradiction. And then he's trying to say Saeed contradicts himself.
This could only happen to me. Abdul El-Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he.
This is what they do. You know, this is what this party does. Try to divide people. They will say that the Arabs don't like the blacks don't like the Arabs don't like the Jews don't like the, who else is it? The Jews don't like the, what? Who else? The Jews are scared. Meanwhile, the only people getting carte blanche on hate in the United States of America are white supremacists. I mean, they're literally out there on TV like, the Jew can never be in this country. The country will never be anything ever again until all the Jews are gone. And they just get to walk home after saying that peacefully. They just get to walk around and march and say things like that, like people don't hear it. But this is what they promote. If you want to know where the hate, who's promoting the hate, it's the billionaires. They're funneling money to these broke ass camps and these groups of people that would otherwise need to go out and get a fucking job. Seriously, they're funneling money to them. They're funneling help to them somehow, like, and they benefit. And then Trump walks around. He gets to act like he's the mayor of peace. He's the mayor of peace, Trump, huh? Jan 6 leader, mayor of peace.
He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. There's not a thing he can do about it.
I mean, doesn't that sound like hate? Just the way he says that, and there's not a freaking thing he can do about it. Look, he hates Jews. He hates Israel. He hates Israel. First, he starts off with Israel. Like, okay, Israel's not the United States. And then he flips over to Jews. Okay, now we're talking about some type of Americans. And then he says, and it's not a freaking thing he can do about it. I mean, is that a nice way to say that? Look at this. He is preaching hate here.
He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. There's not a thing he can do about it.
Who talks like that? And it's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. Is that loving and caring? He's talking about someone else. Do you want to hear Saeed speak? Saeed speaks nothing like this. Do you want to hear the difference in the tone? It's fucking crazy. Listen to this. This is the difference. Let's just forget what they're talking about. Listen to how they sound. Listen to how they sound. This is crazy. Let me see here. Can I get this up? Here we go. Oh, is it playing? Hold on. This was 22 hours before the here we go. Before the midterm.
And campaign, they say you got a problem with black people, bro. So my question specifically is, what is your plan for black people here in the great state of Michigan? I'm gonna pass you the mic. And listen, be real, bro.
I don't do anything but be real.
Yeah.
So
You got
my
it.
commitment to our black communities didn't start because I wanted to come and take a photo op. It started when I left my tenure track job at a Ivy League school to come back to rebuild the health department in this city.
Yes, sir.
In the city of Detroit, which is the largest majority black city in the country. And I came because I remember post 9/11, I had a teacher told me, hey, you need to read your history. And he's like, you got to go read Alex Haley. You got to read W.E.B. Du Bois. You got to read James Baldwin. You got to read Sojourner Truth and Frederick Douglass. You got to read Dr. Martin Luther King. You got to read the stuff that he actually wrote.
Yeah.
Malcolm X.
Yeah.
I learned what it meant to be a person of color reading black folk and the civil rights struggle. And I understand that my responsibility is about trying to address racial inequities. All my work is about racial inequities in health, whether it's the maternal infant mortality crisis, it's protecting kids.
Does this sound like a man who's raging of hate? Yeah. Does that sound like a man who's raging, filled of hate? This is the other guy talking to the world. He's got the world podium, and this is how he thinks he can speak on it.
Going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. There's not a thing he can do about it because he hates them. And in Michigan, it was...
That's Trump's version of love. That's Trump's version of showing love.
From asthma, taking on polluters, putting glasses on kids' faces, eliminating medical debt. Now, there's been nearly $80 million spent against me, telling lies about an endorsement that my opponent didn't get, or using an op-ed that I wrote about a program that First Lady Michelle Obama sponsored, saying it was a good program, but here's some things that could be better, arguing that somehow I'm disrespectful to people. But look, lies have a way of working.
Whoever is in talking about I opened the wrong voice chat. No, I didn't open any voice chat. What are you talking about? I haven't opened it, and I haven't dropped the link yet. So be patient. I will be dropping it. There we go. Let's get back to Saeed and listen to the tone, how he speaks about the things he cares about.
But I think the truth is more important. So what I'll tell you is this. I'm Egyptian.
Yeah.
So I take my African heritage seriously.
Yes, sir.
And if I want to teach my daughters about our history, I take them? Charles H. Wright Museum.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Shout out to everybody at the museum, too.
That's right. It's the best Egyptian antiquities exhibit in the Midwest. And so I also know that my dad doesn't get to move from Egypt, but for the incredible contributions of the civil rights movement in passing the Immigration Act of 1965.
Right.
So a lot of what I'd say is, they say past is prologue. If you want to know what somebody's going to do, figure out what they've done.
Definitely.
So my commitment is to continue to lead in ways that empower black folks.
They say you got a problem with black people, bro. So my question.
All right. So that's what they were spreading around the campaign. So this is what's interesting. I really find this part, and this is the same strategy that's going to be used up until the midterms are done, up into 2028. Now think about this. Somehow there's Trump saying he hates Jewish people. Somehow there's another group of people saying you hate black people. Where's all this messaging come from? Where does all that messaging just show up from? Right? Where's it showing up from? That's the same thing that happened in 2024. Kamala Harris's great-great-grandfather was a slave master in Jamaica Island. In Jamaica? Somebody made that up. I mean, they're going to throw disinformation at people that want better services. That's what they're going to do. And anybody talking about improving service is going to be called hateful. When you listen to them, they'll be speaking eloquently. When you listen to them, they'll be speaking in a detailed manner, like they actually understand how things work, and they will be talking about the harm, the actual pain people are feeling in detail, not just superficial, right? But then there'll be messages of these people are the most hateful. They hate everybody. Be careful. I just find it so curious that in one little small period of time, this man hates Jews. He hates Israel. He hates black people. Wow, that's so original. That is so original. So you love so white supremacists in the United States of America, they love black people, they love Jews, and they love Israel, huh? I mean, it's really ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. It's almost like mind-boggling, the type of disinformation that's there. First of all, this man is in a community. He went there himself. Look at his clothing. Everyday clothing. The man is a doctor. He worked at the public hospital, not the private one. He didn't do it for the money. He did it to work with the communities. In New York, he worked in New York in the emergency room, receiving people, just regular people, and he talks about that every day. It's just so sad that a person that skipped the war, never did anything like that for anyone, never took the option to take the cheap pay cut to help people, never did public service outside of being the president of the United States and ingratiating himself in billions. It's so funny he can talk so easily to American people about who hates people.
And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody.
You see that? He's mad because he says, I love everybody. So if he says, I love everybody, boo, boo. And then they will follow it up by saying, not only does he not love everybody, he hates everybody. So where are the statements from him saying that? Where are the statements from him saying he hates Jews? He hates blacks. Where are the statements? There are no statements.
Man of hate.
But you're going to hear that a lot from here on out.
And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people.
He makes it sound like loving Israel, a foreign country, is a prerequisite. We're about to pull out of NATO. There's no prerequisite of loving any other foreign country. It's over. You know? Let me see here. No. Hold on. Let me see here. I don't understand that. I wasn't even open. I don't get it. So here, let me try that again on the link. Here we go. Let me put this link in. It's not the same link? No, that's the same link. Try to click this link here. Let me just invite directly. There you go. Boom. Did you get the invite? Yeah. So let's continue here. Just listening to Trump lunatic binge. Yeah. I mean, people are used to it now. Luckily, people are used to it. They know that there's going to be disinformation. They know that there's going to be a million trolls saying he hates Israel. He hates black people. He hates Israel. He hates black people. Yeah. We know that. The guy standing right here doesn't sound too hateful to me. So, yeah.
People, he hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. There's not a thing he can do about it because he hates them. And in Michigan, it was really very close to this press. The polls and the polls by the press. Oftentimes, the press hires the polls. They want to have it a certain way, but the polls got it really wrong because it was supposed to be a blowaway.
So
and he almost lost, but he's going to lose.
So here, so now he's telling you that the polls are wrong. So it's not that you're not hearing him say, I love everybody. You're not hearing that. And you're not hearing in the press. When you hear the press say he's projected to win, that's also wrong. So everything else is wrong. It doesn't matter what you're seeing. It doesn't matter what you're hearing. It's wrong. Listen only to me. I'm the only one that has the ability to tell you the truth. Cult. That's what it is. Yeah, Michael, I told you that link, the link was actually the right link. I heard you when I restarted it. When I was just about to restart it, you got in. So look, let me, I'm just restarting it now. So just 2 seconds. It's coming back up. Let's hear some more Trump.
To our great candidate. We have a great candidate in Michigan.
The great candidate? Oh, wow.
Great candidate. But the socialist candidate ran up big margins against the communist candidate in Detroit. And I was saying that probably it's corrupt. It's probably corrupt. I don't know who the hell they wanted. I couldn't care less. We do better. Actually, we do better against the communists.
You hear what he said? You hear that?
And I was saying that probably it's corrupt. It's probably corrupt. I don't know who the hell they wanted. I couldn't care less.
You hear that? It's corrupt. It's probably corrupt. I don't know who the hell they wanted. I couldn't care less. You hear that? That you couldn't care less. So what is this speech all about? You done called the man everything under the sun, and now you're saying you could care less. And you could care less about who the voters want. So Trump could care less about who the voters want. That's literally what he's saying. Literally.
Against the communist candidate in Detroit, and I was saying that probably it's corrupt. It's probably corrupt. I don't know who the hell they wanted. I couldn't care less. We do better. Actually, we do better against the candidate in Detroit, and I was saying that probably it's corrupt. It's probably corrupt. I don't know who the hell they wanted. I couldn't care less. We do better. Actually, we do better against the communists, according to every poll. The poll says we do better against the communists. So he won, and so I think I'm happy. I put out a statement. Congratulations to the Republican Party. The communists want to take their ruinous and deadly ideology of misery and squalor.
What's up, Rafika?
State in America, but we're not going to let them.
We thank you for watching.
Yeah. I mean, this is Trump on his binge. you know, and you can feel free to have the country you want to have. I'm an American.
And you talked about
I'm born and raised in Washington D.C. Family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live outside of the U.S. I live in Denmark, one of the countries Trump basically disrespects every fucking day that he wakes up. And the administration just has fun about it. Yeah! Let's fuck Greenland. We can just take Greenland. It's ours. That country, Denmark, right? And I'm just saying, more people turn out to the polls to vote in Denmark. More people care about their democracy in Denmark. They show it by voting. Danes care about their own people more than Americans care about their own people. How do I know that? Because I'm an American. I live in Denmark. I see it every day. I see the differences. You see what I mean? I see how it plays out different. You see, 60% of the taxes, or 45% of the taxes Americans pay, at best 45% go to anything that directly impacts their life. School, education, healthcare, elder care, roads, clean water, housing, anything. At best, 45% of the taxes they pay has anything to do with their life, pretty much. I mean, in a positive way that comes to their community at all, right? As soon as you leave the United States of America, every other Western nation, the 60% of the taxes they pay goes to those very same things, their community, 60%. Why is that? Well, it's because they care about their communities. It's because the voters want to pay taxes and they want representation with their taxes. That's why we say it in our Constitution, but Americans don't really believe it. Americans don't believe in representation with their taxation. And if they do believe in it, they believe in it the least, up to 45%. That's under 50. That's under 50% performance rate when it comes to representation with taxation. Okay. Every other Western country, that jumps up to 60%. 60% of the taxes people pay go to shit that affects their actual communities. And even in places, there's other places like Denmark, it could be 70%. So let's just be honest. Trump is not talking about that kind of love. He's not talking. No, he actually fucking hates you. He's telling you pay taxes and you don't even deserve the little bit of fucking shit you're supposed to be getting. That's literally what Republicans are running on. Cut Medicaid, cut healthcare. It has to be privatized, and the private corporations have to be able to rip off the Medicaid and Medicare fund blind if you're going to have it at all. That's literally the United States of America. If you're poor, if you're an old lady and you can't afford elder care, fuck it. Like seriously, there it is. That's what you have. And you have stupid ass Republicans that they can never challenge it. All they can do is throw out one word insults like Trump did. That the Republicans think like Trump talks. That's how they think. They just got one word. This word, that word, dummy, stupid, la la la. Like this, it's almost like with a little it's almost like what a immature little boy calls the first girl that he liked. They usually pick on them because they don't know what else to do. Dummy.
When you've run for office before, death threats that you got, Islamophobia. If you do win, you will become the first Muslim senator in U.S. history. What would that mean for you?
It's not as much about what it means for me. I'm not running to be the first Muslim anything. I just want to be a really, really great senator for my state.
Notice how he doesn't speak like Trump. He doesn't speak the same as Trump. He's got a whole different vernacular. It's called polite. It's called polite. It's called it's called intelligent.
But it does mean something, I think, about the country. There are people like J.D. Vance or Donald Trump or Mike Rogers who want to define America as being too small to include some kinds of people. And they point to my name, they point to my faith, they try to insinuate that somehow I'm less American because of those things. But I've put myself forward, asking my state to give me their stake in democracy, to allow me to serve them as an agent of the government. And there is no greater, I think, call than to ask your fellow Americans to give you their stake in democracy. And when they do, I think it says a lot about what America is. They want America to be small. I believe that America is big. It's open-minded, it's big-hearted, it can include any of us, regardless of how we pray, regardless of where our families come from, regardless of who we love or how we identify. That's the America we're building, and I think America, and Michigan in particular, has an opportunity to remind us just how big we are.
You know, in terms of your race, you are not a Democratic Socialist. You're not part of the DSA. You have members of them who endorsed you, who supported you. You know, one thing we were talking about last night as we were counting the votes in Michigan was this progressive rise that we've seen in recent weeks and months, and what that looks like for Democrats come November. With the positions that you've had on Medicare for all, or abolishing ICE, or a billionaire's tax, what do you think that looks like in terms of going forward? You know, we've heard some people, Van Jones, saying there are some positions that you have to moderate on. Is that your plan? Is that your takeaway from what the margin was last night? Or what does that look like over the next 90 days?
Look, I think we've built a movement around the idea that we can get money out of politics, put money in pockets, pass Medicare for all. I think right now the question that people are asking is not where do you stand on the left-right spectrum on a series of issues that people talk about on CNN. I think the questions that people are asking is who's going to help me afford my housing? Who's going to help me afford my groceries? Who's going to make sure I can see a doctor if I get sick? I'm interested in answering those questions. I'm not a socialist, but I am.
Is that hateful speech? Is that hateful speech? Is there something wrong with politicians saying that is what they are for? It's only the United States of America. Every other country, this is considered normal political talk. Everybody is supposed to sound a little like this, left, right, censor. But in the United States of America, this is called hate. This is interpreted as, he's asking for better health care. He's asking for better housing, better education, access to education. That equals I hate Israel. That equals I hate Jews. Strange. I haven't heard him say he hates Jews.
November. With the positions that you've had on Medicare for all, or abolishing ICE, or a billionaire's tax, what do you think that looks like in terms of going forward? You know, we've heard some people, Van Jones, saying there are some positions that you have to moderate on. Is that your plan? Is that your takeaway from what the margin was last night? Or what does that look like over the next 90 days?
Look, I think we've built a movement around the idea that we can get money out of politics, put money in pockets, pass Medicare for all. I think right now the question that people are asking is not where do you stand on the left-right spectrum on a series of issues that people talk about on CNN. I think the questions that people are asking is who's going to help me afford my housing? Who's going to help me afford my groceries? Who's going to make sure I can see a doctor if I get sick? I'm interested in answering those questions. I'm not a socialist, but I am a scientist. And so I like empirically driven answers to hard problems. I like to solve them. When it comes to Medicare for all, I didn't just say it one day. I literally wrote a whole book on how we could do it. I went to medical school, did a PhD in public health, led health departments. I have some experience in this matter. And so I'm interested in solutions to problems. Now, if trying to moderate so that I can placate folks who think that somehow the world operates on a left-right spectrum is the way to get elected, I just don't see that on the ground here in Michigan. I'm a lot more focused in having conversations based in people's lives, talking about the solutions, and I think that's exactly how we're going to win this election in the fall.
Abdul El-Sayed, thank you for...
Yeah, so I didn't hear him say he hated Israel there. I'm just curious. It's going to be a lot of reports where he's speaking.
Democrats began the big
and there's going to be a lot of Democratic Socialists speaking. I haven't heard any of them say they hate Jews so far.
Task now of healing the wounds of some brutal primaries, especially after that bruising Michigan Senate primary. There is a unit.
So he won the primary. Finally, they counted all the votes. He won the primary. They told him was impossible to win. And you shouldn't even think about winning it. Nobody's going to vote for you. You're a communist. You hate Israel. You're a terrorist. You're a Muslim terrorist. And he actually won. And he got votes from across the aisle in Michigan. And he got largely young votes. young voters, not old people. We talking about 55 and under, something like that, you know, like, or what, 45 and under. Yeah. It's a lot of young people tired of other people talking bullshit. It's a lot of young people in the United States tired of basically older people not really knowing what the fuck they're talking about, hoarding all the power, not thinking about the debt that they pass on to anybody else. Yeah. People that supported Trump.
For tomorrow morning in Detroit, actually. But behind the scenes, many Democrats still remain, for now, not entirely convinced that Abdul El-Sayed will be able to unite the party and pull off a win in 13 weeks. CNN's Harry Enton is running the numbers on this one. Set as
he lost the primary to what is it? Stevens, I think. Is that her name? Something like that, right? But she actually rallied the people and said, now we're going to unite. All of us are going to unite and get behind Saeed. That's what they said in Michigan. That's what his actual opponent said, right? The one that got all the AIPAC money, the one that got like something like 30 million in AIPAC money. Saeed won this election with $14 million. His opponent had $70 million and he still won. So that shows you money can't buy you everything. This election is not going to be about how much money you throw at it. There are going to be some voters that they don't really do the work. So they just look and see who's on TV, where the commercial is, how many commercials you get, and they just pick from that. So those voters might vote the same. But what you also going to see is a lot of on the ground, probably more on the ground banging on doors, because that beats commercials. People don't want to see you just throw a commercial out there anymore. People want to see you actually move your legs, get out in their communities, just like we saw Saeed here, right? That's not a commercial. He actually went to someone's community, to a town, and talked to a podcaster. And this is one of my favorite podcasters right here he's talking to. You see, and this is how the message is going to get spread. This message isn't getting spread because this guy is getting $1 million or $200,000 to do this podcast, to do this little short. No, it's the opposite. So that's what's going to happen here. Let's see here.
I always say, Harry, set the stage. How do Democratic chances look now in Michigan now that we know that?
Keep in mind, this is legacy media. CNN got that tax break, the biggest tax break in the country's history, that Trump tax break. So keep in mind.
El-Sayed as the nominee.
You know, once El-Sayed became the favorite for that nomination, and now that he's actually become the nominee, Democratic chances have fallen dramatically. You can see it right here. Cast your prediction odds. Take a look here. Chance to win the Michigan Senate race. You go back to April at this point in the month. Dems had a 79% chance. Look how that number has fallen.
So I'm curious yo, Michael, you there? You there, Michael? I see you in the list. Hold on. Wait a second, man. Michael, you there?
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that, man. But anyway, you here, bro. So listen, yeah, let me invite also who else was that over there?
You have bigger on the other chat, the B Media Voice versus the waiting room.
Yeah, hold on. Let me fix that real quick. Here we go. Yeah. So what do you think about this? Let me ask you this. First, what did the polls say when he first announced that he was going to run for office? That he was going to run in the primary. Weren't the polls similar to this? Like he didn't really have a chance. Let me see.
No, yeah, he really didn't. And I think that was just the groundwork that he did, right?
Right. I'm going to try to dig that up right now. Go ahead. Let me hear what you think about that. Yep.
The visibility, right? The rhetoric. And it progressively changed. I think he saw the polling and he started tuning his message to what the voter data was saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of his more recent policy updates that he was advocating for had to do with seniors or the older demographic, which he still fared fairly low when it came to that. But Damn, I'm trying to remember the policy specific. If I'm not mistaken, it had to do with something around home taxation for people above a certain age group, and that just so happened to target the demographic that he was ranking low, which is the older crowd, anywhere obviously I want to say 55 and up, the retired crowd. And he really ran a campaign, but I think that's just what's common with the progressive movement. They're visible,
Yeah,
right?
they're more
well
visible on the
educated.
ground outside. They're more visible on the
Yeah.
streets. Yeah. It's
They're more
true.
transparent,
Yeah,
right? They
yeah.
run a comprehensive campaign when it comes to speaking about legislation,
Yeah.
right? They're able to describe what that policy would look like and not just give a rhetoric,
Right.
right? They're able to be placed in a tough position by being so visible, right? They're, like this clip, obviously, it's meant to ask a tough question where a lot of both establishment Dems and Republicans they don't make themselves visible enough to be asked challenging questions unless it's on a platform like CNN or Fox News. Right?
Exactly. Actually, to be honest, yeah, they set themselves up for this type of failure, bro. This is what we saw, and this is what we saw in 2024. Like, we didn't see tough answers, real dialogue. And I'm not blaming Kamala Harris, because see, I'm not a bigot. I'm not a bigot.
I just
So
you have to blame her because that's how she chose to run a campaign, right?
yeah, that's how the cards were dealt, pretty much, like, and how she ran the campaign. Both. It's like a mix of that, right? So, but I'm not. I don't like to double down on people that aren't really even given a fucking chance. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessary for me to do that. It's not necessary for me to do to always point to the first woman who's ever been vice president in the history of the country and find some failure.
No,
I'm not some punk ass,
specific, right? I think that's the problem with the establishment Dems, right? The DNC as a whole, right? And I think where Trump was excluded from that because first of all, he's a man, right?
Yes.
Second of all, right? Like,
he's a billionaire.
He's backed by the
he's
a billionaire, right? He's backed by the party as a whole, and also his base runs off the rhetoric of, making fun of politicians, just boldsterous claims.
Ha dummy Democrat. Ha dummy.
Exactly.
That's all they have to say. They got it
dummy
easy.
Communist, right?
They don't have to talk about anything else that's happening in detail. They can just make a joke and people will vote for me. Ha ha. I'm gonna insult you, fucking N-word. Ha ha ha. Like, that's basically it. Chink, gotcha. Ha ha.
Very simple. Get these bad hombres out. Build a wall, right?
Yeah.
Like,
where's my sombrero? Ha 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 ha.
3-word.
Go back to Harlem. Go back to Harlem now. It's like, what the fuck?
No, and again, it's very
nothing
simple,
scientific,
right? I think that's nothing, right?
Nothing scientific.
Look,
bro.
It's 3-word slogans, right? Build a wall, make America great again, right? Like, it's 3-word slogans that are meant to evoke populist emotions while not covering it comprehensive through legislation, right? And
well, check this out.
The opposite.
Check this out. The polling when he first started, right? The polling when he first started his midterm. Let me pull this up on the screen real quick. Let me see. Where is it at? Boom. Yeah, right here. His polling said, is it right here? Oh, wait a second. Wrong one. Here it is. Is it this one? No, hold on. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. His polling said 16. He was 16% behind. Look, around 16% behind established. Oh, you can't see this. Establishment-backed candidates with the vast majority of voters undecided. So early 2026, when he started his campaign, when early polling began tracking, that's when early polling began tracking the race in 2026, such as in January 2026, Emerson College poll, Al Said polled in the mid-teens, around 16%. So this, even compared to that, this isn't really that deep, because he's already overturned unsurmountable odds the first time. They had him at 16%. 16% chance of winning.
You know, Stevens was a well-backed Democrat. She was a well-established Democrat. She's been in office for 7 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So think about that, right? That's a well-established Dem, you know, who essentially got overturned by someone relatively new. Right.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show that there is a want for change, right? There's a want for a different face because clearly that establishment Dem didn't change the status quo the way the people wanted and voted for. Right?
And look at the polling. Still, they have him likely to win. Look, it says chance to win. As far as Dems, look, chance to win. Michigan Senate race, prediction market odds. El Said now the Dems, right? That used to be 79%. Now it's 59%. So it's still the majority, right? And then Rogers, it says before Rogers had before 21%. Now it's 41%. That's still below. He's still behind Said according to these polls. But it just sounds so bad. Listen to how he says it. It sounds so bad. I guess that's what he has to do, right?
You can see it right here. Cast your prediction odds. Take a look here. Chance to win the Michigan Senate race.
I mean,
You go.
That's what he has to do because he has to show that somehow someone who got, you know, who won the primary is somehow still unpopular, which is wild. Right?
He made it sound so bad that he's still favored. Listen to this shit. This is
Back to April at this point in the month. Dems had a 79% chance. Look how that number has fallen dramatically. Down we go into Lake Michigan. Now we're talking about just a 59% chance. While Mike Rogers, the Republican nominee, look at this, 21% chance, basically doubling now up to a 41% chance. So the people who are putting their money where their mouths are quite skeptical at this point, or at least significantly more skeptical, that Democrats will be able to hold on to the Michigan Senate seat with El Sayed as
significantly more skeptical. Okay, but more in favor of him so far, according to the polls. I mean, yeah. But in any case, go ahead, bro.
As the nominee.
Go ahead. Should we roll some more of this garbage or what?
Yeah, you know, I think we should, but the thing I'll say before running it is I think we'll see who will win based off who runs a comprehensive, visible campaign. Period. Right?
Yeah.
Who can be seen more?
Right.
Who can answer the tough questions on alternative media and popular media coverage? Right? Not just your CNN, your Fox News. This is a different type of election year.
You're right.
Going forward.
Yeah.
It's different, right?
Yeah.
We have to, Democrats, at least the progressive Dems, are now realizing that you have to hit these alternative forms of media in terms of social media presence, right? It's a very big thing. And I think that's what also led to, his overwhelming win against Stevens, right? She was established, and establishment Dems tend to use the same channels, the same
Take things for granted.
SNBCs.
They take things for granted.
And they keep the voting for granted.
Yeah,
And it shows in how their policy and legislation has formed. And I think that's what the establishment Dems are extremely afraid. It's not just Republicans.
Right.
Let's make that very clear. You don't spend well over 2-3 times the amount of against another Democrat, right? Where before they're used to the primaries being held and being held and conceding, right? Conceding early in advance so they don't spend that money and they save it for the general election. Where now we're seeing just as much money in primaries as we would in general elections against the opposition party, right? And I think that's a very big telling sign. That's a very big telling sign that establishment Dems are maybe no longer established.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And you know what? I think 100%, bro. I think this is a good election year for the voters. Period. Across the country. Voters that want to see candidates hit the ground and come to their communities. Voters that want to see people who want to fill a seat actually go out to your community and say, hey, I need you. I care about you personally. You in this town. I can talk about what's going on in this neighborhood. I need your vote. I think that's pretty much what this election is going to be about. And I think Republicans want that too. See, I think they notice, no matter what, you always notice who came to your town and who didn't. You always notice who did the hard work and who did the easy work. You know, it's not going to be easy to hit the ground. But guess what? That's part of your job. Once you do that, you gotta, if you show you want it bad, then maybe you get the job, and then maybe you get to sit on your ass in Congress and do nothing and be paid $200,000 a year while your kids go to private school and you fucking have private fucking health care that the American people fucking finance through their own taxes. Yeah, I say make them work. What's wrong with that?
That's what Trump did, right? That's what Trump did very well with his election. He was very visible during his election, right?
Yeah, he dragged his ass out. It won't happen, and they may do it again. He might drag his ass out more than the Republican candidates running for the midterms. Because he's got more of an incentive. He don't want to fucking go to jail. It's like he's going to be... Trump is going to hit the canvas more than the Republicans running for the midterms, bro.
The party is dependent on him doing that.
All right, let's play some more, bro. Hey, everybody, clap your hands. This is going to be a good year for voters, for citizens who want their fucking congressional members and their senators to get out there and fucking do some work, man. Stop sitting on your ass. Here we go. At least you're not paying me $200,000 a year to sit here on my ass on YouTube, are you? That's literally what they get paid to do. Shit, all you got to do to make my job different from Congress, literally, is to just put a little voting thing here so I can vote on some fucking bills. That's it. We talk about the legislation every day. What's the fucking difference? What's the difference? They sit there in their office and talk about the legislation. I talk about the legislation. What's the difference? The difference is you pay them $200,000 fucking dollars a year. Then they get PACs coming to them with millions of fucking dollars and they get to vote. Okay. Yeah.
Still should note, he is the slight favorite.
Congressional members, senators aren't supposed to think that they're better than the average citizen. And the average citizen is not supposed to think that they're better than you. You don't owe them anything. Their job is only to work for you specifically and nobody else. Period. You own them. You pay them with your tax dollars. You fucking own them. Americans need to start acting like that.
Here. But given Michigan being a purple state and given where Trump's approval rating is, I think it's quite surprising that his numbers are not significantly higher.
Let's talk about where things broke down and what that means for the future. El Sayed talks about, being the candidate for the working family, the working class. How did they vote for him in the primary?
Yeah, this I think is the big problem, right? Democrats have been hemorrhaging working class voters without a college education. El Sayed comes in, the great promise of him, some populist message, I can connect with those voters. Well, in the primary, it didn't happen. Take a look here. Okay, counties El Sayed won in the primary. 0 of 15. 0 of 15 with the lowest share of college degrees. Ergo, he did not win in those working class areas. Where he did win, he won 13 of the 15 counties with the highest share of college degrees. So you're thinking about Democrats having real trouble amongst the working class. El Sayed support came dramatically from those areas, in fact, not where there is working class folks, but where there are highly educated folks, more from elite circles than from the working class circles. And I think there's real worry.
Elite circles? You call college elite circles in Michigan? Colleges in Michigan are elite circles? Is he talking about the 1%? No, he's not talking about the 1%. What percent? Where do they fit in terms of the 1% in the picture? Are they down here with everybody else in the middle class or with the poor? Yeah, that's not elite. Going to college is not fucking elite. Only in the United States of America would you call going to fucking college elite. That's the problem. You don't have universal education. People have to beg for fucking higher education. People are going into debt their entire life just to get a fucking college degree. It's like, okay,
among
that's the lead, I guess.
Well, will that transfer over to the general election and El Sayed continue to have the problems that prior Democrats have had with the working class?
You think that's not the only worry the Democrats should have here?
No, it's not the only worry because, I mean, the polling estimated El Sayed's primary margin by about 10 points. And I think there's a real question, will that happen in the general election again? Because the general election polling is quite tight. And what we know in Michigan is the candidate of the college degrees tend to be overestimated. Will that happen with El Sayed?
Oh, hell no. He ain't going to be overestimated. He's underestimated. Listen, they already started out calling him a goddamn Muslim. Does that sound like he's overestimated in Michigan? Come on. What is this? It's like they called him a Muslim communist and shit. Does that sound like he's overestimated? I mean, come on. A Muslim in Michigan will never be overestimated, period. Okay? That's just facts. That's just the facts of it. Okay? Will he win? That's another case, but he will never be overestimated. Okay? Same dynamic with Kamala Harris. Does her skin color or ethnicity give her a plus in the United States of America? No. It does not. It just doesn't. You know, that's a rare one. You see, what she has to do is go out there and still appeal to people, still speak like you respect people, like this guy does. But Trump doesn't have to do that. Why do you think Trump doesn't have to speak respectfully to people? What do you think it is about him where he can just come out and spread hate and win? What does that say about the United States demographic? Yo, Michael, go ahead.
You know, I think he speaks to an angry, uneducated, sometimes uneducated, you know, or just a biased group, right? Like the dog whistle that he does allows for, you know, the way I see Trump is, you know, unfortunately, since there's so much racial dynamics in politics here in the U.S., is the last white great hope, right? Where he dog whistles to conservative values, dog whistles to libertarianism with tax cuts, right? But disguises it under populist rhetoric, right? Like just like you heard there, Abdul Saeed, even with his populist rhetoric, still scored low amongst you know, the older crowd.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's because they're so used to what establishment looks like, but establishment looks like a non-diverse group, right? We just heard that he will be the first, if elected, first Muslim male
ever
senator ever.
Ever. And that's one too many, goddammit.
Apparently
that ain't never gonna happen in my country. Never. We can't have that. No.
Exactly. And
that's
what
crazy, bro.
Hey, listen, they don't care about his policies.
Listen, Trump has already ripped the country apart. Fuck it. If you're gonna have that attitude, I say let the man run. If he loses, so what? If you're gonna be that bigoted, fuck it. You deserve it. Michigan deserves to be ransacked with Elon Musk buying up the entire place and kicking you and your motherfucking grandmother out of their house. Okay, if that's what you rather want. If you don't want to be reasonable, then fuck your home. Like, fuck your people, fuck your town. If you don't want to be goddamn reasonable, you deserve to be kicked out of your fucking home by Elon Musk. Goddamn, who's the real estate tycoon? Goddamn, that sold the tariff deal? What's his name? Lutnick. They're going to come and buy your fucking house. They're going to kick your ass out and give you 20 cents to the dollar on your fucking house. Okay? You deserve it if that's your attitude. Just because he's a Muslim, you won't vote for him. You deserve that shit, and you're going to fucking get it. And I say let it happen. Thank you, Saeed. Run. You got my vote. Please. Stick it to them. Make their bigotry come out and just get blind to rational thinking. Please do that. Yay! Because look, it already happened once. It already happened once, and look at how it devastated the U.S. Look at how it devastated red states. And if these people have, and this is Michigan, it's supposed to be a purple. Okay, you want some of that too? Go for it, man. You're going to get it. Anybody that wants more of the same is going to fucking get it if you bring the same rationale and reasoning to these midterms.
In spades, they'll get it.
Yeah. I don't give a, I'm an American.
Has Stevens backed Abdul for the general election? Has she made?
I think she did.
Backing?
Let me see. Yeah, I believe she did right after the election. That's what I want to go to.
I think she did. Yeah, I think she did. Which is very interesting to see, right? Like, because when we hear that backing, that's coming. Like, she is a voice for the establishment Dems.
Right.
Right. So they're forced to concede. And hopefully they put the same money that they put in this primary into the general election to beat a Republican. Hopefully now they just accept that he's won the Democratic Party and that they are able to properly fund his campaign to be able to compete with his Republican counterpart, because we know that in this particular swing state, if we thought we saw the biggest spending in the primaries, I can't imagine the general election where both Republicans and Democrats are going to spend so much money to try to win this swing state. That's going to be a big tell sign of that primary in particular with Michigan. Go ahead, V.
Yeah, it's going to be a gluttonous election. Money. Let's see what they do with the money. But let me see here. Let me see. Where did it? Okay, here we go. Here it is. But where? Okay, here it is. Here it is right here. Okay, but you know what? It's so funny because I don't see a clip of her. I saw a clip of her saying it myself, but where is the actual clip? Let me pull up the Associated Press one here real quick and see what they say. See what it looks like for people. Yeah. Boom. Is it here? Here.
To my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we shared a great conversation this morning. And I know that it was a bitter end to this very long primary, but I also know that Haley brings the best of herself to her work. She is one of the most committed public servants that you'll ever meet. She loves democracy like I love democracy. And whatever differences that we might have had in the primary, they pale in comparison to what unifies us. A recognition that so long as we want to keep our democracy, that democracy better be working for people, and that all of us have to come together to make sure that we never let Mike Rogers see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So, Congresswoman, thank you for your race.
Okay, but that's him. But there is a clip out there of let me see here. Wait. Is it right here? Here we go. Here it is right here. Let me play this one. There it is.
About 15 minutes ago, it became clear that Haley Stevens was available to us. And frankly, we decided with that information to put everything else aside. Because whether Michigan wants to be or not, it is, for the moment, the center of the American political universe due to a hard-fought Democratic Senate primary and existential questions for the Democratic Party that came to fruition in that Senate primary, and questions about its future ideological compass. Stevens is central to all of that and joins us, I'm happy to say, now for her very first TV interview since that primary. Haley Stevens, welcome to The Takeout.
Hey, thank you so much.
So when you talked to my colleague Ed O'Keefe before the primary election, one of the things you first pointed out about Abdul El-Sayed is he was part of the uncommitted movement in Michigan in 2024. Many Michiganders reasonably wonder if that movement hadn't existed, could Kamala Harris have carried Michigan? And you said you're a proven fighter, implying that he's not. Why now endorse him? And do you believe your supporters will believe your advocacy for him now?
Well, Major, you've been in political news for a long time, probably decades, maybe longer than I've been running. And I'll tell you this, everything that needed to be said in the primary was said. All right. I'm a Michigander. The differences were aired out. And look, we all know it's a big tent party. That's the Democrats' mantra. The things important for Michigan, lowering costs, standing up to the abuses of power, the healthcare agenda, we're in agreement. There's, yes, a disagreement on, my values on, some of the things in the Middle East, that was played out in this primary. But here's the deal. The Republicans did a whole lot of nothing. Mike Rogers.
But that played out in the Republicans' base also in elections. And that's playing out in the Republican elections right now. So that's just America, where the United States of America is, regardless what ethnic group you're from, what part of the country you're from. That's playing out, or what party you're from.
Rogers was hiding. I don't know where he was. I never saw him once. One time I saw him in an airport going to New York or something. Seriously. This guy wants to rubber stamp Trump's agenda. This is not going to work for Michigan. The time for all this negative.
Ooh, let me hear that again.
Mike Rogers was hiding. I don't know where he was. I never saw him once. One time I saw him in an airport going to New York or something.
Damn. She's talking about since he's been sitting in that seat. Hold on.
On, some of the things in the Middle East, that was played out in this primary. But here's the deal. The Republicans did a whole lot of nothing. Mike Rogers was hiding. I don't know where he was. I never saw him once. One time I saw him in an airport going to New York or something. Seriously. This guy wants to rubber stamp Trump's agenda. This is not going to work for Michigan. The time for all this negative, nasty, the disunity stuff, it's over. I'm going to continue to hold my beliefs. I know it's a word sometimes that people don't understand, but I am a Democratic Zionist. I'm proud to say that. I know people boo on that, but there's a home, in the party that I'm still in for someone like me. I'm going to push those who go into elected leadership. But right now, I am going to be a part of stopping MAGA and Trump. These guys are corrupt. They're broken. They're wrong. I want to make sure that the people on the east side of Detroit get health care. I want to make sure that the industrial policy agenda that's going to lessen our dependence on China and create jobs is heard. I'm going to continue to wonk out and work out. I actually just had Christina Hines, who won a really big primary in Michigan's 10th district. This is Macomb County for all you people who like politics, right? I had Christina over to the house today. We're fundraising. We're doing politics. We're getting her endorsements. She's going to flip the seat from red to blue. She's going to be an amazing voice. Please look her up. Please pay attention. We already were talking to party leadership about this, because the deal is that Hakeem Jeffries is going to become the Speaker of the House from a place called Michigan, and Christina Hines is going to be a huge part of that.
Will you, Haley Stevens, campaign right alongside and actively and visibly and repetitively with Abdul al-Sayed?
Well, I think I just told you I was already campaigning. I had. Well, you're talking about whatever he wants me to do. You know what I mean? Look, I'm a sitting congresswoman. 3 months left or so in the term. We got major elections going on. I'm going to be a part of it. They know look, he's good with the rallies. All right. The rallies are a big part of it. I do a lot of meet and greets, with the small business owners. I spend a ton of time with Black-owned businesses. I got a great, proposal about how to do capital structure investment into small businesses that are Black-owned. This is equity. This is intentionality. And there's a bunch of great organizations that I, have relationships with in Detroit and Muskegon Heights. I want to make sure those guys still feel heard. So, that's Abdul's got a big campaign to run. We did the unity deal. He's going to make a lot. It's 89 days. But my focus here is, no Rogers, no Republicans. I think it's a blue wave for the Dems. I really do. I love the party. I love my values and my beliefs, of which I just shared with you. And
right.
Abdul and I had we had our primary. It's over. It's over.
So I understand that, and I applaud you for accepting the result and pitching in. But during the primary, some things did come up that really cut very close to voters in Michigan. One of them is what happened in March 2026, when a truck loaded with gasoline plowed in to the Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Township. And you told my colleague Ed O'Keefe, that Abdul al-Sayed's reaction to that was problematic for you. It was problematic for a lot of Michiganders. And you said he doesn't recognize Israel's right to exist. Those seem to me, Haley Stevens, to cut very close to the bone. They're not just typical political conversation issues. Have you resolved
okay, so,
where Abdul
I don't know. Is this guy a right winger himself on CBS? Like, he seems, well, I guess he has to make it, dramatic in a sense, or speak about it in a way that, gets people on edge, but I don't even know what the fuck the comments were. Let me hear. Let's see.
El-Sayed stands on those issues, and when he said, as he did yesterday, that his priority for Jewish Michiganders is just as much as it is to protect his own children, do you believe him?
Well, look, I don't speak.
Who drove the truck? Yo, Michael, you hearing this? Like, do you know about this event? Who did the attack on that synagogue? Let me go back and pull that up. Let me see.
Issues. Have you resolved?
The synagogue in Michigan?
Yeah, there was. See, he's talking about some attack that happened in Michigan, saying Saeed's name.
I'm not aware.
Okay, let me see here. Let me just dig that up real quick.
And it sounds very much like some sort of intentional diversion, right? Or public, like just intentional. You on the Democrats, the establishment Dems, or the establishment Republicans to kind of, have Abdul Sayed in a negative light. When you look at Stevens, she's a self-identified non-Jewish Zionist, right? Mm-hmm. Mind you, she's a Protestant, right? So this just goes to show how much of an establishment Dem she's been over the years and continues to be, by making sure that she self-identifies as a proud non-Jewish Zionist, right? Like the fact that she made that so clear when that question wasn't.
I'm not really sure what that means. Yeah, what I never heard that used, but I never heard that before. I'm curious. I want to get to that too. But look, go ahead, finish what you were saying. Yeah. Oh, you want to wait? Yeah. Let's just do this.
Go ahead.
Let's do this, and then you break that down. Yeah, I agree with where you're going too, man. I thought it was a little strange, but all right. So look, it said on March 12th. 2026, an attack on Temple Israel, a prominent synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan. An armed assailant drove a vehicle carrying explosives into a building during a preschool session before being disarmed and killed by law enforcement and Temple security. No congregants, children, or staff were killed or physically injured. Abdul El-Sayed's response to the incident became a significant point of debate. Contention. Here we go. Let's see what he said wrong. What Saeed said. Initial condemnation. Immediately following the attack, El-Sayed issued a statement expressing shock and sadness, unequivocally condemning the attack. That was wrong. Boo, that wasn't enough, Saeed. Boo, you hate Jews. Only a person who hates Jews would say that. What the fuck? The dude is condemning it. And they're like, his reaction wasn't right. It's like, God damn, what do you want him to do? Fall on his knees and start crying and like record the audio? I can't talk right now. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like,
that's what they want. They want for him to stop being Muslim. Renounce his religion, apparently, right?
You just admit all Muslims hate Jews. Admit it. You didn't admit it. You just only condemned the attack. Look, anti-Semitic attack on a statement stating that anti-Semitism has no place in our communities. So the man condemned the attack outright, said anti-Semitism has no place in our communities, and they're talking about it here on the news like something wrong with that. Follow-up video remarks. A day later, he released a video reflection where he expanded on the event, pointing out the assailant was a Lebanese American Muslim whose family member had recently been killed in overseas strikes. El-Sayed stated that hurt people, and suggested the attack was part of a broader cycle of violence tied to foreign. I don't see what's wrong with that. I say that all the time. That's why I say I don't believe American tax dollars should be in the middle of this, because it is a cycle that has gone on for generations in this region. Like, it's not
I
being
remember
solved.
this attack now.
The leaders are not solving the problem. Why are we dumping money into it when the leaders are not good enough to solve the problem? They're not looking for peace. So what is it? You know, I don't understand it, bro. Like,
Well, they're looking for a scripted answer, and I do remember this attack now. I remember it because if you could look up what the assailant had on his sweatshirt, I think that was what is ringing bells in my head now. I do remember this attack now.
okay.
He had so specific wording on his sweatshirts that was a really big talking point when this attack was done and when they essentially neutralized him.
Okay, I'm curious about that now. Yeah, I didn't follow the story at all, and I don't often. Come on, this is going to be an everyday event. Jews and and Israelis and Palestinians, or Israelis and Lebanese, or Israelis and killing each other, bombing each other, killing each other. And how long has that been a regular event? My entire goddamn life. I was born into that. I'm 56 years old. I was born into this story, hearing about it. So it hasn't stopped. Hasn't stopped. All the tax money gone there, and the entire 56 years hasn't done shit. You know, so I'm just like tired of it being the center point. You know, when we Americans have so many other things wrong inside of our country that are killing people. Way more people are dying in the U.S. over problems. You know, it's like, that's all it is to me personally. You know, I don't have anything against either one. If they want to blow each other up, kill each other, whatever their reasons, they both have a side. They both seem to be adamant about what their issues are. You know, what I feel about it don't even matter. They're going to do it anyway. They're going to do it anyway. You know, and of course, I believe in international law, and the ICE has brought charges on Netanyahu, and I believe that they do have evidence. I believe they would not have done that without ample evidence. There it is. So, you know, in photos, media releasing attackers, Mohammed Ghazali, he was known wearing all black clothing with a black and white keffiyeh scarf. Okay, where there wasn't a slogan printed directly on the physical shirt. Media reports FBI updates heavily on the pre-attack photo he took sent to his family members in Lebanon, which featured yellow Arabic text overlaid across his chest, Quranic verses. Okay, so here it is. To stop, is this what you're talking about? Quranic verses? Surah Al-Azab. Among the believers are men who have been true to what they pledged to God. Some of them have fulfilled their vow, and some are still waiting. They have never changed. Call for retribution. The bottom section contained a phrase in Arabic reading, "Burn or ignite their world, for we have a vendetta that we will never forget." Yeah. Is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even.
I find it common because, you know, it's weird that, you know, a lot of these anti-Semitic attacks that happen on the U.S. soil, they tend to rhyme. A lot of them do have some sort of like picture either before, during, or after that has some sort of rhetoric that ties back into the Quran. You know, and sometimes it just has me question, is this a part of, you know, a larger plan that is stoking the anti-Islam sentiments and the Islamophobia to combat the anti-Israel rhetoric and imagery? But go ahead.
Yeah, it's obviously regional. To me, it's just regional. You know, come on, man. You can take whatever verse you want out of. You know how many people take Bible verses everywhere in the fucking world and attach it to something? It is. This is what they said about this day. And this thing is happening. You're supposed to do this. It's like, come on, Muslims might do the similar things as Christians, and Jews. You know, it says here they might relate an event in their day. In fact, they all do it every fucking day of the week. Anything that happens, well, it says this. A motherfucking leaf fall out of a tree and you walked by. Well, you know what it says in the You know what it says in the Bible? Do you know what it says in the Quran? Do you know what it says in the Torah? It says this. I mean, they're doing this all the time. So it's obviously regional to whoever that person was. It's obvious he got a problem. Israel and Lebanon are in a conflict. There it is. Figure it out. It doesn't take rocket science and shit to figure that shit out. Something. I mean, and look, at the end of the day, you don't. If any person that tries to put all Muslims together in some sort of conspiracy plot is dumb as fuck. You know, like Christian, you can't put all Christians together in some sort of fucking religious plot. That is insane. That is stupid. It just is dumb. Same thing with Jewish people. What the fuck, dude? And same thing with anybody. What? Who's next? Yoruba people in a conspiracy? Is it the who's next? Is it going to be the Yoruba people trying to take over Brazil or something? Take over America? Is it the the Hausa people? You know, all the Hausa involved. Come on, man. It's just like people had enough of this bullshit. The real problem is there's some leaders that are not able to make peace. And I agree with Saeed's comments. They are in a cycle. I believe he was correct. He said they're in a cycle. I don't understand what was wrong with his goddamn statement. You know, this is ridiculous. Like they reject his statement as somehow something wrong with this rationale. Initial condemnation. Immediately following the attack, El Said said, issued a statement expressing shock and sadness, unequivocally condemning the attack as a vile anti-Semitic attack and stating that anti-Semitism has no place in our communities ever, full stop. That is 100% the exact statement any politician and every politician and every person sitting in a position of power or wanting one should have stated verbatim. Nothing else. Anything else is wrong. This is the only correct statement you're supposed to make, right? And then he says a day later he released a video reflection where he expanded on the event, pointing out that the assailant was Lebanese American Muslim whose family members had recently been killed in overseas strikes. El Said stated that the hurt people hurt people. I don't see what's wrong with that. Hurt people do hurt people, and they carry grudges, and they look out for somebody else like that reminds them of someone else who did it to them, and then they take an act out. Why? Because they hurt people. That's what hurt people do. People that let the hurt control their lives and consume them. That's what they do. Shit, that's what the Crips and fucking Bloods do every day of the week. I mean, it's people doing that all the time. If you did something to my child, motherfucker, you know, people are enacting vengeance all the goddamn time. You know, so that's not a good thing. That's a bad thing. But to make it seem like it's something that is unique to any type of person, ethnicity, religion, or anything like that. And in this case, making the net Muslim is just way too goddamn wide. That's like making the net Christian. It's like, okay, you could have just said, fuck it. Let's just pick people of everybody with this color. Because that's such a wide ass lens. Nothing else, no other unique qualities to it. It's just anybody who looks like this. Yeah, that's how we'll go about this. But in any case, let's hear some more from her when she's asked that question. Let's see here. Here we go.
Right to exist. Those seem to me, Haley Stevens, to cut very close to the bone.
He's talking about Saeed's comments that we just read.
It was problematic for a lot of Michiganders. And you said he doesn't recognize Israel's right to exist. Those seem to me, Haley Stevens, to cut very close to the bone. They're not just typical political conversation issues. Have you resolved where Abdul El-Sayed stands on those issues? And when he said, as he did yesterday, that his priority for Jewish Michiganders is just as much as it is to protect his own children, do you believe him?
Well, look, I don't speak for Abdul, but I think he knows, where I stood on that issue and where I continue to stand. I'm very focused on rebuilding the temple, where many of my friends have their precious children in day school. That was in my congressional district. It remains a serious matter. And I'm going to make sure that the voices, and the folks who have been impacted all across Oakland County by that temple bombing, and the voices of our Jewish community are heard. And I'm going to do that in the way that my involvement and participation in the American political process allows. Look, let's be really clear, because you're relitigating a primary that's over. It's over. I said what I had to say, and I stand by what I had to say, to be honest with you. And I believe Abdul heard me. But the deal is that no American.
But what did he say wrong? I don't understand that. Like, she's not really responding to the comments he made. And I'm asking, what did he say wrong in his comments? Like, I don't get it, because if someone says the right thing, you have to celebrate them and thank them. When they say the wrong thing, you have to criticize them for it. But it has to be because they actually said the wrong thing and not because they said the right thing. Like, I don't understand this, bro. I'm a little lost here.
She's just filibustering. She's just saying nonsense to not actually answer the question, because she knows that what he said publicly isn't in any way negative. She's just filibustering. She's just literally talking to talk. She's not saying anything. Right? She's just reiterating her stance on it, right? That's exactly what she did. Well, what I believe and what I have said, she's not saying anything.
It's actually not a good look. Yeah, because, it's not a good look, man. Because, look, I mean, I think everybody who really is an honest person and has good ethics, and ethics is supposed to be part of your faith, like strong ethics, right and wrong. Very simple things that anybody can accept. Simple stuff. Everybody should know. It should be universal stuff in there. Right and wrong. The man said the right thing. He should not be condemned for it. That's what we call, in the right and wrong world, in the universal world of right and wrong, condemning him for saying the right thing would be considered wrong, unfair, unjust. And when you are seeking justice, it is of the utmost importance to be fair and to be just. And I'm not condemning her. I'm not trying to say she's any particular type pro. I'm just saying, man, this is some bullshit, bro. Like, TV politics is not that fucking important. To me, I'm not going to lie for any goddamn political position. I'm not going to lie because I got constituents that want me to say one thing, or they feel, no, it's right and wrong on this, man. You don't get many times to relitigate this. Did the man say the right thing? Yes. Do you want to encourage other people to continue to say the right thing? Yes. You do not encourage them to say the right thing when they say the right thing and you condemn them. That's what this is about. I'm like lost. But yeah, bro, it's not a good look. I actually never really paid attention to her campaign because, right, I'm not from Michigan. What the fuck? I'm not from Michigan. I need to pivot to DC. But, I'm not from Michigan. I don't know a lot about how Michigan people feel. I look at the polls, and then I look at what people say to qualify the polls, what people from Michigan say on camera to qualify what the numbers look like, right? So I just think that's kind of not the best she could do. I'll put it to you that way. And sadly, I don't think anybody is owed anything better than what Saeed gave. I don't think it's the right thing to say. You can question how much he believes it, but I think it's bullshit. Come on. It's just too much. You can't carry it on like that. Like, if you don't believe the guy, he still made the right statement. Period. You can't know whether you believe him or not. You can't know yourself.
I think if they don't believe him, be transparent and say you don't publicly, but you're not. Instead, you filibuster and say everything around it, and include your beliefs. It's like, well, we know where I stand, as if it's implicating that he said something negative when he didn't.
Yeah,
right. If you personally don't believe that, then say it. When you have the next time you have a public opportunity to question him, ask him that and tell him that. I don't believe that, but they're not going to do that, right? Because the optics on it would look crazy.
Right. Yeah. All right, let's continue, man. Let's see what else they got here going on. Let's see.
Maybe, but I think it's just another.
Appreciate you, Mike. Appreciate you. Yeah.
worrying why this race has closed dramatically and the folks who are trying to handicap it.
Super interesting, Harry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate.
Abdul El Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit.
I mean, he said it's not a freaking thing he could do about it. Almost like he's saying the man shouldn't even try. You know, you shouldn't even try to work on that hate you have in your heart. That you don't have a fucking chance. It's like, what the hell? This dude is like a mob. Al Capone spoke better than him. Al Capone spoke more eloquently than this guy, man. It's like, who is he trying to outdo? Al Capone? What the fuck? That's some shit.
He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit.
Yeah! Mob crowd. Yeah! Stick it to him again! Stick it to the stinking Muslim! Yeah! It's like, what the fuck? God damn, man. I mean, it's like two parallel universes. One where people conduct themselves appropriately, and the other where it's just a fucking mob. Yo. No holds barred. It's like, this is worse than some of the shit I seen in fucking Clint. I mean, no, goddamn. What was the damn Western dude? Public Enemy was talking about. What was his name? He said, motherfuck him. Yeah, John Wayne. This is worse than some of the shit John Wayne was spitting about Indians and shit on camera. You know what I'm saying? In his movies. It's like, we got a modern day fucking John Wayne on this fucking set running for president.
The NRSC,
oh my God.
The Republican Senatorial Committee is coming.
And she's smiling. That lets you know everyone just finds this shit utterly just ridiculous. I mean, you have to laugh at it. It's unhinged. There's nothing sane about it. There's nothing healthy. The person who says it is not sane. You have to wonder about. You have to question that. See, it doesn't matter if you like what he's saying. If what he's saying resonates with you, something's fucking wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. Look, fuck it. You can win. I don't give a fuck. I don't want power that much. Keep the presidency. Keep the goddamn if it's going to be like this, keep the goddamn Congress. Keep the Senate, keep the motherfucking Supreme Court. I don't even want to be fucking American anymore. Like, fuck that. Because you cannot support this kind of lunacy and win. You lose every fucking thing else. You might win the White House. You might win the Congress, but you lose on the world stage. You lose power. You crumble. Your country is falling apart with this kind of shit. Like,
Abdul El Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit.
And then there's also the way the NRSC.
Yeah, I have to laugh at it because he's a representation of the people that voted for him. The people that voted for him are just as fucking ignorant as he is. They're just as loony. They're just as out there in the fucking world. They're just as hateful. They're just as ignorant. And this is them. And yeah, I have to laugh at it. And look, she's laughing. She's African American, right? She knows she has little power in the country. She knows that. But here's the thing. African Americans, right? Or I'll speak for myself. I'm not in it to have power. I'm not in it to have power. I don't need to have power over other Americans. That's not what makes me American. That's not what should make American life great. having power over other people, being first, number one, I control this. Nah. Fuck all that. I'm for a healthy life, a peaceful life, a life where shit makes sense. Okay, you shouldn't have to battle with when things are rational and normal. You shouldn't have fights over, does every American deserve health care? That if you have to fight over that, you're the only country in the Western world that is having that fight. If you have to fight over the value of education and the fact that more people, the average American, all Americans need access to higher learning, they need access to it regardless of how much money they have. If you have to fight over that, you're backwards. You're the last in the West. You're the only people in the Western world that think that way. You're on your own. You're the only people in the Western world that threaten to take another fucking NATO territory. You're the only people in the Western world that did that. I don't want to be down with that. Fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want to be down with speaking, hating people. Fuck that. I don't want to be any part of that bullshit. That's not a part of the United States I come from. You see what I mean? So, yeah. And I'm happy she's laughing at it. Look at this. She's laughing because any sane person knows that this is the most unhinged shit that you could ever see on the world stage. Here it is. He's not even pretending. Even tyrants pretend better than him.
Frickin' thing he can do about it. Love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit.
And then there's also the way the NRSC, the Republican Senatorial Committee, is coming right out of the gate with this ad that is something a little bit different. Listen.
Abdul Rahman Muhammad El Sayed, the most radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
Abdul El Sayed, too radical, too dangerous, wrong for Michigan.
And they lost. That this is what they're running on right now. Look, Saeed wins. Trump and GOP escalate attack. Look, where are they on the ground? Where are they? They're going to have loads of commercials, and they never come to your town personally to speak to you. So this is what it looks like. I'm not coming to your town. I'm just going to pay for some news coverage, some TV time, y'all.
The Republican Senatorial Committee is coming right out of the gate with this ad that is something a little bit different. Listen.
Abdul Rahman Muhammad El Sayed, the most radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
Abdul El Sayed, too radical, too dangerous, wrong.
Now, somebody said local neighborhood said, Mr. Baker, they're Democratic Socialists. They don't want to see Trump in a positive light. Do you want to see this man in a positive light? What has this man done to you? Did he say the wrong thing here? Put a 1 in the chat if he said the wrong thing after this attack in Michigan. This was his statement after the anti-Semitic attack on the Jewish temple, right, in Michigan. Immediately following the attacks, El Sayed said, these are his initial condemnations. Immediately following the attack, El Sayed issued a statement expressing shock, sadness, unequivocal condemning the attack as a vile anti-Semitic attack, and stating that anti-Semitism has no place in our communities ever, full stop. Was that the right statement to make? Put a 1 in the chat if that was the right statement to make. Put a 2 in the chat if that was the wrong statement to make. Very simple. Let's see here. Let's see what is good and what's bad. Also, you, Mr. Baker, you're not special. You have to follow the rules. Okay? Put a 1 or a 2 when I ask you the question. Okay? Was that the correct? And listen, use your ears. Stop judging people without listening. Okay? You don't know me, asshole. So start listening to get to know me. Put a 1 or a 2 if you agree with this statement from Saeed. Okay? If this was the correct statement to make, put a 1 in the chat. If it's the incorrect statement to make, put a 2 in the chat. Okay? Very simple. All right, so I see we have another dumbass. You think he can just do anything he wants. Look, you don't have to agree, you punk ass, but you have to participate and you got to follow the rules, Mr. Baker, as everybody else. You're not special. You're not better than anybody. You're not better than local neighborhood hater, you stupid bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, follow the fucking rules. Okay, the rules work the same for everybody, no matter what your goddamn opinion is. Even if you support Trump, even if you support El Said, the rules are the fucking same for you. You're not special. I don't care what your religion is or your color, your gender, any of that shit. You are not fucking special here. Same fucking rules. You don't learn how to follow the rules, you don't belong here. Okay? The people that are here are people that know how to fucking respect the rules. Okay? At least we can get somewhere in a conversation when we all adhere to that. You know? Like, goddamn. Like, what the fuck? So, this man made the correct statement, apparently, but this is what Trump says about him. This is what Trump says about him. This is what they say. He makes that correct statement, and
It's coming right.
Here's the campaign ad.
Out of the gate with this ad that is something a little bit different. Listen.
Abdul Rahman Muhammad El Sayed, the most radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
Abdul El Sayed, too radical, too dangerous, wrong for Michigan.
It's very reminiscent of the Barack Hussein Obama line that Trump goes to often.
Yeah.
So they're going there.
Yeah, it's, to me, 2 words for this general election. Extremists.
Warsaw. What's up, Warsaw Greg? He won the primary. Yeah, he won the primary. So he's the Democratic candidate for Michigan in the midterms in these November elections for the Senate. And, there's some other seats up for grabs, too, generally in line with the midterms. So, yeah, he won the primary. Yeah. And everybody else, I appreciate you following the rules and having some respect for the rules because, listen, although you might think I'm just here wasting my time, I'm not here wasting my time. I know exactly what I'm doing, which is why I demand people do answer those questions. Okay, first of all, the reason why I need you to answer those questions is so that I'm not wasting my goddamn time here. People that, not just myself, but other people that listen and watch this program, they deserve the right to understand what you mean. Okay, they deserve that right. And if you don't every once in a while get a question that is very clear and where people answer 1 or 2 to qualify, these 1s and 2s qualify all those other statements you made in the chat. People are watching the program from all over the world, the United States and outside. They want to know and they deserve the right to be able to understand what you think. That's it. That's what it's about, to really be able to get some insight into how you think. Okay? And how you do that is by having general statements that people make in the chat and then having ones that you have to answer 1 or 2. Very simple. Then people can go back in the chat and they can see the other things you said and see if they match up with those 1s or 2s. Very simple, That's how you get somewhere, So in any case, let's go on.
And by that I mean that's going to get that's the label for El Sayed, right? And he's got to push back on that. And the problem is when you're accused of being a communist now, you've got to deal with social media, AI, things being faked, unlike Joe McCarthy's era in the 50s when it was just TV, radio, and journalism, and journalists, print journalists. And Rogers is about affordability. And I'd rather be El Sayed than Rogers because Rogers has to live in a fantasy where he tells his constituents that the economy is fine, otherwise he's going to get tanked by Trump. So I wouldn't want to be him for $1 million. So it's like a waiter comes out with a burned steak and go, oh no. The chef calls it caramelized. It's like, so I don't know how he gets out of that box if he does.
Republicans didn't make this race about U.S.-Israeli relations or the tension between Muslims and Jews. He did. He personally did. I mean, there was a report in the Free Beacon about how many keffiyeh-wearing people were at his victory party. He's attacked AIPAC at every chance. He's attacked the state of Israel at every chance.
I mean, yeah, I see somebody said there's a big amount of Muslims in the U.S., so that might help him win because obviously you're saying that because he's Muslim, right? Well, African Americans are the smallest demographic in the country, right, of Americans, right? How do they win elections? How does anybody else in America win an election? Did Trump win an election because he's, what was the connecting point? How did they connect with Trump? You can't blame people for connecting. But you also can't, hide how they connect. And when they connect with Trump, what are those connectors? What do they connect with for all the Americans? Oh, let me see. Oh, let me drop the link too for anybody to hop up. Let's see here. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like some of the the points being brought out. That's great. Let me see. I live in Poland, expat. We universal healthcare. We free universal. Yeah, exactly. Until age 26. We're us Americans. We're not quite there. Warsaw, Greg. we don't believe in every American, right now, not like Polish people do. They don't believe it. Not like Estonians do. Not like a lot. Basically all over, even Hungary, even J.D. Vance's best friend, Viktor Orban, believed in universal health care and education. Even Trump's best friend, Viktor Orban, Putin's puppet, believed in universal education, and they went over there and supported Viktor Orban. J.D. Vance did it. Trump did it. And yet they don't even believe for the same things. Israel believes in universal health care and universal education. And Americans are so stupid. They don't understand that they're supporting all of this other stuff and they don't get a goddamn thing themselves out of their own taxes. Like, how stupid can you be? These are the basics. We talking about A, B, and C stupid. A, B, C. We talking about elementary school stupid. Like seriously. And I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family on both sides goes back to the colonial period. So I have the right to say it as an American. I have the right to criticize other Americans, period. So nothing they can do about it because I am them. You see what I'm saying? Now, but this is so sad. People, when white Americans vote for Trump, does anybody blame them? Does anybody say, oh, that they shouldn't do that? White Americans shouldn't vote for Trump. When Jewish Americans vote for a Jewish person, do they? I'm not saying that all of them do that, but I'm saying, is that a problem? When, I think the only person that ran in a long time that breaks all those demographic barriers was Barack Obama. Barack Obama is the minority. He's a minority. He could not win without people from all different backgrounds supporting him. Trump didn't need that. Trump's platform was fuck you liberals. Die. That was his platform. I don't want none of you blue states to vote for me at all. Fuck you. That was his platform and he won. So he doesn't need it. He didn't need it. You know what I mean? and a lot of people felt like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, fuck those Muslims, fuck those Jews, fuck those gays, fuck the chinks, fuck the Hispanics, fuck the LGBTQ, fuck them all, fuck abortion. Yeah, and they won. So what did that demographic look like that voted for him? So at the end of the day, you can't blame Muslims for voting for Saeed. Why? But what does it mean though? That's the only time a Muslim has ever won a primary race in the history of the country. Can you blame them for that? Like, no. You actually can't. He's done something that was never done before in the history of the country. Only one time. Only one time. It reminds me of how fearful Americans are about a woman becoming president. Never happened before. Can you blame women for voting for a woman in the country that is called the United States of America for president? Could you blame any woman for saying, fuck it, I don't care what the woman is talking about? Is she a woman? Check. Can you blame them? 250 years and nobody in the country found it, that enough people never found it necessary for a woman to be the representative. That means every woman should just vote for women. That's what it tells me. Until people learn how to cross the line and vote for someone that's not purely only about their gender or purely only about their ethnicity or purely only, it's like we have too many problems with that, man. But let's continue. In any case, anybody want to hop up, feel free. The panel link, I'll put it in the chat.
It really undermined Democratic support from Jews. And now, unfortunately, Democrats have to live with this person who has palled around with Hassan Piker, who himself has become the scarlet letter of the Democratic Party. And now he's going to have to own all of the crazy statements that not only he has said, but that Hassan Piker has said. If we had this conversation, 3 months ago, and we were talking about Republicans possibly winning a seat in the Senate, I don't think anyone at this table would have had that at their bingo card. This is the potential opportunity that someone as radical as El Sayed gives the Republican Party right now. We're talking about picking up a seat when before we were only talking about losing.
Yeah, but I think it's a challenging situation for the Republicans, right? Because Rogers underperformed Donald Trump just a few years ago. The environment is way worse for the Republicans right now, and all Abdul really has to do is focus on the economy. And you're saying that he's the reason that this race became about AIPAC, but really it was about AIPAC spending $60 million to attack him. They've been meddling in Democratic primaries and Republican primaries for a while. They beat and kicked out Thomas Massie because he didn't stand up for the war in Iran the way that they wanted him to, or he was standing up to Trump on the Epstein files. It's a real problem. So I think there is a problem in our politics right now that Abdul has done a really good job of building a coalition on. People are really sick about how much money there is in politics. I mean, what's the tagline of his campaign right now? It's really simple. Just give me 1 second to finish. It's really simple. We're going to get money out of politics. We're going to put money back in your pocket. If he just keeps saying that over and over again, and Donald Trump keeps creating a fantasy land where everything is a golden age of America, where everybody has enough money.
Look, just some healthy demographics here for people, since they were speaking about Jewish people, right? And the relevance, right? And I'm not all people, in my view, in the United States of America, in a progressive United States of America, are relevant. The Native Americans are only between 1% and 3%. Are they relevant? Should their concerns be taken into account by all American politicians? Yes, that's my view. The smallest of the small should be a major concern to all politicians, not just the small, but everybody in between. Everybody is my motto. Leave no man or woman or child behind, regardless of anything else. That's my motto as an American. That's not the motto of most Americans. So, but here's the demographic. Key breakdowns. Total population. There are roughly 7.6 million Jewish people of all ages living in the United States. Jews by religion about 1.7. Adult, that's around 4.2, right? So Jews of no religion, right? So we're talking about ethnic Jews, but they don't have a religion. They don't have a stark religious belief, or they don't follow verbatim religious sects or rabbis' views about things, or this kind of thing. I guess they're saying they're not Zionists too in some way. 1.5 million, right? Children, estimated 1.8 million. Not saying that all religious Jews are Zionists, but just as an example, right? Children, estimated 1.8 million children in the USA. So listen, this is 2.4. So when they're talking about this demographic, they're talking about 2.4. Let me see here. What percentage of the voting demographic are they? Just to be clear, so people understand what is being debated here, so they get the nuts and the bolts of it. Jewish voters make up 2.4% overall U.S. eligible vote. Yes. So that's what we are talking about. Okay. So that is roughly 5 to 6 million. That's 5.8 to 6.1 million eligible voters out of 240 plus million. So just keep that into account when we think about how relevant is this issue actually. Does it take up more space than loads of other issues that affect way more people? And I'm not disavowing the fact that I was an American that agreed that I didn't see the issue supporting Israel. I'm not talking about the actions. We support a lot of countries. That's a no-brainer. Americans we support daily a lot of countries with military arms. Yeah, we have what they call proxy nations. That's not new. China has proxy nations. Russia has proxy nations. The United States has proxy nations. That was my understanding of it. So yeah, that's how it works. We support Saudi Arabia. We support many others. Where do you start? Do you know where our tax dollars really go? When is CNN really telling you where our motherfucking tax dollars go, our military budget goes, our guns, our bombs, when do they really tell you? I'm going to tell you. I'll be the first to tell you. You won't find it on CNN or Fox News or MS. You won't find it there. By the way, in case you thinking that it's just Israel or Saudi Arabia we giving weapons to, or gave military aid to, or gave money to, economic assistance to, you out your mind. Right? So, or Ukraine, if you think it's just those host of them, no. It's a norm in our existence. Right? So here's the thing. There's a lot of other things that should also be given prime time air importance that don't. It always seems a lot of times because of the money AIPAC has, this takes up a lot of political dialogue, but it's only 2.4% of the people in the United States of America. This issue is really, outside of it being a proxy issue, and should we support proxies? Yeah, but to what extent? And if they're proxy nations, why don't their leaders fucking do what we tell them to do as American citizens? If we want you to stop killing so many goddamn kids and stop blowing up so many motherfucking residential homes, if we are giving you our fucking money, you better do it when we say you better do it. That is what I thought the deal was. But apparently that's not the deal. That's not the deal at all. The deal is you do whatever you want, man. Fuck it. We just owe you this money. We're just going to keep giving you this money. And don't worry about what anybody else thinks. Don't worry about the rest of our allies. Don't worry about the entire world, what they think. Don't worry about the UN. Don't worry about the ICC. Fuck it all. It's just us and you. Like the American taxpayer and you. Got to have an umbilical cord. Don't cut that umbilical cord. No. No abortion. And anyway, let's continue. I'm just saying, this is what it looks like to me.
To survive, I think it's going to be hard for Rogers to pull this
to your point about Rogers, he lost by a very small margin, and we've seen the delta between the Republican and Democratic votes in Michigan Senate races shrink over time. Now, it's going to be hard to tell me that, when you had previously moderate Democrats running in Michigan, how El Sayed is going to make up some of those voters. He didn't win a majority of Democrats. He only got 48% of the vote. He's not really a Democrat who's coming in with this large coalition. He did poorly amongst blacks. He did poorly amongst white rural voters. Those are the people that he does need to convince to vote for him, and those are the people that we've seen in polling.
Trump came in like that too. A lot of Republicans didn't like him. They weren't sure about him. But as they got to hear him, I got to know him, and then we're given an ultimatum, they voted for his ass. I mean,
They're willing to entertain voting for Republican. And we don't need many. Like I said, Rogers only lost by half a point or so. We only need a few tens of thousands of voters.
Sure,
to
but
flip,
Republicans are just bleeding independent voters right now. I mean, Donald Trump is more unpopular than Richard Nixon was with independents at the height of the Watergate scandal. And there are way more independent voters right now. I think the Democratic Party in Michigan will be united. They're having this rally on Friday. Mallory McMorrow is going to be there. I imagine Haley Stevens will be there. Pete Buttigieg is going to be there. I think the party's going to rally. Abdul has work to do. Go meet with Jewish voters. Go meet with black voters. Have those conversations.
And I think on the AIPAC front, they shot themselves in the foot because the various message was, I'm the guy to fight big money.
Yeah.
And he beat them. And so, I think that the problem is you hear the word progressive and everybody wants to jam this guy into this crazy progressive, the sky is falling. He's not one of those guys. So you have to be careful with that.
He's a doctor, man. The guy worked in New York City emergency room. He's a doctor. He's a healthcare specialist. That was his background. He could have worked in a private for making a lot more money as a doctor. He chose to work in the emergency room where they just receive any old average New Yorker. He just happens to be a Muslim. All Muslims don't come from the same country. All Muslims don't come from the same background. All Muslims don't have the same beliefs. I mean, there are differences across the Muslim sphere. The Muslim sphere is huge, just like the Christian sphere is huge. There's just no way of knowing the people until you talk to them. But if you just are going to count out all Christian people just because they're Christian. Right? If you're going to count them out, I mean, what are you going to complain? You know, what should Jewish people do then? You all killed Jesus, so no, I'm not voting for any Christian president. I mean, you're going to hold it against them forever? Just one thing? No, it's just a joke. I'm just saying, though, you know, as an example, it's too big of a demographic to judge people on. God damn, that is literally the same as judging people on their color. I mean, come on. Listen, these two motherfuckers on the screen right here are the same color. Do they agree? No. They couldn't be more in disagreement than anyone else on the panel. They're the same color. You would have to be stupid to think that they both agree because they're the same color. That's the same thing they're trying to ram down your neck about Muslims. Are all Jewish people the same? Do all Jewish people agree? No. Are all Jewish people Israelis? No. Just that simple. Are all Jewish people Orthodox Jews? No. They have different views, you know, and you just have, do all black people agree and think the same? No. Do all black Americans think the same? No. Do all Americans think the same? No. That's democracy, God damn it. That's what democracy looks like in reality. Join the democratic world. Stop trying to turn, you know, the democratic world into some other fucking shit.
His own party in separating from Hassan.
Well, it's not really. It's John Fetterman. It's people in his own party. It's
John Fetterman's
the establishment of his party who evaluated him and says, we're not going near this guy. And now they're forced to kind of hat in hand go and make good with him.
Let me play what Al-Sayed said about Jewish voters today, because obviously he understands that this is going to be an issue for him in terms of how he's perceived among Jewish Americans. Listen.
To my Jewish American sisters and brothers, one of the most indelible memories of this campaign will have been the opportunity to break bread with you at Seder, to worship with you at Shul, to be embraced by you. And listening to sisters and brothers who said, you know, I want to join this movement.
Oh, yeah, you're correct. My fault. He didn't work in the emergency room. He worked in the, here, let me pull this up. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, actually. Here, he holds a Doctor of Medicine, MD, for Columbia University. His career trajectory went directly into public health academia and administration rather than clinical medical practice. Okay, so that was my bad. Thanks for who brought that up in the chat? Okay. He earned his MD in 2014 from Columbia University, physicians and surgeons, alongside PhD DPhil in public health epidemiology. You're right. Yeah, exactly. From Oxford University. Okay. As a Rhodes Scholar, academic career. Let me see what else. Hospital ER setting. Okay. So let me see here. He did not complete his medical residency or practical clinical medicine in hospital ER setting. Instead, he joined Columbia University Mailman School of Public Health and an assistant professor in epidemiology. Exactly. Okay, there you have it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Who mentioned that to me? It also says he transitioned into executive public health roles, becoming Detroit's health officer in 2015, and later leading Wayne County's Department of Health and Human and Veteran Services. Yeah, I forget one of these places he mentioned working in New York, though, and seeing patients. So I'm not sure exactly. I guess that was in epidemiology. Yeah. So, all right, I appreciate that. Here we go.
Because AIPAC doesn't speak for me. And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all, or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters.
Okay, so there's that. And I think the question I have is, he's not backing away from, just tonight he was asked about, do you support withdrawing U.S. support for military support for Israel? And he said yes, basically. He was like, defensive, offensive, all of it. Is there a difference between that and saying, as some conservatives have claimed, that he hates all Jews?
Well, I don't think this race is going to come down to Jewish voters. I think it's going to come down to the same voters that Michigan came down to in 2024, which is Muslim Americans in Michigan. And I think El Sayed is going to be a challenge for Republicans, and I wish that he wasn't, because in 2024, Trump flipped Michigan to go Republican by a very small margin because he won Muslim Americans. You might remember the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan was the most coveted endorsement of that cycle, and everyone thought he was going to endorse Kamala Harris, and he flipped as a Democrat Muslim American for President Trump, America Leap. He was then nominated by Trump to be ambassador to Kuwait. Ted Cruz sunk that nomination because he's not good at politics or anything generally, and it's going to be very, genuinely, it's going to be very costly, I think, where I think this race in Michigan is going to come down to a tight margin where it's going to be the Muslim Americans again that swing it. But by the way,
but I mean, also I would say, just to add to what you're saying, I mean, the uncommitted movement, it was not just, oh, who's voting for Donald Trump. It was also who sat at home, did not vote for Kamala Harris, did not vote for the Democratic nominee.
And it's also about, with El Sayed, it's about not just can he win, but it's about, are his ideas good for the country? And this is where Republicans need to come out swinging. And I have not seen that level of offense. This guy wants to defund the police. Really? You're for working families? Low-income areas are where most crimes occur. So you might as well just rebrand that policy, mass murder for low-income women on their way to work, because that's exactly what that is. He wants to do free public tuition, free college education. Really? For degrees that are worthless in a 21st century economy? Most people's anxiety right now about economics comes from the fact that they have degrees that they paid for that are worthless. So we're just going to, give those worthless degrees away for free?
Don't tell my son that. I just paid all this money for...
Yeah, actually, that's not what is being said about El Sayed defunding the police. And I'm curious if CNN is going to give any pushback on that. Let me see here. Let me pull this up. Okay. According to AP News, his official stance here, let me pull this up so people can see it. And then you can go to, I will put the AP News article in the chat also. Here we go. His current official stance is that he does not want to defund the police. However, his past statements on the issue have made it a point of political debate. That's different. So let me see here. And this is according to AP News. So let me pull this up. Copy link. Let me see here. All right. I'm going to put that in the chat for people that want to see that. There we go. If you can pull that up. Oh, as a matter of fact, hold on. Let me see. Is it this one? Sorry about that. Let me put the correct link in. That was the link I have. Hold on. This is the actual link to the article. Oh, it doesn't. Let me see. Boom. Here we go. All right. So let me see here. Right. Let's see here. It says, following the murder of George Floyd in 2020, which was a serious problem, people had to watch a man be murdered 9 minutes on videotape through being choked out, he was suffocated, basically. Following the murder of George Floyd in 2020, El Sayed made social media posts and gave interviews using and explaining the concept of defunding the police. Okay. So in 2020 radio interview, he described the concept as disinvesting. So basically divesting in the means of incarcerating someone or killing them on the street. So this is specific. This is not the police. This is specific areas. So in other words, he's being said to he's saying that they're claiming that he wanted to defund the police, but this is what city councils discuss every day, where the money in policing should go. Some money, we should lower certain money in certain areas and put money in other areas. And that's never called defund the police. It's called management. I mean, seriously, incarcerating someone or killing them on the streets and investing more in the means of educating and empowering, engaging communities with the means of being able to take on systemic poverty. Does that sound like such a bad idea? What's bad about that? What is it I have to vote against you. What is it so bad that makes someone say, I have to vote against that statement specifically? And then she just rounded it up. I'll tell you what it is. I know why people say it, because they just believe a person like this on CNN who just says it. No correlation to his comments.
Rebrand that policy, mass murder for low-income women on their way to work. 'Cause that's exactly what that is. He wants to do free public tuition. About, are his ideas good for the country? And this is where Republicans need to come out swinging. And I have not seen that level of offense. This guy wants to defund the police. Really? You're for working families? Low-income areas are where most crimes occur. So you might as well just rebrand that policy, mass murder for low-income women on their way to work. 'Cause that's exactly what that is. He wants to do free public tuition, free college education. Really? For degrees that are worthless in a 21st century economy?
Damn, they're talking down to students and shit. Degrees that are worthless now. Now degrees are worthless. Like, unilaterally, degrees are worthless. You know, I mean, this is what the Republican Party has. Look, what he actually said after that, right? Here, defund the police, a dumb and unnuanced slogan, stating that he deleted the older post saying they would not be taken out of context. Okay, so then he says support for law enforcement. He stated, I actually never called for defunding. Law enforcement exists for a reason. Okay, so defund the police. Right, and this was the older post. You know, in some kind of way, this is the older post right here. He deleted this post because people like this woman took it out of context. Then he explained it again, you know, and they still take it out of context. You know, I call this Islamophobia in everyday America, and not just Islamophobia, but just everyday American political lying on legacy media, just every day. The CNN is like the left wing of Fox News. They work together. They both get the tax break. They both allow people up that do not share facts. You know, they give people a kind of a total misunderstanding of what's going on in the political sphere, and they go for sensationalism instead of accuracy in the journalism, which is sad because a lot of people are going to believe this lady just right off the bat. Me, I say, why believe anybody? Why not just research everybody and hold everybody at their word? Period. The same. You pay them. They work for you. You should keep an eye on them. All of them. All the time. That's my view of it. Why? Because they're your employees. You pay them. Don't you keep an eye on your employees? Don't you want to know how well your employees are doing? Don't you want to know how proficient your employees are? Seems regular to me in a capitalistic society.
Economy. Most people's anxiety right now about economics comes from the fact that they have degrees that they paid for that are worthless. So we're just going to give those worthless degrees away for free?
Don't tell my son that. I just paid all this money.
They paid for that are worthless. So we're just going to college education. Really? For degrees that are worthless in a 21st century economy? Most people's anxiety right now about economics comes from the fact that they have degrees that they paid for that are worthless.
You know, so she's the face of worthless degrees. A lot of people that look like her, that don't have a degree, young people, they're going to believe her and they're going to say, yeah, a degree is worthless. Saeed is wrong. She's right. And I'm not talking about the most intelligent people or the most informed. Let's not say intelligent, the most informed people. But they're going to look at her and she's calling degrees worthless. You know, that's the best clarity she could bring to the issue.
Free college education. Really? For degrees that are worthless in a 21st century economy? Most people's anxiety.
Free college education. Saeed wants free college education for degrees that are worthless. He never advocated for that. But this is how they sum it up. So free education now, I mean, you know, everyone having access to higher education, no matter your economic background in America, is being sold as worthless. A degree is worthless now because you want one. Now it's worthless. Because the issue of people going to university and having student debt hang over their head for their entire lives, having degrees and not even be able to pay their mortgage, to get a loan for their mortgage because they have student debt where the interest rates are so high they can never pay it off enough to even get clear to get a debt for their home while they have degrees that they're working in. She calls them worthless.
Right now about economics comes from the fact that they have degrees that they paid for. They're worthless. So we're just going to give those worthless degrees away
Don't tell my
for
son that.
free?
I just paid all this money for him.
I'm
But that's
hearing,
where
I'm
your
hearing,
anxiety is coming from, and
I'm
those
hearing
are
you
not
say that,
solutions.
and I know that is the argument against Al Sayed, but it doesn't feel resonant in an economic environment that's really about what the groceries are costing.
Right. Could I jump in?
Like it's a basic thing, like the groceries, the gas, like that's what people really care about.
Well, the Republicans fall into this trap all the time, and they're running everything to its most ridiculous extreme. They're like, Abdul El-Sayed is a terrorist, he's a communist. Then what? You know what they're not doing? They're not articulating any vision to deal with the economy right now. This race is going to be decided on affordability. Period. End of story. Just like every other.
They're falling into the trap of what Biden and Harris did in 2024.
I agree.
I mean, and that could lead to 2028 being a debacle. And with all due respect, some of the words you just used is what I was referring to earlier, sort of murder and this and that. It's you start boxing this.
And I will say, Al Sayed it does not support defunding the police.
He absolutely has, and he's walking away from it because it's not a popular position.
What the Democrats should do is they should show Trump as an extremist.
I think the question that I'm fundamentally asking is, by dredging up the sort of wedge issues of 2020, are you missing the point?
Yeah.
Are Republicans missing the real issue that is animating voters today by focusing on things that they don't care as much about because it's not as salient to them?
Well, democratic socialism has given Democratic voters a structural path for economic recovery, let's say it. Most people just happen to disagree with that socialist view of how to accomplish those goals. And I think if the race is about whether you want the democratic socialist path or the Mike Rogers moderate conservative pro-growth path, I think more voters are going to vote for that.
But he's a career politician.
I don't think, I'm curious about that. No matter what, this is what's going to happen in the United States of America. Every day from now on, Americans, up until the 2028 presidential election, Americans are going to be learning more and more and more about why that party exists and why Democrats like Saeed that aren't democratic socialists are leaning more and more towards those views. And I think they're going to find out that because those views are actually Western values, and that the United States is the only country outside of that lock and step that is stepped outside of Western values. Like, seriously, I think they're going to find that out. Every other Western country, every other NATO nation has universal health care. Trump and Vance even went to Hungary to promote Viktor Orban, a right-wing candidate, Putin's best friend, who himself supports universal health care and universal education in Hungary. Even the right wing. The U.S. got the only right wing pretty much in the Western world that doesn't support universal health care. Pretty much. I mean, I don't know. If you find one, good luck. Get out there and find me one or two out of 37 EU countries or 38 Western countries, 38, 39 Western countries, whatever, 40, right? Find me some. They would be the extreme minority. This is only really pretty much an issue in the United States. Guess what? Also, all these other Western countries, they found a way to make the administration cost of healthcare only 10% or less. The United States still hovers around 30% for people doing paperwork on your hospital visit. Why is that? Can't you do it better? Is it socialism to do capitalism better? No, it's just capitalism managed better. It's just not ripping people off through capitalism. I mean, come on. You can make capitalism fair. That's what every other Western nation does pretty much every other day. Their concern is not capitalism, is making sure that the type of capitalism they have is fair to their countrymen and women and children so that they are not replaced. let's continue.
Right.
There's more. Let's see some more now. Thanks for joining me in the morning news. I'm just catching up on it myself. Yesterday, it was an interesting stream. For those of you that didn't hear the stream yesterday, it was all about AI. And so for those of you that are into more informative pieces, informational pieces, that one is good. But it is heavy. And so if you know someone that doesn't really know the conversation, doesn't really have insight into the conversation of AI, what some of the concerns are with pollution, the economy behind it, it's a good stream to recommend to them. So those of you that did catch the stream, big up to you. And those of you that didn't, you might want to check it out. But in any case, let's continue here with the daily news.
Folks,
appreciate y'all.
Maybe you woke up this morning, poured yourself some coffee, and decided to read a few headlines to catch up on what happened during last night's big primaries, and they were big.
Yes, I did.
And if you did that, you might be under the impression that Democrats, not Republicans, are the ones that are in complete disarray. Here's the headline from the Wall Street Journal. Michigan Senate primary shows Democrats' fight for party control is far from over. And this one from Punchbowl. A Democratic reckoning begins after the left's showing in Michigan. Or how about this one for Politico? Now, here's some drama. Messy Michigan primary leaves Democrats licking wounds. It certainly kind of paints a picture, doesn't it? And if you listen to Donald Trump, you think the man is just absolutely killing it right now.
Like, you had a big election last night, and a lot of people running, and I endorsed a lot of candidates, and the end result, I was 28 wins and 1 loss. Who was a little bit of a person that I thought was a good person. Didn't have much of a chance, but I said, I don't care, I'm doing it anyway. Good person, very good, very respected, but nobody knew who the person was.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I want to focus on that 1 loss Donald Trump mentioned. Just a second, not long. Come on in a little bit closer, settle up, because this is good. The Trump candidate endorsed in Michigan's 8th congressional district was defeated handily by another candidate who literally dropped out of the race a few weeks ago. Thomas Smith beat Amir Hassan by a whopping 17 points. Again, Smith dropped out on July 16th. So our election board, the graphics, didn't even have a headshot of the guy. You saw a blank head. And we weren't the only ones. So yeah, the man without the headshot beat the dude endorsed by Trump. Earlier today, another Republican who Trump previously endorsed.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Let me pull this back, y'all. I'm sorry about that. I had to grab my coffee to warm my coffee up again. Let me see this one. This is crazy. This is crazy.
And if you did that, you might be under the impression that Democrats, not Republicans, are the ones that are in complete disarray. Here's the headline from the Wall Street Journal. Michigan Senate primary shows Democrats' fight for party control is far from over. And this one from Punchbowl. A Democratic reckoning begins after the left's showing in Michigan. Or how about this one for Politico? Now, here's some drama. Messy Michigan primary leaves Democrats licking wounds.
Woo!
It certainly kind of paints a picture, doesn't it? And if you listen to Donald Trump, you think the man is just absolutely killing it right now.
Like, you had a big election last night, and a lot of people running, and I endorsed a lot of candidates, and the end result, I was 28 wins and 1 loss. Who was a little bit of a person that I thought was a good person. Didn't have much of a chance, but I said, I don't care, I'm doing it anyway. Good person, very good, very respected, but nobody knew who the person was.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I want to focus on that 1 loss Donald Trump mentioned. Just a second, not long. Come on in a little bit closer, settle up, because this is good. The Trump candidate endorsed in Michigan's 8th congressional district was defeated handily by another candidate who literally dropped out of the race a few weeks ago. Thomas Smith beat Amir Hassan by a whopping 17 points. Again, Smith dropped out on July 16th. So our election board, the graphics, didn't even
hold on. So, yo, Michael, are you here, bro? Are you hearing this shit? Yo, Mike, come on, man. I hope you still here, bro. I hope you're here, man. This is incredible. Hold on. Is Fryers here also? All right, let me get Fryers up here also. Let me see something. Yo, Michael, when you get this message, come on back. Let me see here. Let me get this. Let me get Fryers there. Yo, Fryers, what's up? You in the chat? Let me dig this shit up myself. I'm sorry. Let me see here. So, Amir Hassan endorsed by Trump? Let me see. Was Amir Hassan endorsed by Trump? This is very, very interesting if that is the case. Republican. Yeah. Is that what it is? Is that what happened? Yo, this is. Wait a second. Come on. Give me the information back. Let me know. Hold on. In the chat. Is that what this man just said? That Donald Trump endorsed Amir Hassan? Hold on. Something's going on. Yes. Oh my fucking God. I mean, look, you don't have to look. I just went out to get my coffee and I was like, did I just hear right? Look at this. Did Donald Trump endorse a Muslim? Oh my God. Wow, that's interesting. The world's gonna fall apart, y'all. Whatever happened to that? Is this Muslim that Donald Trump endorsed? Is he a terrorist? Is his middle name Osama? Amir Osama Hassan? This is so crazy. I'm telling you, we living in a parallel universe. Does he care about the Jews? Does Amir care about the Jews? What was his? What? Let me see here. Damn! A dude dropped out the race, and people said, "Man, fuck this shit." Donald Trump endorsed this. Hell no. I'm going with Thomas J. Smith. I don't know who he is, where he is, or what he is. Fuck it. I'm going to vote for him. This is literally what you're hearing. Donald Trump endorsed a man named Amir Hassan. Yet in the same state, you heard all that legacy media talk about. He's a Muslim. He hates Jews. He wants to like, what the fuck? Like, what is going on here? Look, number one, if you endorse a man and people don't even know who the other candidate is and they're like, fuck this, you endorsed him? I'm going the other way. That says a lot about what's happening in the United States. Bravo. Bravo, Michigan. Bravo, Michigan Republicans. Thank you. See, I told you, we're not so different. We're not so different. And this is what people are saying. They're not so different. But it's another thing worth noting, that they talked all this shit about Saeed in the Democratic Party, and yet they did the exact opposite and endorsed Amir Hassan. He's obviously a Muslim. Hold on. I'm sorry. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's Christian, right? Maybe I'm assuming too much. Is he a Muslim? I'm just going to type it in. I just got to hear. What is it? He has a Muslim name. Do you trust him? Do you trust him with that name? I mean, what? Donald Trump has to be desperate. He has to be totally desperate. Despite Trump's endorsement, Hassan lost the Republican Party primary. Unusual upset. He was defeated by Thomas J. Smith, a candidate who had suspended his campaign weeks prior and urged voters to back a different contender. Because Smith's name remained on the ballot, he ultimately won the nomination over Hassan by roughly 17 percentage points. Okay, so look, it says Amir is not a Muslim. He's a Christian, like Barack Obama. But so what? Why don't we call him Amir Obama Osama Hassan? Why don't we call him that? Just to be like, boo, you still have a name like a Muslim. Boo. Why don't we do that to him? Donald Trump didn't do that. That shows you he's desperate. Donald Trump would endorse Obama right now if he was, not to say this guy is Obama, but would endorse Obama right now if he just ran under the Republican banner and promised to support Trump. Look at this. His official campaign disclosure state Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior. Look, but whatever happened to somebody in the chat that wrote earlier, but Muslims can lie. It says in their religion they can lie. Whatever happened to that? Look at this. Look. This is bizarre. His official campaign disclosures state that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior and that he reaffirmed his commitment to Christ. On his official campaign platform, he emphasizes standing for Christian and traditional family values. Despite his Arabic surname, his family background traces through Arabic American heritage in Flint, Michigan. He is not a Muslim. He is not a Muslim. During his primary race, his background and surname got him some anti-Semitic rhetoric and confusion on social media, prompting his campaign to publicly clarify his Christian faith. I don't think this clarifies anything, because the amount of comments I get about, that are just like, anti-Islamic that I get sometimes here in the chat are very biased. I don't think that would clear it up for those people. They're still going to be like, nah, he's a Muslim. But here, back to the big point. The man lost against someone who dropped out just because Donald Trump gave him the death endorsement. Let's peep the game. Wow. This is beautiful. I never thought I would see this, ever, but here it is. Let's watch it.
Wounds. It certainly kind of paints a picture, doesn't it? And if you listen to Donald Trump, you think the man is just absolutely killing it right now.
Like, you had a big election last night and a lot of people running, and I endorsed a lot of candidates. And the end result, I was 28 wins and 1 loss, who was a little bit of a person that I thought was a good person. Didn't have much of a chance, but I said, I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. Good person. Very good. Very respected, but nobody knew who the person was.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I want to focus on that one loss Donald Trump mentioned. Just a second. Not long. Come on in a little bit closer. Settle up, because this is good. The Trump candidate endorsed in Michigan's 8th congressional district was defeated handily by another candidate who literally dropped out of the race a few weeks ago. Thomas Smith beat Amir Hassan by a whopping 17 points. Again, Smith dropped out on July 16th. So our election board, the graphics, didn't even have a headshot of the guy. You saw a blank head. And we weren't the only ones. So yeah, the man without the headshot beat the dude endorsed by Trump. Earlier today, another Republican who Trump previously endorsed also fell apart, but for a totally different reason. North Carolina Congressman Chuck Edwards announced in the middle of the night that he wouldn't seek re-election this year after a House ethics investigation revealed a pattern of persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate conduct towards 2 young female staffers. His attorneys say the committee's findings were unfounded, but he's dropping out. And he's far from the only congressional Republican who's tied up in scandal. Ohio Congressman Max Miller is digging his heels in despite accusations of domestic abuse by his ex-wife, including allegations that Miller held a gun to her and fractured their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. The allegations haven't been substantiated by law enforcement, and Miller denies them. There are a growing number of Democrats and Republicans who are calling on Max Miller to step down, but he says he's not going anywhere. Spineless Speaker of the House says the abuse allegations are not his business. The senator from his own state of Ohio, John Husted, who's in a touchy race of his own, kind of tough, refuses to comment. And the leader of the entire Republican Party is offering Max Miller, not the alleged victims, his sympathies.
Any comment on Representative Miller? I hope he's able to work it out. I feel badly for him.
Leader of the entire Republican Party is offering Max Miller, not the alleged victims, his sympathies.
Any comment on Representative Miller? I hope he's able to work it out. I feel badly for him.
Damn. I hope he's able to work it out. I feel badly for him. Okay, and that's his comments. Now, what do you think? Do you all think those comments are the right comments to make? I mean, we talked earlier about Saeed's comments regarding the what is it, temple, what do they call it, synagogue attack in Michigan, which he spoke out against, but people didn't think his comments were enough. What do you think about Trump's comments in retrospect, like in juxtaposed to Saeed's comments? Like, are these acceptable comments to be made? Do you support that kind of comment regarding these matters? Now, I don't know how many of you heard about it. He is alleged by his wife and to have broken his daughter's something here. I think it's around here, a bone somewhere near her throat, near her neck, right, or collar. He's alleged to have had a gun pointed at his head. He's alleged to have pointed a gun at his wife's head while threatening her. These kind of things, and yeah, alleged. That's why I said it's alleged. I mean, I don't know who's affirmed it. Who's affirmed it, by the way? Let me know. Let me know who affirmed this. Because I just heard they said it's not affirmed by the police, but it's been stated to the police. It's in police records. It's in court records. These are allegations. These are real allegations. I'm just curious, how many of you think that was the appropriate comment to make, the appropriate response? Let me bring this back a little bit, and you tell me what you think about it here. Clavicle or collarbone, right? Most often bone in the, yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Totally different.
It's the most often one broken, right? Yeah, I appreciate that.
Reason.
Let's hear this again.
North Carolina Congressman Chuck Edwards announced in the middle of the night that he wouldn't seek re-election this year after a House ethics investigation revealed a pattern of persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate conduct towards 2 young female staffers. His attorneys say the committee's findings were unfounded, but he's dropping out. And he's far from the only congressional Republican who's tied up in scandal. Ohio Congressman Max Miller is digging his heels in despite accusations of domestic abuse by his ex-wife, including allegations that Miller held a gun to her and fractured their 2-year-old daughter's collarbone. The allegations haven't been substantiated by law enforcement, and Miller denies them. There are a growing number of Democrats and Republicans who are calling on Max Miller to step down, but he says he's not going anywhere. Spineless Speaker of the House says the abuse allegations are not his business. The senator from
right there, MAGA Mike Johnson, are those appropriate comments? Are those the best comments? I mean, are we as Americans, are we judging people fairly? Like, MAGA Mike Johnson says it's none of his business. What if Saeed said that about the attack on the Jewish synagogue in Michigan? What if Saeed's comments were, it's none of my business? Would that be okay? What's the difference? What's the difference in the leniency being given to MAGA Mike Johnson saying over a child being allegedly attacked and a mother being allegedly attacked, basically? What's the difference between that kind of comment? Like, it's none of his business. Isn't it anything? Couldn't you say almost anything and that would be better. Just almost anything else, then it's none of my business. Like, what effort did he do to show any care? Like, I mean, shouldn't people say something else besides it's none of my business? First of all, I would never say that, I would never say it's none of my business. I would say something more like this. The allegations that have been made against the representative are shocking, concerning, and I hope that the House Ethics Committee or the police that are investigating it come to some sort of conclusion. I would urge all parties to meet and discuss the matter. They're concerning allegations. Very simple. That statement doesn't mean you believe him or you don't believe the victims. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means, hey, you want the appropriate parties to take concern and take it up because these are shocking allegations, I don't get why he couldn't just say that, and I think it's really a low bar for the United States of America to have people trying to make excuses about politicians showing disconcern about things. Child abuse is very real in the United States of America. Spousal abuse is very real in the United States of America. It's very, very real. People die. Kids die being attacked by family members, parents, women. Spouses die. Not only women, but spouses die being killed by their spouse in domestic incidents in the home. So to say it's none of my business, it just kind of shows like, damn, man, are you inhuman or something? Like
from his own state of Ohio, John Husted, who's in a touchy race of his own, kind of tough, refuses to comment. And the leader of the entire Republican Party is offering Max Miller, not the alleged victims, his sympathies.
Any comment on Representative Miller? I hope he's able to work it out. I feel badly for him.
I feel badly for the accused guy of abuse, says.
Right. So in any case, let's move it on. Let's keep going. Let's see here. There's more about this story. I just want to see what else came out of it.
Pressure is mounting on the Ohio congressman from inside his own party. Ohio's other senator, Republican John Husted, saying today, quote, I believe Max would be making the right decision to step aside as a candidate and resign from Congress to focus on what's in the best interest of his daughter. Years from now, I believe he will look back and know it was the right choice for her, end quote. Montana Republican Senator Tim Sheehy went much further, saying this, quote, this guy is clearly a degenerate sociopath. Max should step aside and seek help, end quote.
Okay, those were two Republicans, right?
Max would be making.
Let me hear this again.
Ohio's other senator, Republican John Husted, saying today, quote, I believe Max would be making the right decision to step aside as a candidate and resign from Congress to focus on what's in the best interest of his daughter. Years from now, I believe he will look back and know it was the right choice for her, end quote. Montana Republican Senator Tim Sheehy went much further, saying this, quote, this guy is clearly a degenerate sociopath. Max should step aside and seek help. Montana Republican Senator Tim Sheehy went much further, saying this, quote, this guy is clearly a degenerate sociopath. Max should step aside and seek help.
So
end quote.
That's crazy because MAGA Mike Johnson said it's none of my business. MAGA Mike Johnson is cold-blooded. He is cold-blooded. This is crazy. So in other words, you often hear people speak about Hakeem Jeffries not being in line with his own caucus, which is the Democrats' minorities in Congress, right? MAGA Mike Johnson is the majority leader. Hakeem is the minority leader, meaning they have less seats. The Democrats have less seats in the U.S. Congress right now, right? Republicans have the majority, so they refer to MAGA Mike Johnson as the majority caucus leader, right? The majority whip in Congress, right? But it shows you that MAGA Mike Johnson, his 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 caucus is not really unilaterally in line with him, but maybe more than what the Democrats are in line with Hakeem Jeffries, maybe more. But it's still, like, judging by these comments, you see little sparks and glimpses where they don't seem to align, right? Look.
Would be making the right decision to step aside as a candidate and resign from Congress to focus on what's in the best interest of his daughter. Years from now, I believe he will look back and know it was the right choice for her, end quote. Montana Republican Senator Tim Sheehy went much further, saying this, quote, "This guy is clearly a degenerate sociopath. Max should step aside and seek help," end quote. Miller has repeatedly said he will not drop out or resign, and he called for an ethics investigation.
Like a true sociopath. I will not drop out. I will not resign. I mean, he's going to hold on to power till the end and should fuck everybody else. This is crazy.
Himself, which is now underway. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is not calling on Miller to resign, saying he would speak to Miller while the investigation plays out. But frankly, it doesn't seem like it's high on his list of priorities. Watch.
There's all sorts of domestic events going on with 435 members of Congress all the time. It's not my business to get engaged in it. The House Ethics Committee does its work, and of course they apparently have legal proceedings going between the two.
This isn't the everyday domestic affairs of 430.
No, it's played out in the public, and it's awkward.
One of the things that really crystallizes.
It's played out in the public, and let me see the little weasel talk again.
But frankly, it doesn't seem like it's high on his list of priorities. Watch.
There's all sorts of domestic events going on with 435 members of Congress all the time. It's not my business to get engaged in it.
What? Look, yo, this doesn't make any sense, because of course it's his business to be engaged. It affects how many seats he has. It affects how many people he has in the whip. Of course it's his business. He should be concerned about it. Like, he should want resolution quick. And he should want to know where he sits with it. Like, is this good for our caucus? Is this bad for our control? Is it bad for our political party? Like, he should be concerned. The dude's the head whip. He's the majority leader of the Republican Congress. Like, so this statement doesn't really add up at all. I know he's trying to distance himself from it, but technically it's the wrong statement to make. It's the exact opposite. He should be concerned for many reasons. It affects Republican Party's agenda. It affects the Republican Party's standing.
Priorities. Watch.
There's all sorts of domestic events going on with 435 members of Congress all the time. It's not my business to get engaged in it. The House Ethics Committee does its work, and of course they apparently have legal proceedings going between the two.
This isn't the everyday domestic affairs of 430.
No, it's played out in the public, and it's awkward.
One of the things that really crystallizes what this is really about is the apparent saga around Max Miller's daughter.
Do me a favor. If you haven't clicked the like button, please click the like button. It helps more people like yourself find the stream. Since you found yourself here and you have an interest, whether you agree or not, maybe you want some people that don't agree to show up. Do me a favor. How you do that is by clicking the like button. So I appreciate everybody. Listen, the chat is actually open. The chat's always open over here. I got the chat open, and that means I like your comments. I collect your comments. I have the chat on replay so other people can see the comments being made. They can see how Americans think. We know that a certain amount are just trolls, so that would be 10%, but the overall data speaks volumes regardless, because most of the people are real that are in the chat. Most of the people are, they will tell you what their views are, right? And although a lot of the politics we discuss here right now are national, local American events, the elections, we do span out, right, and look at the macro on the global stage, the standing of the U.S., and also how the U.S. is, dealing with its allies, quote unquote allies right now, the effect that the United States and Trump has had, on the current standing of NATO and these kind of things. So do me a favor. If you want more people to be part of the conversation, if you think this is an important conversation, if you found yourself here, found something about it, do me a favor, click the like button or subscribe. It's gonna make the conversation get bigger, and who knows, somebody else might come in and actually agree and support what your view is. Also, the other thing we have here is we have a panel link. That means anybody with any view can hop up and speak to the folks directly. That means other people like you, even you, have an opportunity to actually speak here, right, and be heard. I encourage people to do it because I like to know, especially if there's people that oppose the content. I really like to know who you are. Are you Americans when you oppose this content? I'd like to ask you some questions. We learn here. Every day I'm learning something new myself on my own program from others and through researching things live. So when you hop up, you also become part of the data. Just you speaking, people can qualify things. We can get some idea about how folks feel on these topics. So please do feel free to hop up, regardless of what your opinion is. Yeah, period. I'm all for it. Let's go.
Stuffed bunny. And any parent knows that if you have a child who sleeps with a stuffed animal, it is absolutely...
Anybody seen Mitch McConnell? Oh, hell no. I saw him. He was hanging out with Michael Jackson last I saw. They had a photo together.
Heartbreaking to discover you've left it behind. Your child might be beside him or herself. And it seems like some of this played out with Max Miller and his daughter's Stuffy. There have actually been at least 3 documented incidents. Can you walk us through, I know you have new reporting that you've put out today, of the times that Max Miller has apparently withheld this bunny. And again, he denies the abuse allegations against him on underscore that. But when he apparently denied his daughter access to this bunny, and this happened as recently as this past week.
Yeah. So Senator Bernie Moreno brought this up the other day at the Capitol building and talked about how recent it was. And so after that, Congressman Miller posted these screenshots that he says proved that he did not withhold the bunny, that he was working with their parenting coordinator to get the bunny back to the child. After that, I got some screenshots of emails and messages from a source that showed that Max had on several occasions withheld the bunny or made it difficult to get the bunny. In one...
Oh, whoa. Let me pull this shit back, yo. What is going on here? They got text messages from dude? Oh, my God. Peep this.
430.
No, it's played out in the public, and it's awkward.
One of the things...
Oh, you damn right it's playing out in the public. Look at this shit. Look at this. Watch this.
Things that really crystallizes what this is really about is the apparent saga around Max Miller's daughter's stuffed bunny. And any parent knows that if you have a child who sleeps with a stuffed animal, it is absolutely heartbreaking to discover you've left it behind. Your child might be beside him or herself. And it seems like some of this played out with Max Miller and his daughter's Stuffy. There have actually been at least 3 documented incidents. Can you walk us through, I know you have new reporting that you've put out today, of the times that Max Miller has apparently withheld this bunny. And again, he denies the abuse allegations against him on underscore that. But when he apparently denied his daughter access to this bunny, and this happened as recently as this past week.
Yeah. So Senator Bernie Moreno brought this up the other day at the Capitol building and talked about how recent it was. And so after that, Congressman Miller posted these screenshots that he says proved that he did not withhold the bunny, that he was working with their parenting coordinator to get the bunny back to the child.
Damn. This is what tiny majority, but political voters in Miller's district may have already have made up their mind. President Trump and Speaker Johnson are handling this poorly. These allegations are deeply serious and concerning, and they should each be calling on Max Miller to resign. Let me see something here. Can I make that? Here we go. Let me do a few things here real quick. Here we go. Yes. All right. Let's continue.
For that, I got some screenshots of emails and messages from a source that showed that Max had on several occasions withheld the bunny or made it difficult to get the bunny. In one incident, the parenting coordinator said that Max was refusing to give it back. I believe that was the most recent one.
Yeah, let's put that up on the screen, actually, and
August
I'll
3rd.
read it, and then you can continue to talk about it. So this is the parenting coordinator, and it says here, I'm not coddling him. I advised him to let your dad get the bunny, presumably that your dad refers to Senator Bernie Moreno, preferably from the mail.
I mean, CTG25 says, no to CNN, Fox, and ABC. Yeah, I mean, you know, in my view, just my personal view about that is like they all qualify as propaganda. You know, it doesn't need to be. I don't like to make it sound too deep, you know, to understand, like too dirty, like an operation. No, it's just propaganda. You know what I mean? Like all countries have propaganda news, but you know, but I agree, you know, but to make it easier for people to digest, I try to describe it using ideas and words that are friendly. Like, for example, all legacy media got Donald Trump's tax break, the biggest in the U.S. history. That should tell people they benefited from Donald Trump, all of them together, regardless of what you think and anything else about it. Regardless of, right there, they benefited from, all of them benefited from the same tax break. So to me, that's easier to digest, you know, but I understand you. I mean, maybe it is some sort of op, but that's definitely why we're here trying to break down some of this shit. You shouldn't, and it's not just about here. It's not just about the United States propaganda. It's about all countries having propaganda, all of them, and being able to decipher through their propaganda, through their news media, and the difference between independent news and legacy media. And today, independent news is no better, man. A lot of independent news is getting money. Why do you think people keep having these weird ass flat earth theories? Like, who the fuck is funding that? Who's funding all the, religious division? Who's funding that? You know, are all of these groups who they say they are? Are all the groups Christians, or are they CIA ops? All the groups, you know, who is backing them? Or is it all just billionaires funding, you know, all kinds of projects to keep people divided? You know, but across the globe, I think it's a concern in general media, whether you're dealing with independent media, whether you're dealing with social media, whether you're dealing with legacy media, television, newspapers. People have to be able to discern fact from opinion, or propaganda. And that's where I am at with it. And the reason why I do it that way is because then we're all on a level playing field. Then nobody has to be the boogeyman. Everybody can be equal in this endeavor, and we can get everybody, the cream, to rise up. Everybody to rise up on this level, you know, being conscious and accurate about our, you know, comments, about our views, pinpointing instead of generalizing. You know what I mean? But I hear you, man. Shit, who knows, man? That's why I say hop on up, man. Maybe are you the CIA? No, I'm joking. But in any case, come on up.
Mailbox.
Come on up.
But he adamantly refuses. But I've suggested
Appreciate you.
you keep the bunny at your house to avoid these situations, because unfortunately, in a high conflict divorce, these situations blow up often.
Mm-hmm.
CTG says it isn't a conspiracy. It's not a theory. It's a reality. But it's not. It's not a reality. It's a theory, and the reason why I say that is because you're not willing to prove it. You know, you're not proving it, just saying it. You know, it's no more of a reality than most of the things people say is a reality that they can't prove. Right? So you can believe it. You can believe it if you want to, but I don't need to, because I know one thing that's a fact that I stated already that should open up people's eyes. And that is CNN, Fox News, MSN, and other news networks, billionaire news platforms, all got that tax break that the Republicans gave. The biggest tax break in U.S. history. So that in itself should tell you something. They all benefited from Trump's tax break. So where would they lean in terms of their reporting? You know, who's behind that? Billionaires? Yeah, basically, that's what it is. So that's a fact. You know, whether the CIA is behind funding all kinds of shit, maybe not. But can you prove it? No. So, but hop on up if you want to prove it. You know, hop on up.
So, and this dates, I mean, the documentation you have around these incidents, some of it dates back over a year.
Right, to March 2025, Emily Moreno sent Max multiple emails.
Hypothesis, Uno G, yeah. Or you could also adjust the statement and say, could be real. Maybe it is real. But real, that implies 100% accurate and knowing it yourself. So, yeah, you know, I don't claim to know everything like that. You know, some things I know more than other things, but I would never claim that one. That one's a big one, you know. But again, I don't have to because I know they all got that tax break. So to me, it's not about, it doesn't even have to be go up to the CIA and it doesn't have to be exclusive to the United States to kind of figure out that, wait a second, you should be concerned about the fact that the news media we're watching received the Trump's tax break, whether it's left, whether it's CNN, whether it's Fox News, right? No matter, they all got that tax break. So what does that tell you when they all get a tax break? You know, I tell you what, you tell me in the audience, what does it tell you when left and right media, legacy media, all got Donald Trump's tax breaks? What does it tell you? You tell me. No problem. No one or two this time. You just let me know what you think it tells you. I'm listening.
Saying, please, Max, give the bunny back, and please tell me if you've lost it, because if you've lost it, then that's one thing, but if you're like not giving it back for the sake of not giving it back.
Look at this shit. They got Scott Jennings up on the... Look at Scott Jennings, man. Hold on. They were very public. Sabrina Singh says they were very public about their comments regarding Eric Swalwell and Graham Plattner. This should be no different. Scott Jennings, seems like a few more voices today are encouraging Miller to do the right thing and put his family first. Okay, Scott. Okay, so it is your business, Scott, or what? Let's see.
That's torture, and it's awful.
Yeah, let's put that up on the screen. So in March 2025, Emily Moreno asks Max Miller to return her bunny. So her daughter's 1 at this point in time. So and the redacted is the name of her daughter. Please have her bunny back. She's had it since birth. She sleeps with it every night, carries it with her around the house, sees it as a source of comfort. You've always delivered it back to me when you drop her off. Please don't punish our daughter if you're upset with me. I'm willing to pick it up from your house, your mailbox. You can drop it in my mailbox. Please. Thank you, Emily. And then the next day, she emailed him again and says, Max, if you lost it, please let me know. If you're choosing not to return our daughter's favorite toy for another reason, that's just cruel.
Yeah, so what I've found through these screenshots of emails and texts is that there's a pattern of at least 3 instances in which this blue bunny that the child loves so much and sleeps with every night was being withheld by Congressman Miller. And I reached out to Congressman Miller's team, his lawyers, last night and have still gotten no response.
Carrie, Dan, I mean, this is, you know, this set of examples puts a very sharp spotlight on what is a broader story about the congressman. Of course, he denies this pattern of the allegations of abuse that 3 women have leveled at him over the course of years. The question for a lot of Republicans behind the scenes is whether this is putting his congressional seat in jeopardy. Now, you know, there is, of course, a moral judgment to be made, right? And again, Max Miller denies all the allegations. But it is the political one that might force him to take some sort of action. So far, the president has not called on him to step down, but we've been reporting there's all kinds of pressure behind the scenes. What is the possibility that all the things that we just laid out here could ultimately cost Max Miller this seat?
Well, this is a seat that Democrats identified months ago as a potential target. It's one that Donald Trump won by 11 points. In this political environment, that is not a crazy reach for Democrats to be able to get. They also really like their candidate in this race. His name is Brian Poindexter. He is an iron worker. He's sort of one of these guys that looks like I feel like Washington Democrats love candidates who look like this. He presents as very working class. He's wearing a hard hat in the ads. They feel like he's going to be really well resourced in this district. And so this is definitely a district that could potentially be in play. We currently have it rated as likely Republican at the Cook Political Report. If Max Miller does not drop out by a deadline of Monday, we will move that into a more competitive category.
Yeah. Sochi, what are Democrats talking about in terms of this district now? And again, this conversation, it is both political and moral. But again, the reality is that Max Miller is digging in because of the politics.
Well, and the Republican Party has a decision to make. They can either do the right thing, and by Republican Party, I truly mean Donald Trump and Mike Johnson. Donald Trump has a tight grip on his party. And the interview with Jake Tapper from earlier this week was very clear that Miller was talking to one person, and that was Donald Trump. And he understands that if Donald Trump were to call on him to resign, that is it for his political career, and that cannot happen. Donald Trump holds a lot of power. He can either show us that the Republican Party is going to embrace allegations of assault, and that character is negotiable when it comes to the Republican Party because it's potentially a close seat that Democrats could take, or he could do the right thing and do what is probably best for not only the Republican Party, but for the Moreno-Miller family, and ask for him to resign and take an actual stand on principle. And so far, he has not done that. And the way that Democrats have seen this is Democrats are quick, maybe not as quick as I would like, but quick to call on folks in their own party to either step aside or to not run for re-election.
And overall, principle isn't always convenient. Me myself, I've left jobs because of principle before. And not even really spent a whole lot of time litigating it. Just things that are obviously not right. And I was like, hey man, I can't deal with this. I'm out. No explanation. I'm out. Like, that's it. And is it easy? No. Is it inconvenient? Yes. Always pretty much inconvenient to stand on principle. You don't get things fast. Sometimes you lose money. Sometimes your insecurity level goes up because you lose money leaving a job. And in this case, sometimes you don't win an election because you do the right thing, but it's because you understand that there's something at risk on a larger scale, and that is the ethics of your countrymen. What the standards and ethics will be for all Americans. And if your standards and ethics are that goddamn low, man, you're just dragging everybody else down to win one fucking election. Like one goddamn election. And if you can repeat that attitude, what you will guarantee is that you just drag down the standards of every American. This is goddamn 2026. If we just look across the Western world, there's no excuse for our Congress, Republican or Democrat. There's no excuse for our Senate, Republican or Democrat. There's no excuse for our Supreme Court, Republican or Democrat. All of these groups put American citizens in extreme risk, more risk than they have ever faced since 9/11. Like, seriously. And this may be even more than 9/11. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's my opinion, though. The shit that you have Russian spies, Israeli spies all up in the White House. You have a president that calls on Russia to help him resolve an issue in the United States of America. That was Trump. That's treasonous. Do you really think other Western nations would go for this? We're the only Western country that doesn't have universal health care, and we limit the possibilities to engage in higher learning. We make it so expensive that it's basically classist system now. You see, it's about how much money you have and really not about your, anything else. Even technical school, even what is this called? Technical school and trade school and all this shit. They're making it seem like getting an education is no good. Getting a trade is no good in the U.S. They make it sound like that, to where it's not about you need all these people educated to fulfill these things, to fulfill the infrastructure of the country. It's not about that, and we want Americans to do it first. It's about, do you have enough money to do it? We don't care if you're American. Do you have enough money to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it, American? That's what it's about in the U.S. That's what it's about, literally. So, we're out of lock and step totally with everybody else in the Western world. We're not Westerners. I had this conversation with somebody last night, another Dane. Like, Americans do not behave like Western people. Our values have shifted with this president. Like, they were close. Now they've just like a big gap in between Western values and what the United States of America is doing right now. It is full of corruption that no other Western nation would survive. Your ethnic group in any other Western nation would not survive this level of corruption. And ethnic Americans are not doing well at all. The United States is not Americans first. My family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. Okay, I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I'm telling you, I live abroad, and I'm telling you, every other Western nation is more proud of its citizens and stands up for its citizens more than the United States Congress or Senate. It doesn't matter. Supreme Court, it doesn't matter what party. They stand up for their people more than our representatives in the United States of America. That's what I'm saying. Yo, Mike, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Do you hear? I mean, where can we start? I mean, there's more. Should I wait? Should we get into the videos? There's more about this representative. And think about this. Let me ask you this question. We heard MAGA Mike Johnson's response to this. It's none of his business. We heard who else? Trump respond to this. Max Miller allegations. Trump wishes him well, not the victim, not the daughter. Max Miller. Hope he gets through this well. Right. And then we heard how people responded to, we heard Abdul Saeed's comments about the mosque, about the, synagogue attack in Michigan. Saeed gave, this is what Saeed gave. This is Saeed's response to the attack that happened that people criticize, right? Let me go back to that. Boom, boom, boom. Is it here? Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm almost there. Here we go. Let me bring this up. This is Saeed's comments. Here we go. This is his comments. Okay, March 12th, 2026, there was an attack on Temple Israel, a prominent synagogue in West Bloomingfield, Michigan. An armed assailant drove a vehicle carrying explosives into a building during the preschool session before being disarmed and killed by a law enforcement and temple security. No congregants, children, or staff were killed or physically injured. Abdul Saeed's response to the incident became significant point of debate. People debated his response and controversy during this Senate campaign. What he said, right? What he said. Initial condemnation. Immediately following the attack, El Said issued a statement expressing shock and sadness unequivocally and condemning the attack as a vile anti-Semitic attack and stating that anti-Semitism has no place in our community ever, full stop. People criticized that statement heavily as being anti-Semitic. That was an anti-Semitic statement you made, right? And then here, in the same goddamn, when you're dealing with the other party and they're talking about, hold on, where is it at? When you we have the other party and we're talking about this shit with Trump's response and MAGA Mike Johnson's response. I mean, this is what it is right here. Here, we're going to go to MAGA Mike Johnson's response, right? Where is it at? Is it right here? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. It's here. Sorry about that. I went by it. Here we go. Let's see. Is it here? Here it is, right here. MAGA Mike Johnson.
members of Congress all the time. It's not my business to get engaged in it.
You see that? So imagine if Abdul Saeed said that, and then let's listen about the attacks. It happens all the time. It's not my business to engage in it. What the fuck? And then look at this. Hold on. Let me play the Trump one. This is Trump. This is the president of the United States. These are the standards and the morals and the ethics we preach as Americans right now, because it is being preached from the top, the most powerful position in the world. Anyway, I can't find Trump. Trump was in here somewhere, but he wished Max Miller well when they asked him about the daughter and the mother. I wish Max Miller well. So what do you think about that, bro? You there?
Well, I think I think it's there's always going to be a level of hypocrisy when it comes to the right. I think the closest thing we can relate it to is Graham Plattner, right? And his sexual assault allegations, just before the midterm primaries. And every Democrat asking for his resignation, right? Asking for him to drop out for these primaries in order for them to be able to adequately run whoever, first of all, just another candidate in general, right? When the Democrats could have taken the same road and just like, well, this is a personal matter, and until further notice and other details, we're gonna back him. They could have done that.
They already know liberals ain't going for it. So they already know. The Democrats know liberals will speak up, and therefore the party has to reject him. The party got to ask him to step down. That's simple, right?
Yeah,
on an allegation, on serious allegations.
Exactly.
There's serious allegations. So yeah.
But allegations are the less, right? And I think they could have taken the same Republican road and just say, hey, you know what? Until we get further evidence, we're still going to back him.
Yeah.
But it's a combination of
if we were Republican, we'd do that.
Oh yeah, right? That's the standard, right? And I think when we see that level of hypocrisy, you have Mike Johnson calling for Graham Plattner and saying that Graham Plattner is an example of the left and its behavior. But when we look at the right, they won't call out these behaviors. They won't denounce, an individual from their side, and it goes to show just the level of hypocrisies that exist when when speaking about the right. And unfortunately, it always has left, the Democrats or just liberals in general at a disadvantage, right? Because the moral compass is never equal. The moral compass is always selected for the right, always. Right, it's always there will always be a what about or a but when it comes to their moral stance. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Their moral compass. And it's sad that
when their moral compass is this is the Republican. When it's the Republican's daughter being beat over the head by a Republican daddy, it's none of our business. That is pathetic, bro.
Yeah,
that's pathetic.
I mean, we can see it in. And this is what happens when they spew their rhetoric and their mentality and hate. It's a subsymptom that they're going to back any individual regardless. And I think the one thing I will say about it as well is that I am a bit envious, right? I think when we look at the right,
envious.
Yeah. Okay, when we look at the right, regardless, they always back their party. Good, bad.
Yeah, true.
Where the left is so quick to throw away any of their constituents under any
Trump would just say there's good people on all sides.
Yes, or they'll say the facts are not all here, right? Like they'll continue to obfuscate and defer to anything else other than the actual facts of a person's moral compass or just the situation at hand. They'll always divert attention,
and you know what?
They'll always be an exception. It's unfortunate.
If we were to take that Trump statement and apply it, there's good people on all sides, and apply it to Israel and Hamas. Israel and Palestine, Palestinians, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Israeli military. How would that statement go over? There's good people on all sides.
Yeah, they'd call you anti-Semit. They call it anti-Semitism, right? And that's the hilarious part, you know. And you know, again, the right.
But there are good people on all sides.
I mean, we know that. Right?
I mean, you know, but it's not about that, is it? When it comes to attacks in the United States, white supremacy attacks in the United States, it's not about it goes further. It's about.
They'll say, no, go ahead.
No,
they'll say this is. They're not representative of us as a whole.
Yes.
You know, but go ahead.
No, that's it right there. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Whatever happened to that one, they're not representative to us as a whole. Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinians, Lebanese, Muslims.
Yep.
And I'm not a Muslim.
Again,
I'm just begging the question. I'm just asking the question.
No,
These are Christian.
Course.
This is a Christian conservative Republican allegedly beating his goddamn daughter and holding a gun up to the mother's head. This is in the court records, and versus Abdul, who's a Muslim from family father from Egypt, saying that he condemns the assault, the attack on the temple, on the synagogue. He condemns it outright. No place for this. Somehow he's wrong. They're right.
But that's again. But that's what they do. You know, better than the Dems, right? Because they understand that, you know, if they were to condemn this, that they'll also be admitting that this might be a problem on the Republicans, right? On the right side. It may be a problem amongst them, a common issue amongst them when it is, but they'll never fully admit to it because then that's going to make them look weaker to the public's eyes, right? With midterms here, do we think that tomorrow they flip the script and pull a Graham Plattner on them? Or, you know, they're gonna go, this is an indictment on the whole Republican Party as a whole, and they won't even take that chance. They rather take the negative press when it comes to questionable morality, but what they won't do is turn their back on an individual who clearly has some serious allegations, and not only against some random person, his family. Right, this nuclear family that they want to keep so intact.
Exactly, it's his own goddamn family. It is. He treats his own daughter and wife allegedly like they're the enemy, like they Hamas. Like what the fuck?
This is the right. When we talk about the forced nucleus family, right? The forced nucleus family, they'll make fun of a single mother, but their nuclear family consists of that, right? A man who has questionable actions towards his own family, but they'll tell you not to get divorced because somehow that's against, you know, Christianity, right? That's against, you know, the nucleus family, and it's the reason why we have so much issues in America when it's just not, right? Like,
and then let's say she
that child's gonna grow up to be in a positive experienced home. No, she's not.
And then guess what? And then let's say she divorces him or leaves him, separates from him, finds out that she's pregnant, right? Doesn't want to have the child because the last time he forced her and wasn't listening, still got to have that baby.
Yeah. Yep. And I guarantee you that they would force her to still have that baby, right?
Allegedly, I'm just saying. Let's say that was the situation.
They would.
Yeah.
Right? Like they would, and they say that if you do it, that it's murder, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the moral compass and that slippery slope starts to come into play. But again, the Republican Party will always stand 10 toes. You know, even when you bring up someone like a Matt Gaetz, and his sexual deviance towards questionable underage women, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right.
They still back him, right? They still backed him until it was so public and knowledgeable that he clearly made some ridiculous moves towards minors during his campaigning.
Mm-hmm.
That they couldn't stand behind. They could no longer stand behind him, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he was, you know who Matt Gaetz is, correct?
Yeah, he's the one. He was accused of similar incidents with his family.
Yeah, well,
cheating. I think it was it was cheating with some young girls, minors, going out
like
and
minors,
exactly. It was dealing with minors.
Flying them to different states.
Yeah.
Where the legal age is different in their home state, right? Essentially, like a low level sex trafficking, right? If we can call it that. And it's just for so much information to come out publicly in order for the Republican Party
They had
to
a
kind of
fund.
step away.
And they have a fund, right? Don't they have a fund where they pay off victims? That right?
Yeah,
Wasn't he part of that thing too? Or not? I'm curious.
Not too sure.
Okay. But they did have a fund where they paid off other people that alleged that certain congressional members actually sexually assaulted them. They had a fund. This is crazy. A fund where they're paying people off money in civil suits privately, covertly, maybe not civil suits, but under the table. They had a fund for this. I don't know if it was processed through the courts or if it was just some other way through attorneys without it going to court. But having said that, all that shit goes on as a regular. That was the norm. Yeah. And then Matt Gaetz comes along.
I mean, Matt Gaetz is still a public figure, right? Yeah. He's on One America News.
Yeah, that is
right.
Sick. Like that is so crazy, man. They picked him on One America.
He's still a public figure. He's still allowed to exist in the right. Do we think Graham Plattner can be a part of some leftist alternative news with those allegations?
Because leftists don't want that to be their world. They want people that have issues, even if it's not the gravest, right? Let's just say if you have issues in general, and I'm not saying his allegations aren't grave. I just mean they're not as grave as the one we're hearing. We don't hear a story of him breaking his child's collarbone and holding a gun up to his wife's head. That's what I mean. Plattner didn't have it that bad, but it was enough to get people to take notice and to want action taken. Now, I think Dems are just like this. If it's serious, if the allegations are serious, it is healthy to sit down and go through that process by yourself and with whatever help you need. Right? Go see a shrink, go see a family counselor, go see an attorney. All of that needs to be part of your personal life, and it does not need to be a part of the political world, right? You need to sit down and deal with that. I think that's just where lefties are on this topic. It's not about guilt or whether knowing if you're guilty or not. It's not about that. It's that this is not where, if you have those kind of allegations and these are these are substantiated somehow through records, through something, that there's a real allegation, that there was a real thing that went on, that this person and you did have some sort of issue, you need to step back, and because the party doesn't want people with issues like that. Period. What's wrong with that, bro? What is wrong with that?
I mean, if it was only the standard for all parties, right? I find it just to be alarming that it's only on one side, but yet these are the same people who hold Christian values. These are the same people who consider abortion murder. These are the same people who think that anything other than Christian faith is wrong and un-American, right? What's un-American is assault on your child and your wife. That's un-American,
right? Yeah,
right?
It should be,
but instead they promote this false machismo by allowing people like this, Miller, to exist, and honestly, just not even address these allegations, right? Plattner was forced to, right? Forced. Yeah. They had a whole press conference and everything, right? Forcing him to concede the race and have a replacement already ready for him. That's something that the right is just not willing to do, because they understand that if they do admit any wrongdoing, that it might look that this is what Republicans stand for.
But
right?
how?
And it's just say it's all allegations. Look what they've done with Trump as well, right? Like, it's just like grab him by the what, right? And then the other allegations that are in the Epstein files, right?
Horrendous.
They just ignore it. Right? And he's our president. Like, what?
That is horrible. And here's the thing, man. it's not just the allegations and the things that are said in that. It's also the fact that you find it so hard to have someone replace you. Like, this is a democracy. It's 50 million Americans, almost 330 million to 50 million, who knows, right? But that's a lot of people. Is it that hard to fucking replace these people? Why isn't there already 2 and 3 other people right there ready to back up the agenda that don't have those allegations and don't approve of those kind of acts? Why is that a problem?
Because Republicans, they hold, they hold so close to the establishment, right? Because they don't want any type of perceived separation, right? I mean, you have Tucker Carlson trying to create a third party now, but we won't speak about that. But this is how they maintain cohesiveness within it, right? They're gonna back whoever, but also in these red states, in order for a lot of these red states go based off recognition. So if they can't recognize this candidate, they'll lose their position to someone else, right? Who's not necessarily an establishment Republican, right? And so I think that's the bigger tall tale, is that they really go by, recognition, right? Name recognition when it comes to, Republicans. And when, and most voters, I'll say on both sides, they tend to vote with name recognition, especially the older that voter gets.
Yeah. So that's why it's the big money. The money can throw your name out there in an easy way, and people just, that must be the right name.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That person must be good if that's what everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
They made it to TV. They must be okay.
There you go.
They got a poster out everywhere I go. I see. It must be good.
Yeah.
It's like, what
exactly. No, it's not even complicated.
It's
like that
sad.
is the
It
middle
is so
formula.
sad, bro. Yeah.
Right? And remember, when we looked at big donor money, we've obviously covered it before.
Yeah.
Republicans hold more big donor money than Democrats.
Yeah.
Right? And when you have these these large sums in big donor money, what has to come with it is a level of cohesion to allow for the proper spending when it comes to certain campaigns, elections, and visibility, right? And when it comes to a moral, to circle back to the moral scale, they don't want to back someone else that they now have to spend millions of dollars extras in order to get some sort of recognition behind them. So it's just easier to just say that,
capitalism,
all allegations.
Yeah, exactly. It's about the money. We spend our money. Fuck the rest. We don't have to spend more money now. We already spent the money. What the fuck? It is cold-blooded, bro. It is cold-blooded. Just for the record, it's true. I saw Chris Hansen in the chat. He said that he was saying that nothing else happened about Matt Gaetz. It's true, because when he stepped down, he avoided the House Ethics Committee probe, right? By stepping down, essentially. And so what does it say here? Opposition from both Democrat and Republican senators due to the ethics allegations and doubts about his ability to confirm Gaetz withdrew his name and in consideration. Okay. Then it also says, by resigning, Gaetz effectively ended the House Ethics Committee's jurisdiction over him. So nobody else followed up. No police followed up on the allegations. Look at this: sexual misconduct and pay for sex. Illicit drug use, receiving improper gifts and granting special favors, obstructing government's investigations. All those crimes, just nobody looked it up. They just said, fuck it.
These are real crimes.
These are real goddamn crimes, bro.
Could have picked this case up and sought persecution, but guess why they didn't? Because they're in a red state.
What state was that? What state was that? Florida. Yep. This is Florida, man. Sexual misconduct. Florida don't care about that anymore, do they? Nope. Not when you got money.
No.
Not when you got money, yo. You good with Donald Trump, man. Donald Trump's money is worth. We take his money here. We take Epstein's money, goddammit. Shit, I'll take some Epstein money any goddamn day. I'm from Florida. It's like, goddamn, alligator country down here. We take his money's good, goddammit. It's like, yo, they're like proud of this shit. Give me your money, guys. You got Epstein money, boy. You got Epstein money, boy? Let me see what your money look like.
No, look, it's sad,
Fucking crazy.
but it's the truth. And do we think that he's in One America News? Do we think that he's, that diminished his visibility? It didn't. It just diminished his political career because it got so noticed.
He got paid more.
The fact,
he got a bigger check now. It's like
no, I mean, and that amount is undisclosed. One American News does not say how much they pay him. When you look it up, they do not disclose that information.
That is terrible,
and the
bro.
fact that he can be invisible in a alternative right news media, right?
Yeah.
And still be held or considered credible.
But
in
you know
terms
what?
of his opinion and coverage of news, when the attorney general should have prosecuted him or at least opened an investigation, but they won't because this is where Republicans stay locked
here.
up.
They stay locked in, boy. They stay locked in on
Yes.
sexual allegations and just given a green pass. They stay locked. They stay Epstein locked in.
Yes.
They still
Do we
locked
not
in.
think Trump would have still found he would have found a way to end the investigation against Matt Gaetz if it were to proceed, right?
Yeah.
He would have asked that attorney general in Florida attorney general, to drop the case. The same thing he did with Adams here in New York when he was facing corruption charges, because it is a selected, this is a group. If you back me, I will back you regardless of the allegations. And we're seeing that with Miller. We're seeing that with Miller as well, right?
Yeah. You got Epstein money, boy? You got some Epstein money? That Epstein money is good, boy. Yeah, it's like, goddamn, this is gated country. We take Epstein money. It's like, goddamn, bro. They are just on it. They just on it. It's like they just find every way to be like, nah, we from Florida, and goddamn, if you have money, be damned with allegations of sexual misconduct, trafficking, and any minors. Period. But we come down hard on you if you're not wealthy. If you're not wealthy, goddamn it, we're gonna put the hammer on you. But if you got some money, look. So it seems like here also, what network does he work for, Matt Gaetz? Not to get off topic here, but just to round that up, what network does he work for? News One. They almost sound One American News. They sound like a goddamn a cartel company. Like they just bought this company just to wash money and to give people a job. They get fired from the Republican Party. Like, here you go. Corruption. Here's your job. You got fired from politics because of corruption and sex trafficking. Don't worry, buddy. We'll make sure your finances are taken care of. Here's a job at One News. Isn't that it? It's billion-dollar cartel shit.
One America News is Fox on steroids. It's Fox News on steroids, right? If we think Fox News is propaganda,
it's sad, bro.
One America News is right-wing alternative propaganda.
Right-wing drug money.
Right?
Fuck it.
I mean, it is meant to fulfill everything that the right doesn't get from Fox News. And Fox News pretty much covers everything for the right. But when it comes to sentiment, when it comes to how a lot of these cases and news is covered, One America News is a real strong alternative, alt-right news source. And they play more in the conspiracy realm and, speculative area when it comes to a lot of these topics. But it's what right-wingers want to hear. Yeah. Right? They want to further that echo chamber, where I don't believe that's the case on the right. I mean, on the left, right? When we have people like the Democratic Socialists existing and progressive Dems existing,
they say we're fighting. They say we're fighting. So
no, there's infighting.
There's infighting. So that means we don't all agree on everything.
Exactly. It's not an echo chamber. We can tell that when they spent so much money on Stevens versus Abdul Sayed, right? When you look at that, you're going to tell me there isn't infighting, because then why would you spend so much to de-primary a popular person who has strong appeal for the Democratic Party.
It's an
if you
echo
didn't want
chamber.
your establishment in there.
It's an
Yes.
it's an infighting echo chamber. That's what it is. That's a new term. Infighting echo chamber. This is like they always create some new shit that never existed before, bro. Just to make it, just to make we infight, but it's an echo chamber.
Just
Hey,
to
yo, fuck it.
rationalize their thought process.
Jews,
right?
we
They'll-
got infighting with Muslims. Jews, we got gays, we got others. They all whites, blacks, just infighting. Echo chamber. They all keep saying is what they want to hear.
No, and and I think that they think that unfortunately that infighting on the left means that you turn to the right, and it just doesn't.
Oh hell,
It doesn't.
exactly. I don't want none of that Epstein money, boy. I'm not.
it means you look for the candidate who best represents your ideals, and this is why it's important to vote. It's important to vote. It's important to vote on your most local levels, because these politicians later on end up being your senators, governors, mayors, and that's where, I think, again, to circle back to the right, they don't care, right? If you back a certain candidate and fall in line with Republican ideology in terms of, establishment Republicans, they're just going to back you. It doesn't matter the allegations, right? And Miller's just another example of that. Matt Gaetz was a prime example of that. Instead of them, not recommending, One America News because of Matt Gaetz allegations, they don't. Right? They don't even mention it. They act like if it never exists, right?
Yeah.
Why? Because if you're backing their agenda,
Echo
they
chamber.
will find a place for you.
One
Yes,
news echo
in their
chamber.
echo chambers that exist. Yep.
Yeah, they on some bullshit. Yeah. It's wild. All right, so let's see here. There's some more. Let me see here. Max Miller, blah, blah, blah. People heard about what is going on here. So let's go on further now. Let's see here. Let's hear. There's some videos apparently about this, and then we can switch over to Mr. Vance, the vice
All right,
president.
folks, I want y'all to walk with me on this one because this is serious conversation we're about to have. Tonight, Mother Jones has published video from inside a police investigation involving Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller. For weeks now, Miller has been adamantly denying allegations from his ex-wife, Emily, the daughter of Ohio Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, allegations that Miller was physically abusive to her and to their 2-year-old daughter.
Now, can I ask a question? I want to know if the chat, if you guys know this, or Michael, do you know, was this guy injecting testosterone? What did they call it? TR, whatever, something? Or is it
testosterone replacement.
He was injecting it. He was shooting it up, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, yes, he was on steroids.
Okay.
Right? He can't say it publicly, and I'm sure they have some loose records around what that looks like. But he has been apparently self-administering steroids, and I think they also insert certain information to kind of justify the behavior as well, right? Because they're hinting at oh look, it's an effect of the testosterone. He normally wouldn't be like this if he wasn't taking testosterone, right? But it's still not a reason because he's not forced to take testosterone. It's not like he has some sort of.
It wasn't issued by a doctor. It wasn't.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
It's issued by an official doctor, so clearly it's not a medical necessity, right? And so he's doing it for whatever personal reasons he chooses to. But in the same regard, he knows what side effects come along with that, and it just shows that he was already an emotionally unstable individual. If while on steroids, this is how he chooses to act, right?
Okay, I just thought about that. Yeah. All right, so let's see what else they say here. I mean, yeah, I think you're going to find out more weird stuff about this guy. He was self-injecting, so allegedly, but let's go.
The video Mother Jones obtained and published today is body camera and interview footage from a child abuse investigation. They obtained the footage via public records request from the city of Bay Village, where the investigation took place.
Oh my God. This is actual video footage of their investigation. Video reveals allegations against Representative Max Mueller. Damn.
The footage shows
Max Miller.
detectives questioning Miller and his ex-wife, Emily Moreno, about their 2-year-old daughter.
And the wife, I guess, is here blacked out on the screen. And where is he in the video? Or is that him? No. Or is he to the left? No. This isn't him. This must be his wife they're interviewing. Let's hear.
There's broken collarbone earlier this year. Watch this clip in which a child protective specialist describes the injury itself.
Oh, goddamn.
So the injury itself is common in ambulatory children, but there is a bruise that accompanies the injury that appears to be in a handprint. So it appears that it was inflicted. She was with dad at the time that the injury was sustained.
Ooh.
In the video, you can hear Miller.
Whoa. So that's a specialist, child protective specialist. Goddamn. In the Max Miller probe. I was about to confuse him with Stephen Miller. I mean, they remind me of each. Both of them remind me. I expect to hear the same shit about Stephen Miller pretty soon. But let's hear that back. This is the child protective services specialist saying this about a bruise on his daughter's body. Listen.
Ambulatory children, but
which a child protective specialist describes the injury itself.
So the injury itself is common in ambulatory children, but there is a bruise that accompanies the injury that appears to be in a handprint. So it appears that it was inflicted.
A bruise in a handprint. A handprint bruise. Damn, dude. And is this the type of allegation that you should just say, you know what, maybe I should just step down and deal with my personal issues, whether I'm guilty or innocent? Should you just step away, or should you just stay on so this shit can just come out? And look, Mike Johnson, what did he say? It's none of my business. It's none of my business. We have this shit all the time. I mean, it appears to me if you just step down, your party and the individual would be better off. All parties would be represented better off if he just stepped down. But no, we can't have that.
Collarbone earlier this year. Moreno about their 2-year-old daughter's broken collarbone earlier this year. Watch this clip in which a child protective specialist describes the injury itself.
Yeah.
So the injury itself is common in ambulatory children, but there is a bruise that accompanies the injury that appears to be in a handprint. So it appears that it was inflicted. She was with dad at the time that the injury was sustained.
In the video, you can hear Miller appear to downplay his daughter's injury.
If you look up, and I think we discussed this as well, a broken clavicle or collarbone in a toddler, very, very common. Actually extremely common. Anytime something's wrong with my daughter, I'm an abuser. And it's just like this thing that people want to paint about me for whatever reason.
Police.
Common. Anytime something's wrong with my daughter, I'm an abuser. And it's just like this thing that people want to paint about me for whatever reason.
Oh, so is that him? Is that him on camera they blocking? Let me just see that one more time. So he says every time something happens to my daughter, it's me. I'm an abuser. Is that good news or is that fucking bad news? Like, how many times stuff like this happen? Were people calling you an abuser? God damn, dude, it's worse than I thought. This ain't the first time? Okay. Here, shit.
She was with dad at the time that the injury was sustained.
In the video, you can hear Miller appear to downplay his daughter's injury.
If you look up, and I think we discussed this as well, a broken clavicle or collarbone in a toddler, very, very common. Actually extremely common.
So that's him on the right. That's him right there in that plaid shirt.
Downplay his daughter's injury.
If you look up, and I think we discussed this as well, a broken clavicle or
Oh, no. That's not him. So who the hell in the room? So it is him. It's the guy. Okay, it's the person that's blotched out. Okay, I thought maybe that was the mother in the room waiting to make some comments or something. So that's him. I'm sorry. All right, let's hear
You
it.
can hear Miller appear to downplay his daughter's injury.
If you look up, and I think we discussed this as well, a broken clavicle or collarbone in a toddler, very, very common. Actually extremely common. Anytime something's wrong with my daughter, I'm an abuser. And it's just like this thing that people want to paint about me for whatever reason.
Police ultimately concluded that a finding of child abuse was unsubstantiated, meaning there was no sufficient evidence to prove that abuse or neglect had occurred. And Congressman Miller has denied he hurt his daughter in any way, pointing to the fact that the police dropped the investigation as proof of his innocence. The video released by Mother Jones today also included multiple clips of Miller's ex-wife, Emily Moreno, making various serious allegations against Miller.
So nothing you can point to directly that you've seen him abuse your daughter.
No, but my daughter will say stuff.
Like?
Daddy angry. She always says daddy's angry, or daddy's house is scary. I was just scared of him a lot, and that's why I left the house. There was a few times when I would have to change the diaper and he'd have his gun on me.
Miller has adamantly denied it all, saying that his ex-wife suffers from mental health issues and made it all up. But yesterday, the House Ethics Committee announced that they are going to open an investigation into Representative Miller. But that investigation will likely take months. And according to Ohio state law, Republicans are facing a Monday deadline to replace Miller on the ticket. So where do things go from here? Joining me now is national politics reporter for Mother Jones, Abby
It's getting interesting here. All right. Okay.
Socialist, who has done incredible reporting on this story, and host of the Bulwark podcast, Tim Miller. Welcome to you both. Abby, let's just get to the work and the reporting that you have done, which not just on this moment, you have done some extensive reporting on this story involving Mr. Miller and his family about all of these allegations and that have been made over the years. He has denied all of those allegations. Help us understand the bigger picture here. What can you tell us about those other allegations? Connect some dots for us if you can.
Yeah, so going through thousands of pages of court filings and police reports, dating back 10 plus years, but also many from very recent months, suggested that there is a pattern of.
He's got reports where things have been alleged about him, abuse, going back 10 fucking years. Like, this isn't just the first time. And it's not just the second. It's 10 damn years. 10 years.
Reports, dating back 10 plus years, but also many from very recent months, suggested that there is a pattern of allegations against Congressman Miller, that he has allegedly hurt not just one woman, Emily Moreno, his ex-wife, but possibly others.
Lisa Lee, I see
Grisham,
you.
one of them. She wrote a book. And
that was wifey speaking in the tapes earlier, right here. This was wifey here. So yeah,
I would
there you go.
Have to change the diaper and he'd have his gun on me.
Yeah. She said she changed it. She would be changing the diaper, and he put his gun on her. Like, damn, dude, you out here doing that kind of shit?
Done throughout the years, such as holding a gun to Emily Moreno's head and shoving her against a wall and throwing boiling water at her. And of course, Congressman Miller denies all of these claims. But it's striking to me that there are multiple different women who have, been affected by Miller. And the woman who
What? So there's more than one woman alleging that dude is abusive. Like, that is wild. over 10 years.
Spoke to, who was allegedly pushed down the stairs in high school, she told me it was one of the most traumatic nights of her life.
What? He allegedly pushed a girl down the stairs?
There are multiple different women who have, been affected by Miller. And the woman who I spoke to, who was allegedly pushed down the stairs in high school, she told me it was one of the most traumatic, was allegedly pushed down the stairs in high school. And the woman who I spoke to, who was allegedly pushed down the stairs in high school, she told me it was one of the most traumatic nights of her life. And Politico reported a couple years ago that there were at least 3 witnesses to that event. So
what?
It's difficult for me to understand how.
Dude why is he still there? Why is he still there? Why is there even a question? And how many days did they say they had to decide who's going to run in that election? It's like 2 days and they still haven't figured it out. If you ain't figured it out by now, you never will. Not for the right reasons. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. I never expected to hear this shit. I never looked into it myself. This is the first time I've heard it. I didn't know this much. I did not know this much that it was about this much shit. Like, it's crazy.
Such as holding a gun to Emily Moreno's head and shoving her against a wall and throwing boiling water at her. And of course, Congressman Miller denies all of these claims, but it's striking to me that there are multiple different women who have, been affected by Miller. And the woman who I spoke to, who was allegedly pushed down the stairs in high school, she told me it was one of the most traumatic nights of her life. And Politico reported a couple years ago that there were at least 3 witnesses to that event. So it's difficult for me to understand how so many different people could be lying
about similar incidents.
Right.
And Tim, that's the part that I find the most stunning, is just the knee-jerk reflexive response from Republican leadership, Trump, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, and this need to stand by the guy in the face of the allegation, to cast aspersions in some instances on the victims or the women who are involved in these things. And even now, you have Senator Moreno, the father of Mr. Moreno's his wife, coming out and saying, "Hey, this is not the thing. This is not what we should be doing, and you need to step down and stop this pursuit for office." What's your thought here? How do you think about this idea of just reflexively protecting these individuals when these stories break?
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously, there are a lot of examples of this outside of politics and Me Too, et cetera. So this is not only on Trump, but a lot of this is Trump. Look, this does go back to 2016 and the Access Hollywood tape, where he's caught on tape bragging about sexually assaulting women, and a lot of Republican politicians speak out against him, and then he doesn't do anything, stays in the race. They all come back on board. He wins. They all end up being rewarded politically for it. And after that, it doesn't seem like there's been any appetite in the Republican Party for holding anyone accountable for any type of action, no matter how heinous, particularly regarding domestic violence or sexual assault against women. And so in this case, it's even kind of worse than not calling for him to step aside or not having a groundswell to push out. I mean, Trump last night on the tarmac said he feels bad for Max Miller. Like he said, I feel bad for him, which is a weird thing for Trump to say. Trump doesn't ever show empathy for anyone. And
Trump said he feels bad for the accused, Max Miller. And Max Miller is accused of throwing scalding hot water on his wife, holding a gun up against her head while she was changing her child's diaper, and breaking his collarbone. Collarbone of his 2-year-old daughter. Something like that. Yeah. Like, He's been accused of a lot. And Trump, what does he have to say when asked, what do you think about this, Trump? He said, I feel sorry for Max Miller. Like, what the fuck?
In this case, he's not showing empathy for Emily Moreno, a Republican senator's daughter, or for their daughter, Max Miller and Emily's daughter, who's I guess was allegedly also a victim of Max Miller's abuse. And Trump's like, I feel bad for Max, and like this is what the party is now. Like they're on the side of the abusers, and so if you're Max Miller. It seems like he's a sociopath, but in addition to that, it is rational to try to stay it out because that's the model that has been put forth successfully within the Republican Party.
And yet, before we let you go, there is a timeline, there is a process that could come into play to replace Miller. Share some of that.
So, Congressman Max Miller would have needed to withdraw his candidacy today in order for there to be a special election to find a new Republican to replace.
This is a standard now in the Republican Party, damn near. Like, so they reached a deadline to announce that someone else will run in that seat for the Republican Party. And what did they do? They missed the deadline. You know what that means? That means they have to run a potential abuser, child abuser, spouse abuser for that seat. What the? They are just insane. Like they are insane. No wonder they're losing elections. What is going on? Like what? That makes no. Michael, you there, bro? Like this makes no rational sense. It's crazy. Yo, let me see. You still here? Yo, who is that on deck? Hold on. I think I see. Is that also? Yo, you there in the background, Mike? I think this is also Big Girl. Right? Well, let me know. I think that this is the bizarrest thing. I don't understand it. Like, I really don't understand it. Let me see something here. Let me just dig this up. 2 seconds. Will Max Miller now be the Republican candidate regardless of the allegations coming public? Right, public about his abuse. I'm just curious about that. Like I heard that right. I'm pretty sure I heard that right, but maybe there's more to it. So let me see here. It says as of early as August 2026, U.S. Rep. Max Miller remains on track to be the Republican nominee for Ohio's 7th congressional district in November 2026 election. But his candidacy is facing immense pressure within his own party. Refusal to withdraw. Miller won the uncontested Republican primary on May 5th, 2026. Despite mounting public calls from fellow Republicans to step aside. Miller has adamantly refused to drop out, stating on news appearances on social media, I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Party replacement deadline. Under Ohio law, Republicans face an August 10th deadline to officially swap out a candidate. This was one day after. This was already too late. Maybe it's because they cut the clip late or something. Officially swap out candidate on the general election ballot. Unless Miller voluntarily resigns or withdraws his candidacy before that deadline, party leaders cannot force him off the ballot, meaning he will automatically remain the GOP candidate. So they're running an alleged abuser for Ohio. I mean, Ohio's on fire, man. Remember those, what was it, 18 kids? Something like that. Is it 12 or 18 kids locked in a bedroom with feces everywhere in Ohio? In Appalachia, part of Ohio? Like seriously, that was just a month ago? Shit, do we have to show that again? This is crazy. But this is Ohio. I wonder, is that his district? Let me see here. What what townships? Hold on. Is Ohio district? What district is that? I'm sorry. I have to ask questions like this before I move on. On August remains 7th district. Is Ohio 7th district in the Appalachian, close to where the children were found locked in a room with feces on the floor, where the oldest could not read or write their own name. I'm making it painfully obvious, because if it comes back like this, is kind of like going into slot machines, or and just rolling the thing. Whoosh, let's see if it comes up. Yes, that's going to be crazy. All right, so it says no. Shocking case. Shocking case. 16 children found in a squalor occurred in Vinton County, Ohio, specifically the village of Hampton, which is in the southern Ohio's Appalachian region, roughly 180 to 200 miles south of Mack's district. All right, so comparison of locations. The severe child neglect case, Hamden. Okay, let's see here. Max Miller's local number. This is good. They give the demographic differences. Medina, Wayne County, Cuyahoga County. That's a Native American name. I wonder, do they even care about those people? All right, is primarily suburban and agricultural manufacturing, focused on northern Ohio, well north of the Appalachian. So data manufacturing. So is this where the Haitians were? Is this near where the Haitians worked? I'm just curious, because I don't know really much about Ohio, but since it came up, I gotta do some Ohio stuff now, because we got to know what they're losing. I mean, we got to know who this guy's representing. Okay, no, that was in Springfield, which is a different part of the state. Okay, there we go. Relative to Vinton County, Springfield is in the west. Okay, so Springfield is west between Dayton and Columbus. Okay, and now the 7th Congressional District, Mack's district, is northeast Ohio. Okay, so that's just north of Vinton. Okay, I got it. So, okay, so it's on the east side. That's closer to the Appalachian. Let me see here. Let me just pull up this map too. Fuck it, since I'm here already. Sorry for y'all if I'm not moving fast enough. Let me see here. I'm just curious about this Google map. Is it here? Google Maps? Yeah, Maps, Google. There we go. I just want to see something here. Ohio. And then 7th District. Ohio 7th District. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. I'm just curious where that is. I don't know anything about Ohio, so I mean I know very little. I've been to Ohio before, though. Don't get it wrong, but I just don't. Just because you've been there doesn't mean you really know much about it. I was in one part. I think it was in a farm one time. In a farm, right? So damn, this is interesting. Goddamn farm. I wonder if I went to this town before. This looks familiar. All right, so let me see here. Boom, boom, boom. I'm talking about as a kid. I've been out there to some farms and stuff. Let me see here. All right, so let me see here. So this is the 7th District. So that's like Cleveland. That's south. Okay, look at that. So that's south of Cleveland. Okay. That's interesting. And that's near the river. Okay. That's interesting. That's near Lake Erie. Sorry. That's a lake, not a river. Lake Erie. That's south. Okay. And okay, I get it. So, but this looks like it's woods. Okay, but the Appalachia is here. So you could see to the left is that to the left would be that's it's on the northwest side, right? Northeast side. Okay, and the Appalachia is the east, but I guess Wayne County would be a little more east down here. Charleston, Becky, Lewisburg, Princeton, just okay. There we go. No, that's West Virginia. God damn. Okay, so that's Wayne. Yeah. Appalachia. So it's on the east, though. It's on the east, and the Appalachia is to the east. Obviously, these mountains, that's all Appalachian, right? So, in Ohio, I guess that would be right about Wayne National Forest would be the closest they get to the Appalachia, something like that, right? Yeah, exactly. Unless you, no. Southern, here we go. So you could be down here, I guess, Huntington, right? And further down before you cross into Virginia. Is that it? Is Ohio that damn big? Damn. Ohio is big, man. I didn't know that. I didn't even realize that. That's big. Yeah, Ohio's a pretty big state, man. Interesting. All right. So, any case, let me just let that play out. Sorry about that.
Ballot. That didn't happen. So now we're looking towards Monday, August 10th, which is the next and final deadline, in which if he resigns before end of day, then the county Republican officials can appoint a Republican to take his place. And if not, then there's not going to be a Republican on the official ballots if Miller ends up resigning beyond the deadline.
So that's interesting. That puts that state up for grabs, or they have to run a accused abuser, and the people who accused him is his daughter and his mama and his baby's mama and the other and that one and a friend before that. People saw him. There's several witnesses that claim they saw him push a girl down the stairs in high school. Like, this is the guy that's going to be running for the Republicans in Ohio. Interesting. Not surprising, though, but that's the status quo of the U.S. We run abusers. Jeffrey Epstein party.
So South Carolina Senator Tim Scott went on TV this morning, and, let's just play it.
President Trump has done something no other president in the history of our country said yes to.
This is Black MAGA.
Okay, pause. Tim, so far I'm following. I mean, I can't think of a single other president that has said yes to outrageous gifts from foreign leaders. I definitely can't think of another president that has said yes to pocketing billions of dollars while in office. Senator, back to you. Let's hear your list of firsts.
President Trump has done something no other president in the history of our country said yes to, which is complying to the ethics, strategy, and standard for all elected officials. We've never had a president ever say yes to that.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. Say what again? Now, I mean, if I ticked through every story that has come out about this president's corrupt and all caps, unethical behavior, I'd be stuck in this chair long enough to grow my hair back. But apparently, it isn't only Senator Scott who seems to be lighting up the Fox News green room these days.
Yo, Tony, I see you. We in Ohio are big. I see you. Yeah, Ohio's big as hell. It's big, man. No question. Yo, I see you also, Jen C, Lisa Lee. Yes, and Chris, what's up?
I don't care what your name is. If you are committing fraud against
I don't have Tim Scott, but I got this dude right here.
Against the American people, all of us in public leadership should be trying to stop it and try to throw you in prison for enriching your.
This is crazy.
Care what your name is. If you are committing fraud against the American people, all of us in public leadership should be trying to stop it and try to throw you in prison for enriching yourself off the American taxpayer.
Yeah.
Okay.
When did he say that? He said that about Biden, right? Was it about Biden he said this on? Let me see here. Fox News, Let me hear this. Let me play it back.
Story that has come out about this president's corrupt and all caps, unethical behavior, I'd be stuck in this chair long enough to grow my hair back. But apparently, it isn't only Senator Scott who seems to be lighting up the Fox News green room these days.
I don't care what your name is. If you are committing fraud against the American people, all of us in public leadership should be trying to stop it and try to throw you in prison for enriching yourself off the American taxpayer.
Okay, here's the thing. It's hard enough not to laugh at these two tickleheads. But at the end of the day, the real suffering and real financial strain that everyday Americans are experiencing at the hands of this administration, while Trump and his family only get richer and richer and richer, is not a joke. And this Republican Party, my Republican Party, sure acts like none, and they just don't seem to give a damn. So let's talk about it. Joining me now is Congressman Ro Khanna. So, Congressman, I want to start by getting a reaction to those clips because they're just so discordant. They're just so out of touch with what the folks out in the world are experiencing in your district, in my neighborhoods, in places and spaces across the country. How do you see this narrative that these acolytes are going out on behalf of Trump saying, hey, it's all good, house is on fire, but hey, we're good?
I think they need to get out more. I was just 1 week through Pennsylvania, through a lot of the places that Donald Trump won. And what they're saying is, why did he betray us? He's in these foreign wars. Our gas prices are up. Our food prices are up. He's stealing from the American Treasury. I mean, everyone knows that his family is making all this money, and then he's giving tax breaks to the billionaires. And he's done nothing for people's child care, for their grocery bills, for their rents. So the game is up. The emperor has no clothes. We've had kind of the Wizard of Oz moment. Now it's for the Democrats to come in and say, look, we're going to do better. But he's lost the plot. And it's almost embarrassing to see these guys still out there defending him.
So when the part that I found the most striking about what Senator Tim Scott was saying was, this idea of this administration complying to the ethics, strategy, and standards for all elected officials.
I don't know which ones he's talking about. The guy's traded more stocks than the entire Congress put together.
Right.
He has his family business where he's giving chips to the UAE, and in turn they're investing money into his kids' cryptocurrency that he's just minting money off. He's selling access to his Truth Social posts. If you pay $100,000, you get to look at it before the rest of us, and then you can trade on that information. It's an open secret, if you talk to folks in my district in Silicon Valley, that the way to get a meeting with Trump is either to invest in his family business or to invest in some renovation fund for his ballroom. And everyone knows it's pay to play. So it's insulting. It's really insulting to not just admit it. Actually, the irony is Trump kind of is like, yeah, I'm corrupt.
Okay, so let me see in the chat. Who supports Trump in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you support Trump. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. But I really want to know who supports. So if you support Trump, put a 1 in the chat. I'm curious. I want to see. I'm just curious about this. Anybody support Trump in the chat? Yeah, no, it was. Oh my God. There you go. Kenbo, would you like to step up on the panel? Kenbo, here is the link. Boom. Hit the link. Hop on up. Are you willing to do that? Or are you going to only support Trump and not hop up and talk about it at all? Anybody else support Trump? Can we get one Trump supporter to show themselves? Can we get one Trump supporter to come up and talk about why what they just heard is okay with them? Yeah, I thought that would be the case. Kenbo, Kenbo, are you American? What state are you from? What state are you from, and who's your health care provider? Okay. Akanamba, world citizen, are you going to hop up on the link, or are you going to stay hidden away from everyone so we can't hear nothing? I can't hear it. Here we go. Put a 1 or 2 in the chat. If you support Trump, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. If you, okay, yeah, that's okay. Ohio Anthem Blue Cross. Okay, Ohio. Damn, you. And you like Trump, huh? But you won't hop up and explain why. Okay, I got it. Now, let me see here. Eric, hop up. Are you willing to hop up and explain why you like Trump? Or is it just at a distance? Just curious. I rarely get any Trump supporters that hop up. You know, they don't like explaining what it is they like about Trump. They just do it, you know, in bits and pieces. You can never really hold them down to anything. Now, let's see here. Yeah. So he said, who doesn't like Trump? He's hilarious. That means he's not American, Kimbo. So that's a troll statement. Let's see here. There you go. So come on up. If you'll explain, here you go. Come on up. I want to hear some. There you go. Come on up. Let's
Fairness. I mean,
I don't think any Trump supporter is going to hop up. So I've never seen it. I saw it maybe once, not even once. There was one person who did support Trump, and then they changed. They hopped up. But outside of that, I don't think I heard one. I heard there was a libertarian that didn't really support Trump, but they supported some different ideals. They hopped up, but never one Trump supporter, I don't think.
There's a sense that you're working really hard. You're doing 2 jobs. You can't pay rent. You can't buy a house. You don't know if your kids are going to get education. And then you got a president of the United States who's literally stealing from taxpayers. It's just unfair. We have a sense of fairness in this country. But the other thing is that the affordability crisis is a corruption crisis. Because we have this corruption, we have a president who's given tax breaks to billionaires. We have a president who has gotten us into these foreign wars where defense contractors are making money, but everyone else is paying the price. We have a president who has given a free rein to a lot of his billionaire friends and isn't standing up to protect working class families. So it's the corruption that is linked to why we have an economy that is rigged and only working for his donors.
All right. There he is, Congressman O'Connor.
Appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you, man. Keep that going out there. The Americans out there need some.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so listen, for record, somebody in the chat, Kimbo, said that Nixon was the best president.
A federal judge speaking out
said that Nixon was the best president the USA has ever had. Let me see here. Voted for Trump 3 times. Reagan was the best POTUS. Oh, okay, Reagan. My fault. Let me see something here. Hold on. Let me check. No, my fault. I made the wrong statement here. Sorry, I take that back. I meant to say Nixon. Listen, Nixon was a Republican president. He had the largest rent freeze in the U.S. history, rent and price freezes in the U.S. history regarding inflation. So it was actually a Republican that had the biggest rent and price freeze in American history, right? Some Republicans believe in a lot of social programs, you know, and some of them are very famous for them. Roosevelt, which Roosevelt was it? There were 2 of them that were both. One was a Democrat and one was a Republican, both pro social welfare, right, in the country. You know, but it's interesting. You know, here's the thing. It's okay that everybody has an opinion, but I like to qualify things here, you know, and so I use the chat to qualify stuff. So there is a chance that no one's going to believe you when you don't make any effort to show that you're actually really an American or citizen in the chat. That's how the web works these days. You know, people, when you're on Facebook, people go look at your Facebook to see, is this person even American or is this just a bogus account? That's how people look today. Why? Because the U.S. government has warned American citizens and the EU of disinformation being spread through social media, right? Disinformation that is harmful for their democracies, their nations, that are designed to be, right? So this is why I ask people to hop up, because I know it's easy. I know people can. I know if you're using YouTube, then the app to hop up is no different. Just another app. Everybody uses app these days. So the reason why I leave the chat open and the reason why I leave the panel open is because it kind of tells me that you probably don't really believe what you're saying in the chat if you are given all the opportunities to actually speak to people and you choose not to. To me, it just means like, yeah, because nobody's just going to believe what you say these days anyway, just because you type it in a social media platform. So in any case, like if I was just here typing, nobody would actually think I believe what I say. There would be no reason to, because I can qualify things, so that's why I hop up. So I can qualify things about myself so you can kind of get, who is this guy? But in any case, you don't always get that from everybody. So let's continue. Let's see here. Here's a judge speaking out against Trump.
Out warning of the death threats he's received after ruling against President Trump. U.S. District Judge John McConnell, who is my next guest, says after he extended a temporary ban on the Trump administration's attempts to freeze trillions in federal spending, the threats began. One of them was a pizza delivery sent to his home, put under the name of Daniel Anderl. That's the name of U.S. District Court Judge Esther Salas's son, who was killed in 2020 when a man targeting the judge showed up at her home and opened fire. Since Judge McConnell ruled against the Trump administration, U.S. Marshals have identified at least 6 credible death threats against him. His wife and daughter have also been targeted. This is one instance that's part of a disturbing increase in threats to judges all across the country. Out front now, Judge John McConnell, Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court of Rhode Island, and
let me show you how this is an American asking, a person claiming to be an American asking this question. Look at this. Look, I just want to illustrate something here. This is some stupid shit. Look, Kimbo152 says, what's your favorite basketball team? Prove you're an American. God damn you. That is a dumbass request. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Next, you want me to explain my favorite fried chicken fucking outlet. What's your favorite? What fried chicken do you eat? Do you go to KFC or Popeyes? Yo, motherfucker, wake up. What the fuck? Fuck basketball. I'm talking about politics, you dumb motherfucker. Like, goddamn, don't ever insult me again. Yeah, basketball is great, but we ain't talking about fucking basketball. And since you asked, I support the Knicks because I have empathy for fucking New York. I'm from DC, you motherfucker. Okay? Goddamn, but I support the Knicks. Congratulations to the Knicks. You deserved it, man. New York's my second home, man. Big up to New York too. You know what I'm saying? But I do like the Washington Bullets, the Washington Wizards, the Washington National. Come on. Here. Just everything. I'm from DC, but the Washington Redskins. But listen, I'm not a buffoon. I don't care how high you bounce a fucking ball or how fucking far you can throw it, jackass. Okay? We talking politics here. Like, really, what's your favorite? Like, motherfuckers don't have favorite basketball teams all over the world. Man, I like the Knicks. That doesn't fucking mean you're American, jackass. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Anyway, this is just, I had to stop to deal with that. I don't care. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like, come on, man. Grow up. Do you vote? God damn.
Judge.
I know you can bounce a ball, motherfucker. Can you vote?
Judge Esther Salas, U.S. District Court Judge for the District of New Jersey. Thank you so much to both of you for being with us for such an important discussion here. And Judge McConnell, to you first. It is rare for a sitting judge to speak out. Why did you feel it's so important to do so now?
Because the language that's being used by other branches of government personally attacking judges has real life repercussions, both for the judges themselves and their family, but also for the rule of law and for democracy. We've had the Deputy Attorney General claim he was at war with the courts and calling others to follow. Judges have been called horrific names by members of the executive, and we've seen and we can see each time that this happens, the threats against judges increase. We've had a 65% increase this year in death threats against judges. We've never seen a co-equal branch of government turn on judges personally in an attempt to legitimize them as we have for the last year and a half.
Yeah, it's a very staggering trend that we're seeing. And Judge McConnell, I do wonder what went through your mind when you received that pizza delivery with Daniel's name on it.
You know, that was one piece that was particularly disturbing because of the horror that Judge Salas and her husband lived through the murder of her son, Daniel, having to tell her that there were incredibly depraved hearts out there that were using her murdered son's name to intimidate other judges. Honestly, it broke my heart and made me worry about what else they were doing and potentially what was next.
And also Judge Salas, I mean, this wasn't a one-off, right? You received Judge McConnell's call, and then you learned he wasn't the only judge that this had happened to. There were many, many. And the stakes here are not unimaginable.
You there?
You.
Who's in the background? Okay, sorry about that.
You
Yep.
live them every day. How concerned are you for your colleagues?
I'm so very concerned for my colleagues, and I'm very concerned about democracy and really where we're headed if we continue this systematic and continuous attack against judges by other branches of government, and in particular from the president on down. And as of late, Brianna, DHS is doing its part to really, I think, put judges' lives in danger by, you know, their repeated use of governmental websites and government handles to, you know, call judges the worst of the worst and put on government websites that particular judges are threats to national security. These acts by our government leaders, it's dangerous and it's reckless. And I just...
Somebody in the chat said, "Why are they crying?" Eric Shire, what's the title of the individual speaking? What's the topic here? What are they discussing? I'm just curious if you even know. That might be a better question than why are they crying? Do you even know what they're talking about? No, so you don't know what they're actually talking about, do you? Actually, you don't. You don't know what they're talking about. Do you speak English? Here, let me hit the link. Let me put the link in the chat. I don't think you actually do, man. I think you must be using some kind of translator or something to type with. Here, there's the link. Hop on up, Eric Shire. Are you American? Like, you don't actually know what they're talking about. No, you don't really know what they're talking about, actually. So what are they talking about? What's the context? What is the conversation about, Eric? Look at y'all. Eric doesn't even know what the hell they're talking about. And you know something? I am not going to show the image. I'm not going to show Eric the image. I'm not going to show. He doesn't even know what they're talking about. Yo, Eric, you don't even really understand English, do you? No, not really. You didn't hear what they were talking about, y'all. Oh my goodness. Let's wait till he mentions he doesn't know the subject. He doesn't know the subject. He still doesn't know the subject. And I doubt you more American than me. I definitely doubt that. He doesn't know. Notice he doesn't know the subject. That is so corny. You know, how can you have an opinion? You are a biased piece of shit, Eric Shire, even if that's your real name. I doubt it is. But you are a biased piece of shit. Because you sit up here talking about what are they crying about? Why are they crying? You don't even know what the fuck they're talking about or who's talking. You didn't even bother to listen, you stupid bitch. Like, you are disgusting. Are you even a real human being, you punk ass motherfucker? Eric Shire? I don't think you are, and you definitely not American. You're a piece of shit. All right. Now, since bitch ass Eric Shire, the bitch shit talker, doesn't know what the subject is, I'll let him know I'll let this stupid motherfucker know by rewinding this shit. Oh, let me explain. Shut the fuck up. It's too late. God damn. It doesn't take 5 minutes for you to say what the subject is. You didn't even know it, you dumbass. Even if you do understand me, you're still a dumbass piece of shit. Because you're not even trying to hear what they're saying before you even make a comment about it, you jackass. God damn, are you dumb? I commented on what two individuals were talking about it. I'm asking you a direct question, piece of shit. What are they talking about here in the video we're playing? If you don't know what they're talking about in the video, how do you know what anyone's commenting on, you stupid ass? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, y'all. Anyway, I tell you what. You're not really. Let me just do something real quick. I'm about to be out of here anyway, but that's why I'm behaving the way I am. I don't have a whole lot of time to waste. You know what I'm saying? I got an agenda myself. Let me just look at something here. Boop, 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 boop. No. He's not an American. All right. This is somebody posing. All right. So anyways, let's go on and continue.
Worried in general about the state of our country.
So you mentioned that the worst of the worst list. This was the general counsel at DHS that tweeted out on 2 separate occasions that the worst of the worst list, singling out these judges. And the president, of course, has railed against judges for years. But here are some of the more recent examples.
Exactly. All you had to do was say the word judge, you dumbass MFer, but you didn't even know because you were so busy talking shit. It took you 5 minutes and you didn't even know the conversation was about judges. Duh. You want to know how to spell it now?
Of him targeting the judiciary.
A lot of rogue judges, very bad people, very bad judges.
The corrupt judge who was disgraceful.
We have rogue judges that are destroying our country.
Surrounded by corrupt judges and corrupt politicians.
So we reached out to the White House for a statement, and a spokesperson said to imply that the president's opinions about judges is, quote, akin to making threats is deeply unserious and should be dismissed by anyone with half a brain. No one understands the dangers of political violence more than President Trump. The Trump administration cares deeply for the safety of all members of the judicial branch, end quote. Judge Salas, what to that?
You know, I say that words matter. And I think that the president himself has talked about toning down the rhetoric after the White House correspondence attack. It has to go both ways, Brianna. We have to start really talking about issues on the merits. You want to criticize the judge's ruling, appeal us. But what you don't do is attack us personally. What you don't do is put us on the worst of the worst list. Identify the president that...
The conversation is about judges, federal judges getting death threats. That's the conversation right now. Federal judges getting death threats. You don't know what party they're with. You don't know anything. The context is about federal judges getting death threats, and they are saying it's because the higher ups are challenging the courts openly. They're saying they didn't get these death threats before, but they're saying, and you don't know what party these judges are with. So nobody said that yet. That hasn't even been mentioned. That's not even known. You don't know. You don't know what party the judges are. All you know so far is that you have heard them state that federal judges are now speaking out about the Trump administration, constantly challenging them, saying that they are a problem. Here, let me bring it back. This is it. It only takes some listening. And guess what? There's different conversations to have about different topics. Right now, that's what it's about. Here it is.
A federal judge speaking out, warning of the death threats he's received.
A federal judge. They didn't say a Democrat federal judge. They said a federal judge.
Received after ruling against President Trump.
Plenty of Republican judges have ruled against President Trump. This one, whichever party he's with, started getting the death threats after he ruled against Trump.
A federal judge speaking out, warning of the death threats he's received after ruling against President Trump. U.S. District Judge John McConnell, who is my next guest, says after he extended a temporary ban on the Trump administration's attempts to freeze trillions in federal spending, the threats began. One of them was a pizza delivery sent to his home, put under the name of Daniel Anderl. That's the name of U.S. District Court Judge Esther Salas's son, who was killed in 2020 when a man targeting the judge showed up at her home and opened fire. Since Judge McConnell ruled against the Trump administration, U.S. Marshals have identified at least 6 credible death threats against him. His wife and daughter have also been targeted. This is one instance that's part of a disturbing increase in threats to judges all across the country. Out front now, Judge John McConnell, Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court of Rhode Island, and Judge Esther Salas, U.S. District Court Judge for the District of New Jersey. Thank you so much to both of you for being with us for such an important discussion here. And Judge McConnell, to you first. It is rare for a sitting judge to speak out. Why did you feel it's so important to do so now?
Because the language that's being used by other branches of government personally attacking judges has real life repercussions, both for the judges themselves and their family, but also for the rule of law and for democracy. We've had the Deputy Attorney General claim he was at war with the courts and calling others to follow. Judges have been called horrific names by members of the executive, and we've seen and we can see each time that this happens, the threats against judges increase.
You know, this is MAGA and their consistent attitude about the threats, the loss of life. When you hurt civil servants, when you threaten civil servants, when you threaten government officials, when you basically harm them, police officers, the right doesn't really care what is being said. In their minds, it's always justified some way, somehow. It doesn't matter. And it's justified by one thing. If it's something if they spoke out against Trump or they did something that Trump didn't like the police officers on January 6th, they didn't do what MAGA people and Trump believed they should have done. So therefore, they are wrong. The police officers were wrong. They are the ones that are guilty for January 6th. The government, even though it was Donald Trump's government, somehow anybody else but the people who actually bum rushed the police and knocked them over the head and said, "Get out of my way, commie. I'm going to kill you right now if you don't." Then bash their head in the door. Bang, 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 bang. And then go inside the Capitol building. Those people are innocent, according to MAGA and Trump supporters. Those are the innocent people. That's what's going on. These are judges. Same thing. Rule of law. That's what was going on in the Congress building, in the Capitol building. That's what that's about. Rule of law. It's still being justified by Trump supporters, even in this chat. They are so easy to go outside. They get death threats all the time. Okay, well, apparently they're worse now because they're speaking out. Did you notice the change? This is the change. Don't just say, "Oh, fuck it, death threats. That happens every day." And then you maintain your anonymous and unidentifiable status on YouTube.
Themselves and their family.
It's crazy, man. People just out their mind here.
Language that's being used by other branches of government personally attacking judges has real life repercussions, both for the judges themselves and their family, but also for the rule of law and for democracy. We've had the Deputy Attorney General claim he was at war with the courts and calling others to follow. Judges have been called horrific names by members of the executive, and we've seen and we can see each time that this happens, the threats against judges increase. We've had a 65% increase this year in death threats against judges.
So you see that somebody in the chat said they always get death threats. Well, have they always gotten a 65% increase in death threats? That's why they're speaking out. Stop overlooking political violence. Threats are violence. Okay, stop overlooking it. You know, and look, what comes around goes around. Whatever standards you set are the standards you also going to have to live with later. You know, like straight up. This is your values, your ethics for your entire country. If this is okay with you and you do not do something about it and you don't care about it and you don't show that you care about it right now, that speaks to your just to your values and ethics. But let's not be mistaken. A lot of these people that claim to support this kind of behavior on social media are just trolls. These are not people that come up and speak and let you know. These are people that are scared to actually show who they are actually most of the time. You know, they're not reflective of Americans in general. A lot of Republicans are tired of this fucking shit, and Trump doesn't even care. A lot of people that voted for Trump before, they're tired of it. They changed their mind about Jan 6, and it's been happening the whole time, you know. But there is a conspiracy. There is a threat from governments like Russia, governments like China, that our government, even under Trump, has said that they have organized troll farms affecting the elections. And the only way that they affect the elections is not the machines, not the registration, not how many people line up and vote, but through social media appearing to be a larger group of representatives of people than they are, designed to get people to either not vote or to think that the American population thinks different than what they actually do. Yo, Michael, you there?
Yeah. Hey, Master B. I think Big Girl's in the chat.
Oh, Big Girl. Yeah, I saw her, but Big Girl's not speaking. She's here. She's not on mute. She's up here.
Are you there, Big Girl?
She's there. She just it's okay. Maybe she got caught up or busy or something. But you want to say something about this shit? Like they're threatening 65% increase. Okay. Maybe you timed out. All right. So look, let's just continue here. Let's continue.
We've never seen a co-equal branch of government. The threats against judges increase. We've had a 65%.
You talking to me, V?
No, it's okay, bro. It's okay. It's okay.
And we've seen, and we can see each time that this happens, the threats against judges increase. We've had a 65% increase this year in death threats against judges.
Yeah, we're about 5 hours, V.
We've never seen.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to rock this one, and then we're going to close up. Appreciate it.
A co-equal branch of government turn on judges personally in an attempt to delegitimize them, as we have for the last year and a half.
Yeah, it's a very staggering trend that we're seeing. And Judge McConnell, I do wonder what went through your mind when you received that pizza delivery with Daniel's name on it.
You know, that was one piece that was particularly disturbing because of the horror that Judge Salas and her husband lived through the murder of her son, Daniel, having to tell her that there were incredibly depraved hearts out there that were using her murdered son's name to intimidate other judges. Honestly, it broke my heart and made me worry about what else they were doing and potentially what was next.
And also Judge Salas, I mean, this wasn't a one-off, right? You received Judge McConnell's call, and then you learned he wasn't the only judge that this had happened to. There were many, many. And the stakes here are not unimaginable for you. You live them every day. How concerned are you for your colleagues?
I'm so very concerned for my colleagues, and I'm very concerned about democracy and really where we're headed if we continue this systematic and continuous attack against judges by other branches of government, and in particular from the president on down. And as of late, Brianna, DHS is doing its part to really, I think, put judges' lives in danger by, You know, their repeated use of governmental websites and government handles to, you know, call judges the worst of the worst and put on government websites that particular judges are threats to national security. These acts by our government leaders, it's dangerous and it's reckless, and I'm just worried in general about the state of our country.
So you mentioned that the worst of the worst list. This was the general counsel at DHS that tweeted out on 2 separate occasions that the worst of the worst list, singling out these judges. And the president, of course, has railed against judges for years. But here are some of the more recent examples of him targeting the judiciary.
A lot of rogue judges, very bad people, very bad judges.
The corrupt judge who was disgraceful.
We have rogue judges that are destroying our country.
Surrounded by corrupt judges and corrupt politicians.
So we reached out to the White House for a statement, and a spokesperson said to imply that the president's opinions about judges is, quote, akin to making threats is deeply unserious and should be dismissed by anyone with half a brain. No one understands the dangers of political violence more than President Trump. The Trump administration
Does Trump have half a brain?
cares deeply for the safety of all members of the judicial branch, end quote. Judge Salas, what to that?
You know, I say that words matter. And I think that the president himself has talked about toning down the rhetoric after the White House correspondence attack. It has to go both ways, Brianna. We have to start really talking about issues on the merits. You want to criticize the judge's ruling, appeal us. But what you don't do is attack us personally. What you don't do is put us on the worst of the worst list, identify the president that appointed us, and start giving the American public half-truths about our rulings, putting our rulings putting them at best out of context, at worst, really, I think, providing the American public with disinformation about our rulings. This is all very dangerous conduct, and we have to get back to civility in this country, and we have to get back to a place where we can agree to disagree. But right now, what we're seeing, and the reason that Chief Judge McConnell, I'm so grateful to have him speaking up and speaking out, is because something has to be done to try to get everyone to put the brakes on this situation.
And Judge McConnell, after you ruled against the Trump
listen, what judge has said something about Trump that you're aware of? Put the name of a judge and what that judge said about Trump. Talking about federal judges. This statement from Eric Shire, obviously the person who's likely is not American, but, is just trolling. But I'll say it anyway. Says, please explain to me how calling someone a rogue judge is worse than all the stuff that they're okay with being said about Trump. Well, that's not what Trump said about these judges. Let's go back and play exactly what it is, because apparently you don't understand English again. Here's what Trump said. Okay, you missed a whole heaping lot. All right, so listen this time. Do you want me to slow it down? Like, maybe I should slow it down. Let's do that. Let's slow it down. So everyone, regardless of what their first language is, can actually hear what's being said in English here. Let's go.
A lot of rogue judges. Very bad people, very bad judges.
The corrupt judge who was disgraceful.
We have rogue judges that are destroying our country.
Surrounded by corrupt judges and corrupt politicians.
Okay, so name one federal judge that has said anything of the kind about Trump. Put it in the chat. Let's hear who knows something about something. Put a name in the chat of a federal judge and the statement they made. Which federal judge made any comment like it or worse than what Trump just made about federal judges? Let's see. Who is it? Who got the first answer? I don't see one name yet. I don't see one name of one federal judge. let me just pull this up on the screen, and then we will just wait and see. Waiting for one federal judge, name of one federal judge to be mentioned that said something similar or worse than what Trump said. So far, nobody. Eric Shire has not mentioned one federal judge that has said anything like Trump has said about them. Let me see. Nobody else. Army hasn't. Nope, not yet. Who? Nobody. Get bent dorks. You know that. I guess their parents called them a dork their whole life. Like, damn, that's deep. But they haven't mentioned one judge. Yeah, no one judge yet. No one judge. So far, Trump has said things about federal judges, and none of them have said anything like he has said about them. And they say after he mentioned these comments, they have had a 65% increase in death threats. So nobody actually knows one federal judge that said anything like this to Trump or worse. Let's play it back. Just curious. Just collecting the data. These are Americans, presumably in the chat. And, and this is what they say. They say they don't know. Let's play it back.
Got a lot of rogue judges, very bad people, very bad judges.
The corrupt judge who was disgraceful.
We have rogue judges that are destroying our country.
Surrounded by corrupt judges and corrupt politicians.
Any of those judges called Trump a rogue president? Any one of those judges called Trump a bad person? Any one of those judges say that Trump is ruining the country? Where is which one said it? Which one? It's never happened. And if it did, you would be aware enough to mention it, right? Anybody in the chat, even the Trump supporters, don't seem to have one federal judge that has said anything like that about Trump or worse. So there you have the facts, y'all. There you have the facts. Yeah. So yeah, that's very interesting. Now let's continue. Let's see here. Anything else about that? No, actually, there's something else here, and then we're gonna be out of here. Coming up on 5 hours. Yeah, I appreciate that, Eric. Here we go. Let's end appropriately on a fact check for Trump. Since he is the president, no need to go fact check Obama or Kamala or Biden. Because Trump is actually the president right now. Your taxpayer dollars, presumably, if you're American, right? Some of y'all not. But presumably, if you're an American that lives inside of the United States, your tax dollars would be going to every federal elected official and every federal employee, including the Supreme Court, whether you like them or not, including Hakeem Jeffries, whether you like him or not, or MAGA Mike Johnson, including every congressional member, every senator. They get paid well by the taxpayer. I mean, their kids go to private school and shit. They don't even need Medicaid and Medicare. That's how well the Americans pay their representatives and their judges and their, federal officials, pretty good. So let's see if that means the president tells the truth.
Everyone, it's 4 o'clock in the East with the midterms just 90 days away now. Voters are...
For a lot of you, the assistants, the employees of the elected officials get paid more than you. That's sad. That's crazy, but it's true. It's true. And you vote for it. You like it. You got no problem with it.
Practically shouting from the rooftops that what they want more than anything is relief from Donald Trump's economy. As voters headed to the polls last night in Michigan, their anger over the Trump economy was one of the main drivers of their choices regarding who to vote for. 18% of Democratic primary voters listed the economy as the main motivating factor for their vote, nearly tied with opposition to Donald Trump and the Republican Party. It is a frustration that the presumptive Democratic nominee for Michigan Senate, Abdul El-Sayed, highlighted in his victory speech earlier today after pulling off a razor-thin victory in the Senate primary. Watch.
me that you ought to be able to afford your groceries, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your home, if you believe like me that your tax dollars ought to be invested in you rather than sent somewhere else, if you believe like me that you ought to have the guarantee of good health care in this country without some corporation trying to tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for, I hope that you'll join this movement now.
Now, despite the overwhelming evidence that what was once Donald Trump's top political issue is now a boost for Democrats, Donald Trump is still campaigning hard on his economic record as if it is some sort of political asset to him and his embattled party. He's heading to Las Vegas today to champion his economic policies, even as that city struggles under his tariff regime and rising prices due to inflation and the war in Iran. All the while, Trump is demanding that voters give him credit and good grades for the struggles they're facing in their own households. Watch.
I don't know. Then in the economy, Trump is at 42%. I shouldn't be at 40. We have the greatest economy maybe in the history of the world for any country. We've done a great job. You know, I think we should be given an A+ on the economy, but I think that's coming. People are starting to talk about it.
What people? I mean, maybe Elon. Trump might want to actually talk to some of his own voters. Here's how they grade Donald Trump.
I'm curious if you could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I could go lower than F, I would.
Right now?
Damn. What? Let's play that back.
I'm curious if you could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I could go lower.
Could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F.
Damn.
I'm curious if you could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I could go lower than F, I would.
Maybe Elon. Iran. All the while, Trump is demanding that voters give him credit and good grades for the struggles they're facing in their own households. Watch.
I don't know. Then in the economy, Trump is at 42%. I shouldn't be at 40. We have the greatest economy maybe in the history of the world for any country. We've done a great job. You know, I think we should be given an A+ on the economy, but I think that's coming. People are starting to talk about it.
What people? I mean, maybe Elon. Trump might want to actually talk to some of his own voters. Here's how they grade Donald Trump.
Okay, so this is Trump's own voters. And this is why I asked some of the people in the chat that support Trump to actually hop up, because I don't think you're real, because you don't show your face to anybody. You're actually scared to show people your own goddamn face. And you actually claim that that's like you support someone. Like, no, I don't think you do. Because when you support somebody, you come outside and say, here I am. God damn it. I support this. You do it like I do it, you know, and instead, a lot of the Republicans online, they don't even want you to know, even if they're real. Like, it's crazy.
What people? I mean, maybe Elon. Trump might want to actually talk to some of his own voters. Here's how they grade Donald Trump.
I'm curious if you could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I could go lower than F, I would.
Right now? D-.
F, D-. These people aren't scared. Why are you scared in the chat? These people aren't fucking scared, man. Like, they saying it loudly and boldly. I give this motherfucker a F. His name is Donald Trump, okay? You want to know where I live? Look at my face. Scan it. Department of Homeland Security. This is where I live. I'm not scared. I'm showing my face. Fuck Trump. Okay? I'm tired of his ass.
So if you could give him a letter grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I could go lower than F, I would.
Right now?
F means fuck Trump.
D-, F.
An F.
D- means he is what? Experiencing what? What symptoms? Symptoms of what? Exactly. What do they call that? When you get, you know, kind of just not fresh anymore, you know what I'm saying? Up in that age, you know what I mean? Rebuke and Prove is scared to show people his face, and he believes that Trump gets an A+. Let's hear from this young man.
Grade overall handling of the economy.
F. If I could go lower than F, I would.
Right now?
D minus, F.
An F.
An F.
Yeah.
And you were quick on that. Why?
Damn, that was like an automatic F. God damn it. Fuck Trump.
Well, before he got voted, he was saying a lot of things that we were promised to get, and where's all that?
D for dementia. That's right. You got it right, Hazel. D for dementia. You notice these Trump people, they don't even know what word starts with a D. That's easy. D, okay? Dementia.
So it hasn't even happened.
Here it is. This is what he thought about Trump. Young guy. You see? Young guy, young Trump supporter.
And you were quick on that. Why?
Well, before he got voted, he was saying a lot of things that we were promised to get, and where's all that? And it still hasn't even happened. And he's still saying all this, which maybe might happen, but hardly it ever happens. So I just never see nothing good from him.
You know what? Let's create a conspiracy about how this guy is not real. Right? He's not real. He's AI, man. This is the AI video. You can't trust this. This is a Democratic hoax. This is the CIA behind this CIA operation. You know, they made this little young boy. He wasn't Republican. This is fucked up. But listen, I applaud every Republican that's waking up. Why should you accept bullshit? Listen, it's one thing if you believe the dude and you voted for him. But then don't you have evidence now that it didn't happen? And so ergo, you should rationally just change your mind. Isn't that also okay? Or do you just go there again, no matter what the evidence shows? I mean, I applaud people that change their mind. Anybody can vote for somebody wrongly and then say, hey, they're not really that great as I thought they were. Let me change my vote. That is typical democracy. What I don't understand is why some people can't see the signs just because it's Trump. Like, what's so special about Trump that you can't see the flaws? Like, damn, because the flaws are every goddamn where. First of all, his best friend was Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years during the time Epstein was at his most prolific sex trafficking of minors in the history of the entire nation. At his history of, there's little kids that died. And you would vote for someone who was that person's best friend during the time they were doing all that horrific shit? It's not like Jeffrey Epstein smoked a crack pipe. It's not like Jeffrey Epstein smoked some weed. I'm not suggesting anybody do either. But I'm saying this dude was sex trafficking, beating, and brutalizing little kids. Having them sleep with elected officials and getting them blackmailed. Rich people. Allegedly Supreme Court justices. Like, you don't care about that? Does your best friend do that? Anybody got a best friend who did that for 15 years? Put a 1 in the chat. Who are you? Do you have a best friend that did that for 1 year? Who are you? You're a danger to society also. Put your name, put a 1 in the chat if you had a best friend that was a prolific sex trafficker of minors for any amount of time. Don't see it yet. Don't see any 1s. Haven't seen 1 yet. But yet they would make excuses for a man whose best friend was the most prolific sex trafficker of minors for 15 goddamn years. 15 goddamn years. Anybody that supports Trump after that, you deserve to be smacked in your goddamn face. Like, fuck you. Something is wrong with your goddamn logistical thinking. Something's wrong with your fucking brain. But at least a lot of people may not have put the pieces together. You know, but now that you had a chance to put the pieces together, you still gonna vote for him?
And where's all?
You still on the internet capping for Trump, huh? Okay. What country you come from again?
All that, and it still hasn't even happened. And you're still saying all this, which maybe might happen, but hardly it ever happens. So I just never see nothing good from him.
Donald Trump refusing to face the reality about voters' anger with his ailing economy, imperiling his party's chances in November's midterm elections, is where we start today with some of our favorite experts and friends. Fox News senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Howman is back. Also back with us, Media Matters for America President Angelo Carasone is here, and the host of the Fast Politics podcast, contributing writer for the New York Times, Molly Jong-Fast is back. Howland, what do you make of not just where Trump's numbers are? I mean, I part of me thinks they're actually higher than they should be. 34% is still a third of the country that approves of soaring inflation and a deeply unpopular war in Iran.
Keisha Johnson joined YouTube 2 years ago. Congratulations. 2 years on YouTube. Are you an American citizen, or are you posing as a Black American?
And tariffs that are still inexplicable to most people. But what do you make of how the economy is driving people to the Democratic Party? It's a real about face. Howman, you're on mute. You gotta unmute. Oh, Howman, you gotta stop and unmute. Start over.
I guess Keisha Johnson is posing.
Take two. Howman, we still can't hear you. I'm gonna send the question. Is it there? All right. Angelo, your thoughts.
I mean, look, it's reality, right? I mean, that's ultimately what it boils down to. He has been selling a story about promises, and you heard it from that one voter. I mean, they were talking about 5-6% economic growth. They were making all these claims about, a new golden age, which he's still hanging on to. But at the end of the day, it's people are feeling it in their pockets. You can't avoid the consequences of the bad decisions and bad policies they put in place. And then there's something else on top of it. I think he would have a lot more benefit of the doubt amongst his own people, even with all the bad stuff and the harm that he's caused, if he also didn't, while creating those effects, consistently tell everybody how much he doesn't actually care about their situation, how much he's focused on all these other random things. And even when the concept of affordability comes up and he's bragging about a golden age of America, he calls it fake, that it's made up by Democrats, even though his own people are explaining this. Even candidates are now worried, Republican candidates, about affordability. So that's the lay of the land. He's sort of making it worse for himself with his own policies and calcifying it with his own conduct and behavior and communications.
Howland, I think you're back with us. There is this tendency, I think, to separate out stories about the economy from stories about corruption and grift. But for voters, they've collapsed onto themselves, right? Like what they are dealing with is every time they drive past the gas station, to say nothing of filling up their cars, every time they go to the grocery store or to Walmart or to Target.
Welcome to YouTube, T. Joined April 21st, 2025, a year old. Welcome to the YouTube world. Congratulations. What is your ethnicity? What is your religion? And were your parents in America? Are you an American citizen? Anything on your page that can verify that? Just asking, LOL.
Target, everything is more expensive, and then the total of everything they buy regularly is significantly higher than it was a year ago and 2 years ago. But every time they turn on the TV or look at any news from Washington...
Keisha Johnson is not black, so I'm going to erase that comment right there. Remove. Stop calling yourself black when you can't prove it.
Trump is painting something gold.
Stop posing over the internet like you're a black American when you can't prove it.
Yes, and I just want to say, Nicole, I think maybe the thing that people have been trying to do to me my entire life, which is mute me, you finally got that to happen on the show. I don't really understand how it happened, but it happened. First time, like half the people in my life are like, where's that button? Let's find that button. I'll have it on all the time. I think, the economy is not good. It's been objectively not good throughout Donald Trump's presidency, and he ran on the economy, as we all know. We've talked about this a million times, in 2024. It's the biggest miracle is the fact that people who are around Trump somehow got him to focus on the economy in 2024, when, as has become abundantly clear throughout these first 18 months or whatever it's been of Trump 2.0, he doesn't care about the economy as it affects anyone except him in his personal economy, right? He cares about making himself as rich as possible. That is all Trump 2.0 is about. That is 75% of it, and 25% of it is retribution against his enemies. He does not care. And you see the reporting from, if you go back and really look at the 2024 campaign, you realize that it was like he didn't care about the economy then either. And he says it to people openly. He says, the economy bores me. I don't know what he's going to say in Nevada tonight, but if it's anything like what he has said every time else he's gone out on the campaign trail to talk about the economy, it has been clear that he's not invested in it, doesn't care about it, has no real sense of what's going on in the world, and more kind of the other thing he was bored by and doesn't care about is the fate of the Republican Party. And so he's worse than being disengaged with it. He mocks it.
All right, y'all. I'm going to be out. It's been 5 hours now. Damn. I've been off last couple of days, so I figured what the heck. But listen, I appreciate everybody for coming out. I'm going to catch up with you guys in 18 hours. Listen, if you want to talk about ethnicity, make your ethnicity. I don't have a problem with that. Let's have that ethnic talk. But make your own ethnicity apparent. Okay, please. That's all I ask. You know, if you claiming to be black, show your face. Show that you're black. Show something. If you're claiming to be American, show something about America on your page. Don't expect people to just trust you. And I'm just telling you, you can say those things all you want in the chat. I'm telling you, I don't fucking believe people. This is the internet. And I'm trying to have a different conversation than a bunch of bullshit over the internet. So when you come to my page and you mention ethnicity, you don't have to. Ethnicity and religion doesn't have to be an issue for you. None of those things. But the moment you mention it, I might ask you to prove that you're real. I might want to know if you're real. If you don't like Muslims, come on, show me you're an American. Just hop up. I want to find out if you're just at least American that says that, or if you're a troll. If you claim it to be black, we black Americans feel like this. Show me you black. Prove to me you black. This is the MF and fucking internet, yo. This ain't goddamn 2021. This is 2026. Them days are fucking over. This ain't 2016. If you claim any type of thing and you start bringing in this ethnic thing or any of that, hop on up. If you bring in nationalism, America did it. Hop on up. Show me you're American. I do that all the time. I pull out my passport. Shit, I'll reference you the information. You need me to point it out. It's on my goddamn everything. It's on my profile, literally on my page. Go dig it up. Go dig it up. You know, but I'm not going to have people here bullshitting. Like, you ain't going to be bullshitting me on your ethnicity here. Okay? You're not going to bullshit that, you know, and you're not going to bullshit me. Listen, everybody's a part of the conversation. Everybody's equal except fake ass trolls. You're not equal. Okay? I don't care if you support Trump. Fuck a troll. I want a real Trump supporter. At least I could respect them if they actually stood on business and weren't scared to show people who they fucking are. Come on up and have a conversation. Those are the ones I stand on. If you support Trump and you don't want to even show people you're American, you don't even want to show people nothing about who you are, man, fuck all that. I don't support that shit. I think you weak. I call fake. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, stand on business, you know, at least believe in the shit you say and don't be scared to show people who you are when you say it. Okay. Yeah. But in any case, I'll be out. I appreciate everybody. Everybody else, if my message doesn't concern you, then no worries. No worries. I will catch up with everybody else in 18 hours. Release the Epstein files. It didn't happen yet. The country won't be safe until the people of the United States of America know what happened to them and know what's in those files. All of it. Yeah. So your tax dollars pay for housing it. Your tax dollars pay for everybody to go through it. It shouldn't be a secret from you, the average American. The average American, no matter if you're poor, from the poorest of the poor, no billionaire is better than you if you're an American citizen. You are equal. You have a vote. Okay? You deserve a dignified life also, even if you're poor in the United States of America. Period. 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 Okay? And fuck all people that don't think you deserve that also. Fuck them. All right? Now, see you later, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Be out. All right. I'll catch up with everybody soon. Appreciate it. Yo, I got what you need. You want it.
the necessary ingredients, but we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what? Your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One love.
To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When I'm out walking, sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers be living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrating, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking yes, you lie. Know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families. Genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality in this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, man. You know the struggle struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long.